Midnite Mike takes a seat with a bowl full of snacks. It's a Halloween treat. Night of the living dead, flickering shadows play while he cheers for the Jets in his spooky way. All the ghosts of the past whisper secrets in the night. Memories of costumes in flickering light. Talk of boring thrills, echoes in the hall. Midnite Mike sleepover, let's enjoy it all. Creepy tales from the years when we jump and we scream. Carved out pumpkins glowing in a pumpkin spice dream. The Jets will always haunt with their ups and their downs, but tonight it's pure fun with friends all array. All the ghosts of the past whisper secrets in the night. Memories of costumes in the flickering light. Talk of horror thrills, echoes in the hall. Midnite Mike sleepover, let's enjoy it all. So gather round, my friends, let's taste to the fright. With a deadly throat in the night. In this carnival of fears, we'll laugh and we'll scream. Midnite Mike leads the way through our Halloween dream. All the ghosts of the past whisper secrets in the night. Memories of costumes and flickering light. Talk of horror thrills, echoes in the hall. Midnite Mike sleepover, let's enjoy it all. Let's enjoy it all.
What is up, everybody? It is the Midnite Mike Show's Halloween sleepover. I am ready to enjoy a night with you, a marathon night, going to tomorrow morning, hopefully. I mean, I don't know. I'm really old. I don't know if I'll be able to make it, but I do have a lot planned. This will be the longest Midnite Mike Show broadcast that I've ever had in the, I don't know, two and a half. Did I just spit popcorn? In the two and a half years that I've been going live and covering especially the New York Jets, this will be the longest show that we do. And I think it's going to be a blast. We have a lot of things planned. We're going to do some horror movie tier lists. If you haven't seen tier lists on YouTube or whatever, you know, you take a franchise and you rank them from S, which I believe is superior. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me know in the comments section. But S, and then you have your school letter grades, A, B, C, D, and F. We're going to be doing that. We have two horror movie watch-alongs. The first one we will get underway around midnight. But because I have people coming in from now until midnight, we're going to hold off on that so that I can enjoy the movie. And if you've ever seen Joe Bob Briggs, if you've ever seen Elvira, if you've ever seen Svengoolie or Vampira or any of these horror hosts, I'm going to be running it like that. We're going to enjoy the movie. It'll be on your screen. No need to sit here and, sync up a movie or anything like that. It'll be right on the screen with Midnite Mike. And we'll have a blast doing it. So we're going to do a Night of the Living Dead around midnight. And then sometime through in the morning hours, I'm going to do The Last Man on Earth starring Vincent Price. It will be absolute fun. I have a little story about when I visited the Blair Witch filming location, something to show you. What else? Oh, some 80s Halloween memories. That's going to be fun. Just a lot of things planned for the evening. So I hope you guys stick around, hit the like button, show your love for the show, because the only reason I'm doing this is because I've heard for the past 2 years, hey, Midnite Mike, why don't you go past midnight anymore? Why don't you do that? Well, I'm old. Midnite Mike, why don't you do an all-nighter? Well, here it is. Here it is, folks. Here's the all-nighter. And I understand it's a weeknight. I understand that not all of you guys are going to be able to stick around from now until, I go off the air in many hours from now. I get that. But it will be available, for you to watch. It's not going to members only or anything like that. I want you guys to go back, watch your favorite spots. When the night is done, I will go into the comment section below this video and hopefully be able to timestamp all of the things that, like, so whenever we start doing Night of the Living Dead, it'll say, this, it'll, you know what YouTube is. There'll be timestamps for everything. So either way, let's start the show. This is Midnite Mike Show's Halloween Sleepover 2025. Let's get started. All right, without further ado, let's start bringing in some of the guys that are part of the Midnite Mike Show family tree. And I'm glad this guy is first because he is my co-host every Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern and every Monday night at 9:30 Eastern. It's Matty Jets. How you doing tonight, Matty?
I'm good, man. I'm excited.
Shaved that head, man.
You knew it wouldn't last too long. I feel so much better.
Does it?
Oh God, yes.
What, did the hair make you extra hot?
It's warm, and it's when it's just grown out, you know what I mean? Like it's not cut like professionally. It's just like it just looks like an eraser. So I was just like, all right, get rid of this. So
it is what it is.
Yeah,
you definitely got the Lex Luthor look going.
Lexi is back, baby.
There you go. Real quick, I am going to pop over to the comment section and just see who we got in there. Chris, go Jets. Absolutely. We are usually a New York Jets show, but I do want to start incorporating more horror into the show, especially in the off season. When me and Maddie sit here on some nights just fighting for things to talk about with the New York Jets. And, it is what it is. My original podcasting background and whatnot is horror and 80s and 90s pop culture. So thank you, Chris, for being in here. Ryan comes in, says if it's a Halloween, it must be Saw. And I did respond to him. No, Saw. See, that would immediately get me nabbed. You have to go with movies in the public domain. That's unfortunately how it is. I wish, Maddie, that YouTube could make a way where you could show films and enjoy them, where whoever owns it will get whatever monetization or whatever would go towards them instead of it like striking down the channel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They may come to a workaround with that, but
it just seems like it'd make more sense because you know how movies like every now and then they'll have a resurgence. So like when a new Halloween movie comes out, all the past ones get a resurgence. So I get that. Yeah. But there's movies out there that like no one talks about anymore. And why not? Why not be able to show them, and enjoy them and whatever?
We live in a litigious world, man. It sucks, but it's just annoying that way. But Night of the Living Dead's still a classic. So
wow. Ryan hates zombies. I know he's one of your bitter enemies, right?
I'm sure he's busy supporting the Dallas Stars this week. So Night of the Living Dead's the granddaddy of the zombie movies, man. It's a classic, and it's we're lucky. It sucks for George Romero that he got screwed on that one, but we get to see it. We can watch it wherever you want, and that's fantastic. So,
well, the good thing is, I mean, to be fair, Romero then went on to make.
Oh yeah, he made plenty of money.
And let's be honest. I mean, I don't have it planned in my tier rankings later in the evening. I'm not going to do the Of the Dead series, but the original 4. If you're going to go Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, and Land of the Dead, they all made good money. It's not like, and his estate is still making money off those films.
Well, I guess his daughter's putting out a movie this year, maybe even in the next month or two, of the Dead.
I heard about that. I think
Twilight. I don't know how excited I am for that. I mean, my mom and I used to go to zombie movies when they came out. We went and saw Land of the Dead together. We went and saw the Dawn of the Dead remake, was what started it. Then we started going to like, was it like Survival of the Dead, and there was like Boarding School of the Dead, or
his last 2, and I don't even put them in. Like I don't even put them in. His last 2 were Diary of the Dead and Survival of the Dead.
Yeah, we saw both of those, and it was like really funny how the theaters that carried them, the screens got way smaller, the seating got way smaller, but we used to go to those. But I mean, the man's still one of the all-time masters of horror. I think about a lot of times the movies that he was gonna direct and ended up not. He was gonna do a Resident Evil movie. He was gonna do a couple other cool things. I forget. They escaped me at the time, but they never happened. But he was always a great guy too. It's a great interview, great to watch, have a good time with talking about just what life was like and all that cool stuff. So he's still missed, but always thought of on Halloween.
Jerome comes in and says, I was 11 years old when that first came out, and it scared the shit out of me. I could definitely, I mean, I was probably around that age when I was probably somewhere between 9 and 12 when I first saw Night of the Living Dead. And I remember exactly where I was. He's my mom's cousin, but he in my life, he was like an uncle. And he was one of those cool uncles where I'd go sleep over his house, and he would rent horror movies
horror
for me to
movies,
watch.
sodas, and staying up all night. Yeah,
yeah. And I remember seeing Night of the Living Dead the first time with him. Same with Creepshow and Creepshow 2.
I remember seeing Creepshow when I was like 4, and then I remember seeing Night of the Living Dead when I was like 6. And same here, man. That movie scared the bejesus out of me.
Ryan says, I'm not going to say Happy Halloween to Maddie.
He didn't even type it all out.
But Happy Halloween, Mike. Thank you, Ryan. Good to see you guys. Do me a favor. I know I say this all the time, but I would like to be able to do this again sometime. So maybe it'll be a yearly thing. Every year I'll do a Halloween sleepover. Maybe if it's good, if it does decent with numbers and whatever. Now I don't expect this one to do that amazing. It's the first one I've done. I only came up with it like 3 weeks ago. It is what it is. But I'm hoping that when people go back and watch this, and if you are watching this on a replay and it's not live, hit the like button and comment below, because the better it does, the more chance I'll do another one next year. One year, Maddie, I'd like to do a Christmas sleepover. There's just so many cool ideas I have for this channel to do things like this, but obviously,
part of it rests on just how busy people are. Christmas time is a very busy time for a lot of people, so.
Well, that's why I said I don't think a lot of anything is going to come from the live broadcast.
But the rewatch, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. I think because then people can watch it at their leisure. And like I said in the opening, I'm going to put timestamps down below once it's over. So like if you okay, Ryan doesn't like zombie movies. Well, he can skip to when I rank franchises, tier rankings. He can skip to when I talk about 80s, Halloween back in the 80s and watch some old 80s Halloween commercials.
It's like the Whatever podcast. That thing's 8 hours long. I don't stay up for the whole feed of that thing.
Exactly.
On Saturday night. Like, that's like basically like through the week I finish it up.
Matt Wilson coming in. Oh, and by the way, I'm broadcasting simultaneously both on the Midnite Mike Show channel and my other channel, Midnite Mike Studios. So if you don't know what Midnite Mike Studios is, go check it out and give it a like. I'd appreciate it. I'm sorry, subscribe. I'd appreciate that. But Matt Wilson, he's been with me since my old Midnight Jury days. He says, I'll be checking in a few times throughout the night. I sleep like garbage most nights right now, so I have no idea when. Maddie, I also thought of something. I'm not going to, if someone super chats or something like that, I'm not going to blast the Jets chant. Okay? Because I want people to be able to put this on and fall asleep to it. And I don't want to be nailing loud things because it's an overnight show.
Right.
So just to let everybody know, I will not be blasting Jets chants or the pew 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 sound or things like that. Any sounds I play will be a little bit more toned down, I think.
And I will be on throughout the night in the comments from work.
Oh, I'd appreciate that, Maddie.
But yeah, I don't know. I was thinking, I was like, I wonder if there's a webcam on the computer. And I was like, I wonder how fast I'll get written up for doing that from work. So
we'll see.
I'll be in the comments only, I think. So
Coos, Lou Coos, I assume it is. On Resurgence Movies, Debbie did Denver too. I was unaware of that.
I did not know that, but I'm going to be Googling some things incognito later.
I was very aware of this. Matt Wilson comes in and says the teaser trailer for the next Scream movie is supposed to drop on Thursday. If it drops overnight, you could do a first take reaction to it.
That'd be cool.
I don't know if I can though.
Well, you can just watch it and give a reaction. You don't have to.
Oh, okay, that's a good idea. There you go, Maddie.
Just be like, hey, man, we watched it. It was cool, or the booty cheeks. I've only seen, I think, the first 2 Screams ever. So,
I think they're all good except for Scream 3.
Okay.
Scream 3 is probably my least favorite of the series, but other than that, I actually really, it's one of those franchises that I feel like at least kind of stays, how some franchises have big ups and then big downs.
Yeah.
I feel like Scream stays pretty consistent throughout. So
very cool. Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, there we go. I can't do it's still early, but I'm not going to do a Jets chant. What I'll do is you get how about this? You get
a spooky noise.
I don't have it. I should have thought of that. Here you go.
America, fuck yeah!
Thank you. He says, nice
Thank
melon.
you, Scott. You knew it would return once the Jets finally won a game.
First super chat of the night, Scott. I really appreciate that. Thank you guys. It really does help out and help support the show. So it is what it is. Did you hear about that? Michael Carter going to the Eagles?
I did see that. I don't know much about the whiteout we got back, so I got to do some homework tonight probably.
I don't either. As a matter of fact, eventually Tommy's going to come on, and I'll probably start asking him about it.
The things I've read was that he's actually pretty decent. It's just he's buried behind a lot of talent on the Eagles, which is why he was expendable.
Yeah, but imagine like you're on a Super Bowl contending team, and they come into the locker room one day and go, "Oh, you've been traded," and he's like, "Oh, where?" The Jets.
Do you think the coach even did it that nicely? He'd just walk in and go, "Fuck you."
There it is. Jets receive John Michi the third, and then they're swapping. It looks like 2027 picks. So I'm excited about that.
Yeah.
2 years, so we'll get a sixth rounder instead of a seven.
We'll get some random fucking defensive end.
What the hell?
Chad Powers. Let's talk about it.
Oh, but I don't want to spoil it for people who didn't spoil
it. I enjoyed it. I really hope they do more of it.
They will.
The season finale.
Yeah, what are you talking about, dude? The way they end it on a huge.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. They ended My Cousin or My Name Is Earl on a cliffhanger. So
that usually doesn't happen nowadays. With
and they've said they want to, but they haven't gotten an order for a second season yet. So
I don't think it'll be a problem.
I don't think so either. Everybody I know who has watched that movie enjoyed it, or that show. So
I don't know if blockbusters, Maddie, were just not in my area when I was a kid. But when I was really young, going to video stores in the 80s, I don't remember there being many blockbusters. I went to
when I was a kid, it was the supermarket.
Yeah, supermarket or mom and pop video stores.
Yeah.
You know, blockbusters and what was the other one? Hollywood Video.
Blockbuster came about when I was out of high school or close to. That was when they would the late 90s was when they had their insane insurgence of every fucking 18 blocks there was a 7-Eleven and a Blockbuster. So
yeah, well, once the 90s hit, my God, they they kind of, like I said, Blockbuster and Hollywood Video kind of ate up, and Family Video also kind of ate up all of the mom and pop ones.
I wonder if my Blockbuster card's still in here.
Do you really? I'm going to go back there. I hate Hellraiser, but Lou says no Hellraiser. It's too spooky. I'm going to be honest. This may be a hot take. This maybe people aren't ready. I don't like the Hellraiser series. I'll be honest. Nothing about it does anything for me.
I don't mind them. I don't love them. I mean, there's just kind of whatever-ish to me. It's okay. Hellraiser, some of the visuals are cool, but I don't.
For me, Maddie, it's more about horror movies don't scare me, and I blame that on my mom.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. They don't scare me either.
Exactly, and my mom had me watching them so young that, and once again, I'm doing the same thing with my daughters, where I'm showing it to them so young, and then I'll show them making of, so they understand. Like tonight, we watched Halloween 2018, and immediately, when Michael Myers steps on his the doctor's head or something, and it just splatters. Both girls were just like, oh, I bet I know how they did that. And they started explaining oh, I bet it was a watermelon or watermelon innards or whatever, or fake blood. Yeah. And so they understand how it's done. So nothing really, but if I'm going to get spooked out, it's with things that are a little bit more could happen. Okay. So a Jason. Now I understand a zombie Jason and whatever.
Yeah, but just a lunatic with a knife.
Correct. A grown man who's bigger than me, Michael Myers, Jason, Leatherface, people like that. That if I'm gonna get spooked, it's gonna be from something like that, or the Blair Witch Project. They never show you anything.
Yeah,
so
I love the Blair Witch Project.
Yeah, so you have kind of these things, but when it starts to get into Leprechaun, Hellraiser, Chucky, I love Chucky. I like these movies, not necessarily Hellraiser, but when they're so out of the realm of possibility, it just doesn't do anything for me.
Well, I mean, that's the thing for me. If someone's going to freak me out, it has to be something I can't comprehend. And very seldom I know how to handle a werewolf. I know how to handle a vampire. I know what these things are. And one of the rarities that really got me going was Stephen King's 1408, the short story.
Okay.
The movie's kind of whatever-ish, but the short story, which actually King himself read, I remember I was driving home. I was driving as a truck driver, and I was coming back from I was coming out from a long road trip, and I threw that in on CD, and they put some surprise sound effects in it and everything, and just it was so incomprehensible. It was great. Like things like that work for me.
But the movie's not so hot.
The movie's
You know me,
okay.
Maddie. I don't read.
The movie's okay, but the problem is that having gone through the audio book in my car, like Dark Fall Night, the whole nine, it couldn't compare. It's still good. I suspect if I had seen the movie first, I might have liked it more. But I like Samuel Jackson. I like John Cusack. I don't hate the movie. But I am interested if anybody has watched Welcome to Derry, that new It series that came out.
I started watching it today.
How was it?
My wife has started substitute teaching, and my kids were at school, and I saw it's out. Okay, and I watched maybe the first 15 minutes, and my wife calls and goes, "Oh, I got out early, so I took the girls out early. We'll be home in 5 minutes." So I didn't want to take the chance of continuing to watch it with the girls. I like to pre-watch things.
Yeah, I always make sure I see stuff beforehand for at least the younger ones.
Yeah, it takes okay. So it takes place in the 60s, and the first scene it's a little much, and there's a lot of CGI. So I don't want to place full judgment on it,
right?
But we'll see. Once again, Bill Skarsgård plays Pennywise so well, and I haven't seen an appearance of Pennywise yet. So when that comes up, I will obviously, get. Yeah, are you planning on watching it?
I'm gonna, although I maintain I think it is a very overrated story book. It was great for its time. I feel like it's gotten just beaten into the ground now, but I'll give it a look.
Real quick, Scott Foster comes in with $1.99. Here you go, Scott.
America, fuck yeah!
Comes in with $1.99. Says, I thought it was for Woody raising ticket prices. Oh, what? Maddie cutting his hair?
Yeah, I gave my hair to.
Can you believe that?
The audacity.
Like the team
audacity.
And didn't they just raise ticket prices this past season?
Yeah.
Like what are you thinking? I'm starting to get this feeling, Maddie, that he is gonna. He's pulling a what's the bitch from Major League?
Oh yeah, trying to move the team.
Maddie, he's tanking everything. He's raising prices. He's pricing people out, and I think he wants to get this team to London or somewhere else or wherever.
I don't know if there is a.
I don't think the NFL will allow it.
No, I don't know if there's a clause though, because unless I think after this season, the Jets can opt out of their lease for the stadium where they are now. And then if not, they have to stay for the next 78 years or whatever they signed on for. And I'm wondering if his plan is to try and build he's always talking about building the Jets their own stadium. We'll see if that ever happens. But I don't know. It does seem strange around here. You can't be that tone deaf to your fan base. The fact that this team even has PSLs is just atrocious. I got to pay a cover charge to buy tickets to watch this shit. You're right.
And parking.
Yeah.
$100.
It's
have you guys seen the horror comedy Teeth? It's about a high school girl who has teeth down there.
I've heard of it. I have not watched it.
That has got to be one of the most low budget, shitty horror movies. Now, does that make me want to watch it?
That doesn't make me not want to watch it.
Exactly.
I still haven't watched OnlyFans yet, but I will get to it.
Ryan says, I love Chucky and Child's Play where Chucky bites Kyle's mom. He has no batteries. It's Andy. Kyle actually was his foster sister in Child's Play 2. But yes, that is the big shock scene in the original Child's Play. But absolutely. This is my wife. The old It is good, but only the first part with the kids. Then it is so bad. The new It freaks me out more than the other movies.
The first It of the two I like again, but the whole story is only good with the kids. With the adults, I'm kind of like, okay, kill them.
Well, she said what she's saying is that original Tim Curry one.
Yeah,
when was the last time
you watched it? Is my question.
Oh, I love that movie.
I can't. I
I've
tried to
watched
watch
that movie
it. It
100
was
times.
terrible. I tried to get through it again. It was so
No,
bad.
the problem is that she's right. The first half with the kids is really good because the kids care. Like all the adults they brought in, they phoned it in. Like like John Ritter and the guy
Venus Flytrap and Harry Anderson.
Yep, Harry Anderson and Tim Reed.
Yep.
Annette O'Toole, which by the way, she did a topless scene that I was completely unaware of and showed up on my Twitter timeline. But either way, yeah, no, she's right. And the new its are, I mean, they are what they are. The problem is that with the new its, they do a lot of that ring, like Japanese, like where he goes at the camera, and it's all like choppy and whatnot. And that never does it. That's not my style.
I don't know. All I'm gonna say is that that book I'm reading, King Sorrow, right now, though, if you can read, you should do it.
I can't.
I know you can't.
Brian comes in and says, Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween to you too, Brian. I hope you enjoy this. Hit the like button, please. I'd appreciate that. Welcome to Dairy. Started pretty well. I think a lot of people will love it. I don't think they're afraid to go for it.
Cool. Like I said, I'll probably give it a watch. We've got a bye week coming up, so I'm kind of like, all right, maybe I'll just I'm gonna really take it easy Sunday because I'm about to be in for a hellish couple of days. Tomorrow morning, the plumbers come at 8 o'clock. I get
to blow out that wall for your
to jackhammer through my wall and fix that. So hopefully I can get some sleep. Then I got to take my car over because you guys know I got rear-ended. I'm finally gonna fix my shit. I got to go get a rental car. Then I got to hopefully try and find some sleep, get into work the next night. Hopefully not have to work a 12-hour shift. Then like Friday when I get home, I'm just gonna die.
I'm gonna die when the show is over. I'm gonna be done. Like I'm gonna be so wiped out by tomorrow morning. But
I go through that once a week though. Every my Monday is the same way where I'm just like, oh, we're going to this overnight shit again. Let's try not to die. And then I got some decent sleep today though, so that was all right.
Lou comes in and says Bengals are also traumatized over a winless Jets takedown. Not winless anymore, buddy.
Yep. I would be too if I was that coach. They'd never hear the end of it.
Chair Company, though?
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah, it's a new show on HBO by the same guys who did I Think You Should Leave. I haven't watched it, but it's pretty good, though, huh? Okay.
There it is.
Yeah, right.
Has Woody been waiting for the first win to announce it?
No, you're going to see the Jets fly in on a shitty fucking biplane next week. It's going to be just like Major League.
That's hilarious. Oh, there it is. Ticket prices should be based on a win-loss ratio. I agree.
Even if they weren't there, it's just on a supply and demand ratio. Nobody's going to these games.
Well,
and they're getting them at bargain basement ass prices.
And not only that, but like the people who do go to the games are mostly fans of the other team.
Yeah. It's embarrassing.
No, I have no interest in the World Series. If my team's not in it, I have no interest.
I've been trying to keep an eye on the score, but
actually, to be fair, if the Mets were in it, I'd probably pay more attention to it just because Maddie's a Mets fan. But other than that, I don't have any interest if the Yankees aren't in it. The only sport that I watch all the way to the end, no matter what, is football. I will watch some of once the Devils get eliminated, I will watch some of. I'm more interested in the Stanley Cup playoffs, but World Series not so much. I do hope the Blue Jays win because of Don Mattingly, and that's it.
Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah,
that's it.
I'm just rooting for the Blue Jays because everybody hates the Dodgers.
Well, I see a lot of people, Maddie. I see a lot of people coming on and being like, "Oh, it's USA versus Canada."
No, it's not.
No, it's the fucking Dodgers. Fuck the Dodgers.
Your tits. It's the Dodgers versus the rest of the world. Everybody gets so wound.
Let me just go through here real quick. I just want to see if I had anything. No, I didn't. Okay. All righty. What is this? Scott says at least give out free beer and hot dogs. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Not a bad idea, but it ain't going to happen.
Yeah. I think it's absurd that Woody Johnson is thinking of raising ticket prices with how the Jets have played the past 5, 6, 7 years. It's like,
yeah, I don't understand the mentality here at all. I mean, you've already got a fan base that's pretty much fucking fed up with your shit. And that's the way to go, huh?
Maddie, let me ask you this. We were talking about the Of the Dead movies earlier. Of those original 4, let's leave out Survival and Diary.
Yeah.
How would you rank those?
1, 2, 4, 3.
1, 2, 4. Wow, you like Land over Day.
I do, but I think it might be a little nostalgic. But I really liked Land. I mean, I haven't really watched Land since I saw it in the theaters with my mom. But there was an Xbox game for Land of the Dead as well.
Oh yeah, I think the PlayStation one too.
Yeah, and I enjoyed it. It was a different take. I mean, I had some serious problems with it. I just felt that Day kind of felt like
very claustrophobic.
It just wanted to be dawn again, and it had its moments, but I enjoy Land a little more. I think part of it is I haven't seen Day in a long time too, so maybe by next year after I do a rewatch on the whole series, I might think differently. But 1 and 2 are just unshakable. 1's my favorite zombie movie of all time, and 2's fantastic. So
I would go 2, 1, 3, 4. So I'd go Dawn, Night, Day, Land. I mean, once again, Land isn't bad, but the funny thing about it is, once again, I love when actors take a role that's ridiculous and like really take it seriously. So like Dennis Hopper playing that the owner of that like city like building, like the rich guy.
Green.
Yeah, and then the same thing with John Leguizamo.
Yeah, Leguizamo was hilarious in that. It's just, and then you got Asia Argentino, and look, one of my problems is though, like, it took 4 movies to figure out that water isn't going to stop them; it's going to slow them down. That's it.
Well, yeah. Well, I guess they didn't go into water, but that's another thing. I don't mind I don't mind the idea of zombies getting smarter. You know, but I do have a problem with them like talking to each other and they're being like leaders. So
my problem is I actually don't really like them getting smarter because I've thought way too much about this. Your average zombie is going to rot away, and any injury it takes is not going to heal.
I agree.
So, and the thing is, my biggest thing too, if I ever did a zombie movie, almost every zombie would be in their fucking pajamas. Because really what would happen is you'd get bit, nobody know what's going on, you felt like shit, you went home. You laid down. You died. Half of these fuckers wouldn't get out of their houses because they wouldn't be able to figure out a doorknob.
Well, my whole thing is like, so you talked about that. You saw the Dawn of the Dead remake with your mom when that came out. I am not for running zombies.
No, that's just nonsense. But
and the thing is that the zombie, what's scary about zombies is the herd, not the speed.
Yeah,
so
it's actually every fucking where.
Correct. And another thing, like you just said, and I argued with people with my old show, The Midnight Jury. I got in big arguments with people, and I said exactly what you said, Maddie. I said, when you die, these zombies are rotting away, so therefore their muscle and their tissue and everything.
Yeah,
if they tried to run,
lifespan.
Yeah, it would fall apart. They'd fall apart running.
Yeah.
So
particularly if this happened in the summer. You got to factor in weather.
Now I could understand if they wanted to have like a couple zombies that can run, like they just died.
Yeah, but that wouldn't last.
Correct. As they decomposed, they can pull off less things.
And you look at it so if it's in the summer, they rot faster. If it's in the winter, they're gonna freeze up and move slower.
Yep.
So, again, we're thinking way too much about this. But it's a fun discussion to have.
It's the Halloween sleepover, Maddie. We're supposed to be thinking of dumb shit like this.
Yeah, well, we're definitely thinking about it. But, I mean, that's the thing, though, is they're fun. Like I said, when we went and saw Dawn of the Dead, I was just like, this is ridiculous. And my mom was like, yeah, it was fun. But when we went to the premiere of Shaun of the Dead, where I got to meet Shaun and Ed and the director, they addressed it. And they were like, yeah, zombie is basically the Latin is for sleepwalker. They we know they're not supposed to be fast. That's why we didn't do fast zombies in our movie. Shaun of the Dead's an amazing film, by the way.
Real quick, Maddie, we've got another Midnight Mike Show family member ready to come in. Ladies and gentlemen, hasn't been on the show for a little while. Good to see him. Here's Tommy Jets. How you doing, Tommy?
I know that guy.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How's it going?
Happy Halloween, Tommy.
Yeah, it should be a fun one. I'm actually going to be in Syracuse for Halloween, so trying to figure stuff out tomorrow with the baby and family and all that stuff.
So fill us in. We're not as familiar with this new Jet, the wide receiver that we're getting from the Eagles. We're sending Michael Carter, the second, over to the Eagles, and in return we get a wide receiver John Mechie,
Yeah,
the third.
Mechie.
What do you know about him?
Yeah, Alabama guy. I liked Mechie. He ended up tearing his ACL early in his NFL career, and has just not really been actually, he had cancer too, by the way. So he had kind of the double whammy there. He's back and healthy now. So, presumably you have to assume so. He's been kind of Houston has a lot of pass catchers, so they don't necessarily need him the same way the Jets need him. But I think he's a guy who can come in and be a good wide receiver 3 for the team.
Who's our wide receiver 2?
Yeah, I would like to know that as well.
Yeah, Breece Hall.
Mason Taylor.
Well, let's talk about that real quick. Now that you're here, man, we haven't seen you in a couple weeks. The Jets get their first win. Were you watching the game?
I was not, because I was
gave up already. He was like, fuck it. I said, you gave up already.
No, I was actually traveling. I had a night. I'll have to tell you guys about this in a bit, but I had a nightmare travel schedule. So I ended up missing a lot of Sunday. I tried to catch in through the radio and stuff, but that doesn't really tell the full story. You know what I mean? But I mean, Mangold passing away, they needed to win that game. I think that was great that they did win that game. And I believe Breece Hall's rushing average was 7.4 yards, which I thought was really cool.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Nick Mangold. I got to speak to him a bunch of times, and he's a really great guy. It sucks that he ended up passing away.
What about that performance, by the way, from Breece Hall? 2 touchdowns and a passing touchdown.
I ended up winning some money. I bet on him for a touchdown, 2 touchdowns actually in the game. So I'm fine with that. I
was shocked. I was shocked that there were actually people like we. I don't know. I think you were on with Jay one time, the Steelers fan. Yeah, and he actually had Breece on his fantasy team, and I thought after the game, I was like, did anybody have any faith in the Jets to have one of their running backs at this point? They haven't been doing anything,
right?
And to put and to have him, I mean, I don't know how certain leagues score, but he must have been off the charts.
Yeah. If you've got the passing touchdown and the rushing touchdown, I mean, he did it all. You would like to see some of that stuff happen the first 7 weeks of the year, where Enstring kind of goes into his bag of tricks, I guess we'll call it, for offensive play calling. But I mean, it was a big game. I mean, the Bengals are also bad, though, let's be honest, but
yeah,
they're not as bad as us, at least not last Sunday.
Not last Sunday. There's Ryan says November 13th, Jets at Patriots, round 1. I mean, do any of us really think that the Jets are going to win that game?
I don't. JK looks fantastic.
Yeah, sadly. But yeah, look, that game shocked the hell out of me, and I said that the Jets defense was absolutely horrible that game. But someone reminded me in the comment section of my reaction video that they came out when they needed to. Those last 2 drives, when they got the Bengals off the field, 2 3-and-outs, I believe. I'm not sure, but I believe it was 2 3-and-outs to win the game. You have to at least give them that credit.
Yeah, I mean, we have to keep perspective here too. They did only win by 1 point. If it wasn't a blowout, it's a win. We're all happy. But I like to think of as Winston Wolfe in Pulp Fiction, who's like, let's not start sucking each other's dicks just yet here, gentlemen. But we have our 2 weeks of joy because we can't lose this Sunday, which for me, that's a streak.
I'll take it.
Yeah. 2 weeks undefeated, baby.
Okay, you could say that. 2 weeks undefeated, but it's not a winning streak. Would be winning.
Hey, that's an undefeated streak, and
we'll go undefeated streak. We'll take that.
Sounds
2 weeks
better.
Undefeated,
Who's
and then
our
we got
game back.
The Browns.
We're gonna get fucking killed.
I don't know.
They're gonna go out there and fucking shit the bed.
Wonder if they start Shador, because Dylan Gabriel hasn't looked really good.
I think we talked about this at the beginning of the year. I think they might start Shador at least once this season. What else do they got to lose? You know what I mean?
Well, that's how I feel about Brady Cook. It's like, what do you got to lose? Throw him
That's
out
how
there.
yeah, Brady
Yeah,
Cook should get a shot.
Why not?
When Maddie leans into the camera, it looks like a 72 Chrysler Imperial head-on.
It's right, and it looks good.
Chris, our Buffalo Bills fan, we only have a triple team. We only have a team in Buffalo, and we are the Blue Jays farm team. Oh, we only have a triple A team in Buffalo. Yeah, I've lost all respect for no. Buffalo can never sit there and say, "Oh, we're the only real New York team."
We're New York's team.
Yeah, when every single thing has been good luck Blue Jays, even against the Yankees.
Yeah,
good luck Blue Jays.
You guys are Toronto's team.
Yeah, exactly. Bullshit.
Might as well change your name from the Buffalo Bills to the Buffalo Argonauts.
Woody is so out of touch with the Jets fan base. We talked about a little earlier. Tommy, Woody Johnson expected to raise ticket prices again.
I saw that. Yeah. Did you see his Jordan Travis thing too?
Yes, I just saw that.
Where he said, what did he say? He said something like,
"You gotta get healthy ever."
Yeah, even though they knew that when they drafted him, he might never play again. Like, that's crazy. This guy is insane, man. Raising ticket prices is insane considering they don't give any of the season ticket holders anything. I mean, if they gave them like stuff, okay.
Last year.
I don't even think they give him like a refrigerator schedule magnet.
No, my buddy's dad was a season ticket holder. He ended up getting rid of him last year, I think, because they gave him like literally nothing. And then
somebody
they
told me that like
the
price
like 15%
was like a fucking a yearbook.
Yeah. It's
okay.
Ridiculous.
And like I said, and I've said this before, but you have the teams like the Giants last season giving out replica Super Bowl rings in like a wooden case with a glass top, and it's like, and the Jets get a yearbook.
If that.
Like, how hard is it for Woody to like for them to shell out? Like, you could get like a Fruit of the Loom $2 T-shirt, put the Jets logo on it, the year, and like a coffee mug or something, and fans would be fine with that. Like, how hard?
And a yearbook and a refrigerator schedule magnet.
Well, yes. I have my Jets Crucial Catch sweatshirt coming tomorrow, so
nice.
Oh, that's exciting.
I had to buy one. You know, cancer's been like a nightmare in my life for the last couple of years, so. But
let's see.
And they get no discount on that shit.
We got Scott coming in, and Scott is blowing up the chat right now. So we're going to get to those because we officially have a Scott sighting. Scott says, unfortunately, they didn't get to play the Bengals defense in the first 7 weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, and another thing is that I see so many people positive about Justin Fields, and it's like he's had 2 good games.
Yeah. And then like next week it's going to be, or week after next it's going to be just so low. It's like, show me 3 good games in a row and I might start to drink the Kool-Aid. But it's one good game and then it's
Woody Johnson, that they're just like, he said, fuck Justin Fields, fuck Woody. Justin Fields is good again,
Yeah.
Real quick, anyone watching, a lot of the Halloween events that we have planned for tonight are going to start around midnight. And when I start, we watch Night of the Living Dead. It'll be right on your screen, and I'll be interrupting with commentary and thoughts on it. But we'll watch it together. I got my popcorn. I got candy. I got apple cider. As a matter of fact, I have a cooler next to me that has beer, soda, apple cider. I mean, I got it all. I'm ready. I'm prepared for a long haul tonight. So all of that is coming up, folks. But Scott says, I wonder.
Call in tonight.
Scott Foster says, I wonder if Flacco's shoulder injury limited him in the last couple drives. I will say this.
Might be.
When he ran off the field, I was like, ooh, we might be able to win this. When he came jogging back on the field, I was like, we're fucked.
Yeah.
Because he comes out, the crowd gets up, they all see him coming on the field, everyone's cheering. I was like, we're done. I was like, that's it right there.
Yeah. He still looks good.
Yeah. I mean, we're all happy we beat a 42-year-old Joe Flacco. Like if you take the rose-colored glasses off and put it into perspective, it's kind of like,
Who were they working out, Scott? He says Jets were working out QBs today.
Oh, I think I saw that. I'd have to double check.
If someone could tell me in the chat, or Tommy
finally
did
take that guy out of row 7.
Woody is a tool. They give their ticket holders heartburn and depression. Yeah, and high blood pressure.
High blood pressure.
Yeah.
No joke.
All right. Oh, see, Scott is ready for tonight. I have gummies, popcorn, and lemonade ready to go. That's what I'm talking about.
Nice.
That is what I'm talking about. Okay, so Tommy, give me. So right now the New York Jets, and it is what it is. Right now the New York Jets have the number 2 pick in the draft. Due to strength of schedule, the Saints have the number 1 pick. Give me your top 3 quarterbacks, so that if we're picking anywhere in the top 3, I can look at these 3 guys.
Fernando Mendoza, Dante Moore, Ty Simpson would be my 3. Fernando Mendoza is in Indiana. He's actually going to be at the Maryland game. He faces Maryland this week. I'm actually going to be at that game. He used to play for the California Golden Bears. He's a Heisman hopeful now. Very accurate passer, very quick with his release. He understands where to go with the football very quickly, and he's a gunslinger too. He reminds me of like a more aggressive and better armed Jared Goff, and like mentally, I guess I would say, like he knows where he's going with the football and he can read a defense well. Dante Moore, I really like what Moore can do. He can go off platform, but he thrives in structure. He's got a strong arm on him too. He's more of like an RPO based guy, but he can do some, pro style stuff. And then Ty Simpson, first year starting at Alabama. He was a dual threat guy in high school, really great runner, but at Alabama, they have him pocket passing, and he's looked phenomenal, to be honest. He keeps his eyes downfield even when he's evading pressure, and he's only his first year starting, so that worries me a little bit. I want to see him another year, but with the way they're talking about him, he's going to be a first-round guy, so I would be shocked if he doesn't declare.
Yeah, I will look at all those guys. Scott came in and said Desmond Ridder and Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
Oh, yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
Are those the guys that are working out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ridder could be interesting. DTR's he had like a ceiling, but he's never really hit that.
I just don't. What's the point? Like, what is the point? We're already done. Like, why are we going to try? Like, I don't know.
Maybe young enough to be like the backup for whoever. I don't know either.
I just don't understand. Like, play with what you got. Don't dole out more money. And if they sign anybody, it better not be past this year. Just yeah, because I will go nuts if we lose more cap space going into next year for somebody. Like, that's not going to be a long-term solution.
Right.
So frustrating. Luke Hoos says Bengals coach put their defeat on his defense 100%. Well, the offense put up 38 points. How are you going to?
Yeah, I mean,
can't blame the offense.
They did their job.
Yeah.
And once again, our defense, like I said, even though we did it when it mattered, that there was, I forget which drive it was, but I want to say it was like end of third quarter, fourth quarter, where the Bengals just did our defense didn't even need to be on the goddamn field. Like they just did whatever they wanted.
Went where they wanted, whenever they wanted.
That's so frustrating to me. Just so frustrating. Did you hear our talk coming in about the George Romero of the Dead series?
I heard a little bit of it.
Are you familiar at all with any of those?
Say that one more time, Mikey.
Are you familiar at all with the series and the Of the Dead movies, George Romero?
Not really, not too much, no.
What about horror in general?
Horror in general, I do like some zombie movies. Yeah, I mean, Dawn of the Dead was good. I not huge on vampire movies, but I love serial. I love.
What about Fright Night? Have you seen Fright Night?
Maybe names. I'm so bad with names, Mike. It's a disaster.
Fright Night is literally my favorite vampire movie. It's just it's so 80s, and it's like, have you ever seen Child's Play?
Yeah,
the original. You know the cop, Chris Sarandon plays the cop in that movie. He's the
Really?
he's the main lead in. Isn't he also the voice of Jack Skellington?
I don't know about that.
Ooh, maybe.
I think
Maybe.
he is. Either
Alright.
way, he plays the main vampire in Fright Night, and then there's a few other people that I doubt you would know if I threw out their names, except for the love interest in the movie is Amanda Bierce, who was Marcy Darcy on Married with Children, the next door neighbor who Al always calls a chicken.
On Friday night, it is Chris Sarandon. Sarandon.
On what?
He's the voice actor of the Jack Skellington.
Yeah. See?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? I found that out many years after that movie came out that was Chris Sarandon.
God, I haven't seen that movie in forever.
Same. Yeah, I'm actually trying to show my daughter The Great Pumpkin of Charlie Brown.
Yeah, we watch that every year.
Yeah. And tonight we watched my favorite, and I think I've mentioned this before on the show, but my favorite Halloween special, just because it literally came out when I was old enough to like watch it on its first broadcast, was Garfield's Halloween Adventure.
Love Garfield's Halloween Adventure, man.
And
pirate skeletons are the best.
Dude, it's surprisingly spooky. Like,
yeah.
my youngest just sat and watched Halloween 2018 with me with no problem. But those skeleton ghosts at the end of Garfield freaked her out.
She's like, hell.
Really?
Yeah, it's so weird. I'm like, she's saying that, and I'm like, you've watched every Michael Myers movie. You know, I'm starting to show her all the Jason movies. She's seen she's seen like Night of the Living Dead. They've seen these movies, and the pirate ghosts from Garfield's Halloween Adventure freaked her out.
That's funny as well. Oh, I do love Freddy Krueger. He's probably my favorite slasher.
Do you have a favorite Freddy movie?
I mean, I really love the first one. I've seen the first three. I don't know if there's more than three. There probably is
a lot more than three.
Yeah, I've seen the first and third were my favorites. I wasn't too huge in the second one.
I don't think anybody liked the second one. And
Freddy is good in part two.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, I remember when I was a kid, my buddy's like, "Yeah, man." I was like, "Oh, you got part two?" And he's like, "Dude, it's not good." And I'm like, "I'm 9. It's good. Let's go." And we watched it, and I was like,
"That wasn't good."
I don't know how. The best line in the whole movie is "Help yourself, fucker," and he throws that guy. I don't know why that cracks me up all the time.
Well, the thing about two is that it's one of the few horror movies where the main the what do you call it? Is it the protagonist?
Protagonist.
Is it was a guy, and he screamed like a girl. Like his scream was so high pitched and whatever. And the guy is gay in real life, so maybe that has something to do with it. But he also had this really weird dancing scene.
Yeah, it was just a weird movie.
What the hell is going on here? Like, I almost wish I could pull that up, but I know I'll get nailed for that. But he starts dancing around extremely, almost sexually,
flamboyantly.
Flamboyantly.
Yeah.
And it's just weird. You can't get behind it's hard to get behind a guy protagonist. So,
and it has now suddenly become this like gay icon movie too, and you're like, okay.
Did it really?
Yeah, like it's, and I'm like, okay, there's way better gay movies out there, I'm sure, but whatever.
Maddie knows them.
I mean, I watch all the lesbian films, for science.
Yes. Oh, okay, all right, that's fair. But okay, so Tommy, if you had to put a Mount Rushmore of horror icons, who would yours be?
Freddy, Jason, Michael Myers. I mean, that's just and then I'd probably, it would probably be between, oh my God, I'm gonna forget it'd probably be between like Chucky and the Leprechaun for me.
Okay. See, what would you say, Maddie?
Freddy, Jason, Michael, and Leatherface.
Oh, I love Leatherface too. That's
Leatherface
a good call.
is my boy, so
that's a good call.
See, I do think Leatherface is pretty badass, but the problem is the first one was good, and the remake with Jessica Biel was good.
Mm-hmm.
The second one, will say, and I've said this on the show before.
So insane.
It's so insane and goofy and whatever. But I think it's like I like it for the same reason I like Chad Powers. It's so ridiculous, but like the actors, especially
have fun with it because they
Dennis
go hard.
Hopper, again, we talked about him earlier. He just goes full bore with that character, and just I don't know.
Yeah,
and
you're
then,
just like, all right, if Hopper cares, I care.
yeah, and then the third one, and then you get to the Next Generation with Matthew McConaughey and Renee Zellweger.
That was so crazy.
Like it's a really weird series. I feel like Ghostface has earned his spot at this point.
I know there's a movie that's hidden somewhere. It's Tobe Hooper did this thing called American Nightmare, and or American Massacre, something like that. And it's Chop Top's twin brother, who's back from like Vietnam and in some mental asylum. If you Google it, he made this movie, but that just never released it. And it hit the news recently because somebody got from like an estate sale or something. What they were saying was basically that movie. Like they have a copy. It might be chopped up a little bit. And I'm like going, well, let's get that fucker out there. Come on, man. Like I want to see it. But and it was a Hooper one. It wasn't one of the weird half-ass ones. I think they filmed it in like 99 or something. So it's not even that old, but
Ryan says, "Come on, Thomas. There were 8 Nightmare on Elm Street
Dude,
films."
I lose count. I've seen a bunch.
I have
of
to
movies.
check that real quick because there was 1, 2, 3, which is Dream Warriors, 4 Dream Master, 5 Dream Child, 6 Freddy's Dead, then 7.
7 was Freddy's Dead.
No, 7 was New Nightmare. 8 was Freddy versus Jason.
So
I saw that too.
And then 9, there's 9 because then there was the remake.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
okay.
Ryan,
I've seen more than 2. I've seen like 4.
Ryan, there's 9, buddy. Which one did you forget, Ryan? Let us know in the comments section.
I don't know. A lot of us don't want to admit that remake ever happened.
That's true. That's true. See, usually people forget to put Freddy versus Jason in,
right?
Because it's it's technically in both.
I don't think young people understand how fucking amazing that movie was when it was announced, like how important it was.
And then once again, I don't think it's a bad movie.
No, but we had been wanting that for so long. We had
what were you
for it?
And what were people? I hear so many people shit on Freddy versus Jason, but what did you expect? Like you had to take these two characters and have this huge blowout like WWF fight at the end.
The fact that they made even a vaguely coherent film was pretty impressive to begin with. Like, there was actually a plot you could follow. Mm-hmm. Like, but we weren't there for no bullshit. I don't give a fuck that your parents gave you drugs to make you not have nightmares or whatever. No, man, I want to see Freddy fight Jason. End of discussion.
The only problem I had with it is that the whole Jason being afraid of water thing. That if whoever wrote the movie or the director was Ronnie Yu, if any of them watched any other Jason movies, they would know that he's not afraid of the water, especially 6, where he walks into the water to fight Tommy Jarvis. Like he's not afraid of water.
I don't know. You got to let some shit slide.
Yeah, well, that's a little bit much for me. A little bit much for me. All right. Well, actually, I want to show you guys something. So I was talking about this earlier, and I was going to do this later in the evening, but I figure if Maddie said that he loved the Blair Witch Project, I have to kind of show you guys this. So this summer, I went to Burkittsville, Maryland, where they filmed the Blair Witch Project, and I went to a bunch of the filming locations, and I actually prepared to make an on-location video. Problem is, I've been having a bitch of a time getting it onto my computer and uploaded into my editing software without it being choppy and shitty. And I think I have a way to do it where I can edit it together, but I have 3 pictures, and then I want to show you guys something. So this is me at the Burkittsville sign. Now it's a little bit of a different sign from the movie because the original signs kept getting stolen. Every time they'd put them up, people would steal them as a memento from the film. So then they changed it up a little bit, and I think they've been getting stolen a little less. But that's that. And then this is a picture, if you remember the scene in the cemetery, where she's talking to the camera and whatnot. This is the cemetery. Those are my daughters. I said, hey, this is the Blair Witch, and I showed them Blair Witch right before we did, we went on this vacation. And this was awesome. Being in that cemetery, it's exactly the same as it looks in the film. Absolutely cool. I was able to find a bunch of the headstones that they showed in the film, like especially there's one of like a praying baby angel that is very prominent in the film. I found that too. And then finally, my wife took this picture, which I like. This is me filming for the YouTube video. So you can see in our rear view mirror of our car, there's me with setting up the camera on a gravestone.
Nice.
To film. So hopefully I will eventually get that out. But while I was there, I went into the woods and I got a bunch of sticks. And they were sitting in the back of our car for months. And my wife was like, why do you have these sticks? What are you doing? Like, get them out of my car, because she uses the good car. I get the shitty car. And eventually she brought them into my studio and just threw them down. And I put them to this. Well, I finally, if you follow me on social media, these are actual sticks from the woods of Burkittsville, Maryland, and the Blair Witch Project. This is the small one.
Nice.
And then this is the big one.
I love it.
Nice. I learned something interesting about the Blair Witch Project. Was in the first one, they used all three of their real names.
Yep.
You know, and that was part of the deal. Well, in the second one, they talked about them, and that wasn't part of the deal. So each one of the actors sued Blair Witch 2 and got $300,000.
Good for them.
Well, that's good, because they still up until recently were suing for they got almost nothing.
Yeah.
For that movie. So it blew up. So for them to not get anything from it was pretty shocking. And then they also, I mean, and what they had to go through in order to film that movie, like they didn't even know what they were doing. So every morning they would get like a box, and inside the box would be a letter to each of them.
Yeah, what we're doing today.
What you're doing, what you're supposed to get across, and you can't tell the people, you know, what's going on. So that final scene where Josh is already dead, but they're hearing or missing, and they keep hearing him yelling, and then they get into the house and they go up into the attic, and then he leaves her alone and runs all the way downstairs into the basement, and she's following him screaming. Could you imagine filming that? And she had no idea that he was going to lead her up to the attic and then leave her high and dry and head to the, like, that's spooky as shit. Like, even though you're filming something, and they were all alone out there.
Yeah.
You know, all they had were their two cameras, and apparently something fucked up in that scene, and they had to actually redo it the next night because the audio wasn't available correctly for the first time they filmed it. So there's that movie. Anybody who goes, I'm telling you, go down a rabbit hole and listen to interviews and whatnot about that movie, and you will be blown away with how that movie was filmed and all of that stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, the marketing, though, when when that came out, they were like, "Yeah, this is real," and motherfuckers were like, "I can't really disprove this."
Well, the internet was so brand new.
Yeah, you could. It was not like now, where in 3 minutes, Reddit would have been like, "No way, pussies."
Well, not only that, but on the website they had like police evidence photos.
Oh yeah, they released a whole dossier.
Yep. And they also released a thing called it was either The Curse of the Blair Witch or whatever.
A documentary.
The separate documentary.
On the documentary.
Correct. And it was
great.
Just so believable the way they did it. And I still watch people doing reaction videos and being like, wait, are these, like, in the beginning when they're interviewing people around town, they couldn't believe that they're actors and not just regular people.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a great rabbit hole to go down to do the Blair Witch Project. The last thing I will say is that when we went to go see it in the theater, it was like the first weekend going. I went
that Friday night,
and none of us were sure if it was real or not. And I went with my sister, and we each had like 5 friends with us, so it was like 10. We took up like a whole aisle of the movie theater, and my mom and my stepdad were in the back of the theater because they wanted to see the movie too. And throughout the movie, my stepdad is such a wimp when it comes to horror movies that you could hear him over everyone else in the packed theater screaming. So it was definitely cool. All right, we got another person to bring in here. He's been very patient, then dropped out, and then came back. I appreciate him here. Let's bring him in, our Vikings correspondent, Sean Neutron. How you doing, Sean?
What's up, guys? No, I dropped away because for some reason the internet was acting weird, so I had to exit out and go back in.
That's been going around for everybody lately. Like my internet's been spotty here and there. Like I've talked to a lot of people, like some friends back east and out west, and they're like, "Yeah, my shit's all funky lately."
Didn't something happen with Amazon internet?
Yeah, man, that shit got fucking. I think it got attacked because I forget what day it was, but I was expecting packages from them, and I'm like, "What the fuck is this?" Because I'm one of those people that constantly checks on his tracking status like all the time. Like
I know they just
fired, they're gonna have their shit out for delivery at 8:35 because at 8:20 it wasn't.
Yeah, I know they just fired 30,000 corporate people. They had 350,000 before that.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Ryan comes in and says Blair Witch Project 2 sucks. Yeah, it does. I mean, they did some cool things with it. So they had a whole thing attached to that film called Estrever, something like that. And Estrever is reverse, backwards. And there's certain parts of the movie, if you play it backwards, or you can see hidden things in the movie that you could find. And then you went on the website, and if you answered the questions right, like they had a cool thing attached to it, but it was just a weird, like it opened up with, and I'm a big fan of Marilyn Manson, but it opened up with Marilyn Manson disposable teens. Like that, when you see the original Blair Witch, and then you go to see Blair Witch 2, and it's just clearly a studio film. That was very disappointing for me.
Yeah.
And not only the third one that came out, I don't know, 2010, I'm guessing, wasn't bad. It was closer to the original, but the acting wasn't fully there. I told you, Maddie, I watched that Hell House LLC movie, which is very in that Blair Witch vein. And the thing that throws you off about that movie is like the acting. It still was fun to watch and still was cool, but the acting at points, it's just like, couldn't you just get a better actor? I know it's not a hard part, but Wayne's World 2, when he's
yeah.
And they kick the gas station attendant out and bring in Charlton Heston as the gas station attendant.
Shit was so fucking funny.
Gordon Street. Are any of you guys a fan of Phantasm?
I remember The Tall Man very well.
I haven't. I don't think I've seen it.
It's a wild little movie. I think I watched the first two a couple of times in high school. But
why are you booing Scott Foster in the comments?
Read it again.
Scott Foster.
Boy.
Oh boy. Oh, sorry.
The Tall Man does this thing. The bad guy is this guy named Angus Scrim, and you hear him stomp down the hall, and he's like, "Boy."
Maddie, my reading comprehension is not good.
Yeah, I know. I watch you read the.
To be fair, it is a tiny comment section to look at.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
the font is very small.
But yeah, no, that was always his thing with that. Phantasm was good. There were a lot of those weird little horror movies that, like, you kind of were like, how did this even get a sequel? But let's talk about a great horror movie that I don't think gets enough credit. And let's talk about Nightbreed.
Dude, I haven't seen. I saw that on. I think I saw Joe Bob do it like 5 or 6 years ago, and I fell asleep because it was the second movie he did.
Oh, okay.
And so
Nightbreed's one of those movies. I love it, but it was like a junior high movie. It came out in like 90 or 91, and it was my buddy and I watched that movie all the fucking time because he had HBO and it was on every night, it seemed like. And it was another Clive Barker joint. They did a Nightbreed versus Hellraiser crossover in the comics that was pretty interesting. But
did any of you ever read the Jason versus what was it? It was where they brought in Ash from Evil Dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything about it. It wasn't that memorable.
Was it Freddy versus Jason versus Ash?
Yeah, I think so.
Something like that. I never was able to
see, the one I liked was Jason versus Leatherface, which is really hard to find. It's an old Topps comics. And they basically just the Leatherface family like adopts Jason. It's a weird breed, but
I mean that actually kind of tracks. Like
yeah, I mean they have a camaraderie, and I think there's like a misunderstanding, and it's kind of like whenever any two superheroes meet and fight because they have to fight first, and it's not great, but I'm sure you can find it online.
Just to remind everybody, we're going to get back into conversations, but right around midnight, we will be showing, and you don't have to. Oh, not this one. That'll be coming later on. Vincent Price, The Last Man on Earth. That'll be way later in the evening, but around midnight, I am going to be watching George Romero's Night of the Living Dead. And it will be on your screen. You don't need to sync anything up. It'll just be me and the movie, and we will take breaks and talk about it while the movie is playing. And I hope you all stick around for that, because all the Halloween and horror content is coming to you throughout the night. And I am very much excited to do that. I even have breaks planned, guys, where I can pop away, put up a little graphic, play a little song. For like little 2-minute breaks if I have to go, take a piss, something like that. I'm ready and prepared for that. Sean, I don't know if you heard, Woody Johnson's raising ticket prices for MetLife next year. So obviously, that's exciting for us Jets fans. Oh, are you? How far? He's choppy. How far behind are you, Sean?
I wondered why he seemed awfully stoic.
Okay, I can hear it now. It was choppy. I couldn't hear you for I had to wait for the whole question to come out.
Oh. All right. Sean is way out of it. Okay. Sean, your internet is extremely, you're 2-3 minutes behind, or at least a minute behind.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm surprised mine's not. I'm in a completely different room.
No, but like I said, the Amazon internet thing, I was hearing there was people who couldn't. There was tons of apps and websites and stuff that were down.
Yeah.
If you had that internet, it was just kind of blown out. Do you know if that's not a fiber optic internet, right? The Amazon internet.
I don't know anything about it.
I'm not sure either.
I've had no complaints with the internet since I got the fiber optic cable. Damn it, I'm getting a cramp. God, damn, that hurts.
A little fucking early for that shit.
Yeah, I know. I'm only an hour and 12 minutes into this.
You wouldn't last on the long walk, I'll tell you that.
Jesus Christ. That hurt like hell.
Hey, Mikey, I got to get out of here pretty soon.
No, that's cool. Whenever you got to go, please. Same with you, Maddie. If you got to go, you got to go.
I got a couple more minutes. And then, once I get situated at work around midnight or so, I'll be at least in the comments for the most part here and there.
Hell yeah. Tommy, do you have that, before you leave, do you have that, what happened to you on, what did you say, Friday?
Yeah. Okay, so you guys know
I don't know if he wants to talk about it on camera.
I'm fine because I fucking hate these people now. So I had to go down to Virginia Tech on Friday for Cal versus Virginia Tech, and I ended up catching 2 flats in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, which, no big deal. Normally it's 2 flats. I was going to get towed, whatever, no problem. I call up the first tow company. They want to charge me $275 to go less than 5 miles to the place where I had my tire set up, Spanish speaking people for the tire place. All fine. The place I called up ended up being a 30-party place. A lot of money, but I just wanted to get to the game on time. I was on a schedule. I'm waiting for the tow to come, and some guy comes up to the side of my car. Mind you, I'm on the highway on the off ramp. He knocks on the window. He's like, "Were you just on the phone with so-and-so?" Named the company completely. And I was like, "How the hell do you know that?" He's like, "Well, they called me. It's a third-party place. They're scamming you. We can do it for X, Y, and Z amount of money." I'm like, "Okay, I don't really care. I just need to get the fuck out of here and on the road because I have places I have to be for work." I go around. It ends up being 2 hours. I call. I'm like, "Hey, what's how much longer ETA, all that stuff." They're like, "Oh, guys, at a call, be about another hour." Hour and a half goes by. I call.
Hold on, real quick. Is this the guy who came up to the car that you're waiting on, or the original company?
Yeah, it gets weirder. So after he told us that it was a scam, I call up, I have my buddy, we check the bank, and they charged us for over $100 more than what they said the price was. So instead of $275, they were trying to charge us $400. And they didn't know where our location was at. Then when they called them back, they're like, "Oh, the tow truck that we originally had, it broke down. So now we got to wait." It was very sketchy stuff, So, I think at this point, it's 3.5-ish hours go by. I called the local police department, right? Because I'm like, "Hey, you know, I've been waiting. I called multiple, and by the way, at this point, I've called at least 5 or 6 other towing places, and nobody's like around to help, like, which is bizarre to me. You know, call the local police. You know, they're like, oh, nothing we can do. You're on the off ramp. Technically, that's state police. So I call state police, and they're like, oh, hey, yeah, we can get a tow for you, but it'll cost twice as much as what you're paying now. Here's this number of the tow place that we call, and it was the first company that tried to scam me the first time and overcharge. Yeah. Oh, bro, it was insane. Oh, dude, it was absolutely insane. And then, long story short, it took about 8 hours for me to finally get out of there. And I talked to him, a different mechanic, and he's like, yeah, you know, he sells cars and stuff in that area. And he was like, yeah, one time my guy ended up catching a, you know, flat and having to be moved. And there's like towing wars there, where they go out of their way to try to like screw people over. It's a whole manipulative system, and it was insane. I ended up missing the game, and then I had to go to the other game on Saturday in Maryland, and then that's why I ended up missing Saturday, and then had to drive all the way back Sunday. So I missed the whole Jets game. It's been a disaster. And then the tire they gave me ended up getting a flat. So
no.
Yeah. Oh, bro. Yeah. On Sunday. Yeah.
Maddie, remember the scene in National Lampoon's Vacation where he goes and empties his wallet for those tires that are all like,
yeah, bro. Yeah. That's how I was like, I don't care. I just want to get the fuck out of here. I felt like I was on a show. I felt like I was on a TV show.
I'm sorry that happened.
So that was hopefully it doesn't happen again this week, because I have to go to Syracuse is like 2 hours away, but then I have to go down to Maryland to watch that Indiana game. So
who ended up actually changing your tire? The first company you called, or the guy's company?
The guy who came to the window. And this is what made it worse, is that he couldn't get the tire off of the hubcap to, like, because they were replacing the tires on the spot. They're like, hey, he was going to replace them on the spot instead of taking me to the, you know, I think is, you know, for, you know, that whole rivalry or whatever the hell they have going on over there. But he ended up changing it on the spot, but he couldn't get the tires off the hubcap and then the new ones on the hubcap. So he had to call somebody. It took an hour to wait for that guy to come. It was a freaking disaster, man. Was there a big cut in the tire, or was it something that could have been patched? No, they were cooked. Yeah. Somebody was like throwing stuff on the highway. I wasn't the only car that would broke down.
It was probably them.
I wouldn't doubt it, man. The way everything went, calling the police, and the first time I called the local police, they're like, yeah, we'll have somebody there in like 15 minutes. And then an hour went by, I called them back, and they're like, actually, no, sorry, I don't know who told you that.
Dude, this is exactly like National Lampoon's Vacation. What does your sheriff think of your business practices? He flips open his wallet. He's the sheriff.
Bro, that's why I was like, what the? I'm never traveling that way. Yeah, I'm never traveling that way ever again, no matter what I have to do. But yeah, I wanted to tell that story. But yeah, I got to get out of here. I got my daughter in a little pen, and she wants to watch some TV with me before she goes to sleep.
All right. See if you can get her to watch Charlie Brown or Garfield.
Yeah, we just went watching Charlie Brown. I'm about to try to hit Garfield and some of the other cartoon ones.
I actually think Garfield is available for free on YouTube.
Is it really?
If you don't want to buy it or you don't have it.
I don't even know if you can buy it.
Maybe
you could buy everything. I mean,
not always, but I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I always watch it on YouTube every year for free. So
there you go. Thank you, Tommy. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Take care, fellas.
See you, bud.
All right. I'm going to pop through some of these. We have some more comments. Let's see here. Mikey, you need to see the first one anyway. Which is he talking about?
Phantasm.
Okay. I will check it out. If you and Maddie both say it's
all
decent.
right. It's, you know.
The Sphere is badass cult film.
Phantasm references.
House on Haunted Hill, I assume. Well, it wouldn't be House on Haunted House. Right? I mean, that doesn't
like a double-decker bus.
Look at this. Jets worldwide, wide. Snowball coming in said, look at Mr. Clean. Victory.
That's right, baby.
There you go. I am on the Boondocks in the Rockies. Starling treats me right. I've heard a lot about it. Yeah.
My brother's using it right now.
What is it? It's just like a little dish that you get when you're like in the middle of nowhere from like Elon, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. That's interesting. I don't know. I'm not going to complain. Like I said, my fiber optic internet is outstanding.
Yeah,
Like,
mine for the most part, I don't have any complaints with. Every once in a while, I'll get a hiccup, but that's all.
This is, yes, Tommy, if you're still watching or you see this on the replay, yeah, get a rental car next time with roadside, and you don't have to deal with any of this. It's the company that would have to deal with it. So, Alex, you don't worry. You didn't necessarily miss. We have been talking a lot of horror. We've been talking jets and things like that. But Night of the Living Dead,
11.5 hours to go.
Night of the Living Dead is going to start right around midnight, and we're going to have a blast with that. Then later on in the evening, we're going to do The Last Man on Earth with Vincent Price. We got 80s Halloween memories and commercials that I'm going to be showing. A bunch of stuff coming up on the show. So it's going to be a fun night. I've got my popcorn. I've got my candy. I've got my beer, soda, apple cider, all ready to go. And I appreciate you being here. Just hit that like button to show your support. That's basically where I'm at. And I think in about an hour, I'll be getting Honest Abe in here.
Nice.
So I think he'll be able to help me out from that point on.
I am going to actually have to sign off to get ready to go to work. But like I say, as soon as I get in and get things settled, I should be able to pop in and out throughout the evening on the comments. I got some paperwork that has to get dealt with today, but shouldn't be a big deal. And just kind of looking forward to it.
Hell yeah, man. Have a good night at work. Happy Halloween and all that stuff.
Happy Halloween, and I'll talk to you in the comments later.
Absolutely, Maddie. Have a good night. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to go and check. I will come in and check comments as we go. We are going a long time tonight, so I'm prepared for all of that, and I'm hoping that I can pull it off. I'll go as long as I possibly can tonight. 2 movies to watch, and once again, those movies are Night of the Living Dead, George Romero's original zombie, the original zombie classic that started them all. I'll be going through that, and it'll be right on your screen. You're not going to need to sync anything up or anything to that effect. We will just be watching it, and I will be popping in and out throughout the film. I'll pause the film. I'll read comments. I'll talk to you about my thoughts on the film, maybe some facts here and there. And then later on in the evening, as I said, Vincent Price in The Last Man on Earth. This is basically like a post-apocalyptic film where basically a plague wipes out everyone in the world, and Vincent Price is the only one left living, and these things start coming back as almost like zombie vampires. And basically the plot of the movie is during the day he's hunting vampires, and at night he's barricading himself so that all of the zombie vampires can't get to him. So I think that's going to be a good one. If you don't know Vincent Price, you need to do some research and check horror. But I will tell you all this with Vincent Price. If you're not a horror fan, things like that, and you haven't seen him in all of the films that he has done in the horror genre, if you've ever seen Michael Jackson's Thriller or heard it, he's the one who does The Darkness Falls Across the Land. The midnight hour is close at hand. That was way later in his career, obviously, but even Michael Jackson knew the legendary horror power of Vincent Price. So that's that. Let's see what we got here. Season 9 was an okay movie. Session 9 was an okay movie. And a goodbye to Maddie. Cheers, Maddie. Take care. Yeah, Maddie's got to go to work, but hopefully, like he said, he'll be able to pop in the comments section and get that going. So what I'd like to do now, since we have a little bit of time, is maybe I have 2 tier lists that I'd like to do. I have the Halloween movie franchise, and if you've been on this channel before, you will see that I did rank my favorite Halloween films. But I feel like, and truthfully, I feel like most people, and there's a lot of horror YouTubers that I watch, they'll revisit their ranking every like 5 years, because my ranking's not the same as it was 10 years ago. And my ranking isn't the same as it was when I was a kid. And I have different reasons why I rank the movies the way I rank them as I get older. You know, you appreciate more things become more nostalgic and things like that. So I have two that I plan on doing. I either have the Halloween movie franchise or the Friday the 13th movie franchise. So what I'd like to do is maybe I can put it up to you guys, or I could just do one. I like the new Nick Price House on Haunted Hill. I almost did for one of my films tonight, House on Haunted Hill, but the original, which I believe also has Vincent Price in it, if I'm not mistaken. But I almost did that movie too. But I didn't want to, like, pardon the word, I didn't want to necessarily shoot my load with the most popular named horror movies that are in the public domain that you can show on a YouTube channel. So I didn't want to necessarily blow my load and do those two, because if this does decent, and like I said, for those of you who are new or weren't there for the beginning, I expect to hopefully get a lot of people watching this after it's live, because it's a Wednesday night. And the fact that there are some of you in here commenting and hitting that like button and all of that stuff is just so humbling. I'm so happy that you guys are in here with me doing this on a Wednesday night. And I know a lot of people aren't going to be able to do an entire overnight stream on a Wednesday night. Like when I went to my co-hosts and my Applebee, or like the whole tree, the apple tree, where you fill it out and you put people's names in, and the family tree, and that's me, Maddie, Sean, Abe, Tommy. I knew that these guys were, and the fact that I was able to get Maddie in here, and the fact that I was able to get Sean in here, because the internet was dicey, and Tommy, I'm so happy that they came in and joined me. So I think a lot of the people watching this are going to be watching it on a replay, or after it's live. And if that does decent, if we get decent likes, a couple of you guys throw some super chats in here. As a matter of fact, we can do that thing, 10 gifted channel memberships. If we get 10 gifted channel memberships throughout this show, I'll give 10 of my own. So the first 5, I'll give 5 more. The second 5, I'll give 5 more. And we'll get 20 people channel memberships throughout the night if we can get that done. So if we could get all this stuff done, I plan on doing this again next year. Now, once again, I may not say that tomorrow morning when I wake up and I'm like completely dead to the world, but I'm telling you right now, I'm having a blast doing it right now. Like, I am having an absolute blast doing it. So thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Lou. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Did I say Ryan? I don't know. Thank you guys for being in here. Vinny is the horror king. Yeah. I mean, when you talk about that era of horror, I'd say, like, in original horror, you've got to do like Bela Lugosi and why am I blanking on god damn. You guys, who played Frankenstein, the Mummy, and then damn, Lon Chaney played Wolfman. But when you get into that 60s, 70s horror era, you got to go to Vincent Price. Like, Vincent Price, like Scott said, is the horror king. Absolutely. Vincent Price did Alice Cooper's Welcome to My Nightmare album too. That's awesome. My favorite Alice Cooper album is Constrictor, because it has all the songs from Friday the 13th Part 6. So it has like Teenage Frankenstein, and it has Man Behind the Mask, things like that. Like, I love that album. All right, so I'll make this decision, I guess. Oh, hey, Kim, what's up? Kim, channel member. Happy early Halloween. Happy Halloween to you too, Kim. But let's do this. We're going to get, let's do, what do I got here? Since I've done it on this channel before, but I did it only after Halloween 2018 came out. So keep that in mind. Let's tier rank the Halloween franchise, and I'll give you this. Yes. Thank you, Boris Karloff. Oh, the fact that she knew that and I couldn't come up with it is just, that really bothers me. Really bothers me. Mike, are you on Letterboxd? Absolutely, I am. And thank you for being in here, Duke of Just Do It's. Sko! There we go. I wonder how many of those I'll get through tonight. You look like Boris Karloff and you don't even care. That's from a song. That's from a song. Yes, thank you guys. Boris Karloff. I appreciate that. So Boris Karloff, Lon Chaney, like those are the guys when you look at the origin, Bela Lugosi, the origins of horror. That's who you look at. Actually, I don't remember her name, but the girl who played the Bride of Frankenstein, apparently she was buried in an unmarked grave. She never got a gravestone or anything like that. And a fan not too long ago found out about this and got money together to get her a proper headstone, which I think is awesome. So she now has a proper headstone or is getting it. I don't know if it's been installed yet, but either way, I assume, like, I watch a lot of people who visit graves and things like that. So you want to talk about like Jordan the Lion or Scott on Tape or even Adam the Woo. I'm sure once that headstone is put in, I'll see a bunch of them going there. Oh yeah, Zombie Zoo. Thank you. That's where that's from. But yeah, I think that's pretty cool. But let's get to this. Let's rank the Halloween series. And here we go. All right. So as you can see here, we got all the Halloween movies, and then you've got your rankings, which go from S, which I believe means like superior. I don't know how. I'm too old to understand this stuff, truthfully, but S is the highest. I don't understand why. We'll see. I mean, I get it. I guess superior. And then it goes down to A, B, C, D, and F, which here is ranked trash. I didn't make this listing. So let's start it off with the original right here. Halloween 1978, the original John Carpenter film, which every Halloween season, I'm going to be honest with you, this is my favorite movie of all time, period. End of story. I do hold it to watch in October. And in I think this October so far we've now watched it twice. It's usually the first movie I watch to kick off, like putting up Halloween decorations and all of that stuff. And then later on, we watched it today, for instance, when we carved our jack-o'-lanterns. And then on the actual day of Halloween, which is only 2 days from now, I'm going to pop it in again. Last year, I gave my youngest daughter the option on her birthday. You pick the movie night tonight. Any movie you want, you pick it. For some reason, she was insistent on Halloween 1978, which I completely respect, and I'm proud as hell of her for picking that. But I even tried to talk. I said, listen, that's an October movie. That's a Halloween season movie. Like, is there any other movie that no, I want to watch Halloween. I want to watch Michael Myers. And so I broke tradition out of the Halloween season and watched Halloween, the original. So let's take that and immediately put it in the S tier as superior. It's easily one of the best. It is the best. But I will preface that and explain to you guys later my thoughts on what I mean by that. Now, the next one is Halloween 2, which came out in 1980 and was a direct sequel to Halloween 1978. It's the same night. It picks up where the original Halloween left off. And I think that you had the same cinematographers and whatnot on the film. Now, John Carpenter did not direct this movie, but the look, the feel, the ambiance of the movie is outstanding. It flows together. I don't know if there's many other 1 and 2 movies that flow together as easily and succinctly as Halloween 2 and Halloween and Halloween 2. The only difference is that in Halloween, Nick Castle played Michael Myers, played the Shape. Now, a lot of people played the Shape, but Nick Castle was the guy who played him most of the time. When you saw the Michael Myers head tilt, when you saw Michael Myers walking, that was Nick Castle. When his mask got torn off, that was another actor just for that scene. I don't know why. I don't know why Nick Castle was not. And then like when little Michael reaches into the in the opening, shot of the movie, when he reaches in to grab the knife out of the drawer, that was Deborah Hill. That was Deborah Hill's hand that reached in. But most of the time, I think even John Carpenter in a scene or two had the but Nick Castle. In Halloween 2, it was Dick Warlock, who also plays one of the robots in Halloween 3, and he's one of the main robots. So you can actually see what he looks like and looked like around that era, but he has a wide face. So they used the same mask from Halloween 1 in Halloween 2, and because he had a wider face, that's why the mask looks a little different, looks a little bit more stretched out than it did on Nick Castle, who has a very slender face. But Halloween 2 is outstanding. And it pisses me off so much that this movie was retconned for the original, for this the new series that came out, Halloween 2018, Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends. I don't think there's any reason whatsoever to not, no matter what canon you use, not use Halloween 1 and Halloween 2. And I'm sorry, folks. I'm very sorry that I'm so passionate about this, but this is my favorite slasher. Michael Myers is my favorite slasher by far. I love Halloween is my favorite holiday of the year by far. And I truly believe that the reason the Jets won this game this past week is because the Jets, the football gods, do not want me going into my favorite holiday being depressed. Last year, the Jets were losing like crazy, but I kept saying all I want them to do is win because they had a game on Halloween. And that pisses me off. Because let's be honest here, when I get home from trick-or-treating, I want to throw on Halloween movies. I want to sit back and enjoy myself. Instead, I had to stress myself out with the New York fucking Jets. But to be fair, they won the game. And in that, actually we got the amazing Aaron Rodgers to Garrett Wilson catch in the end zone. And F it, while we're here, guys, keep hitting that thumbs up button. I really do appreciate that. That does help out the channel a lot. While we're here, I usually dole these out for super chats, but why not play it? It happened on Halloween last year. It's the year anniversary. Here's Aaron Glenn kicking it out to Garrett Wilson for what we call in the Jets community, the catch. Here it is. That's a spectacular catch. But anyway, let's move it up. But that's why I think the Jets won this game against the Bengals. I truly think that they were like, you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to try to make this a little smaller so it's easier. There we go. Yeah, I truly think that the football gods did not want my Halloween ruined and were like, you know what? Let's give this one to him. Let's give this one to Midnite Mike. Here we go. This one is Halloween 3 Season of the Witch is extremely controversial because it is the film in the series that had nothing to do with Michael Myers. Michael Myers was not in the film. Well, okay, technically he's on a TV ad commercial for the movie Halloween, that the main character is watching, which is played by Tom Atkins, who is just a pimp in all the movies he's in. I mean, he bangs this girl whose father just died. He goes on a trip with her and immediately gets her into bed. Same thing with In the Fog. He's driving into this town and picks up Jamie Lee Curtis hitchhiking. And the next scene, they finish. They're having cigarettes in bed. Like Tom Atkins. I mean, I guess dude's just irresistible to women. But Halloween 3 Season of the Witch, the very first time I saw it in the 80s, I was a little like, on it. But it was one of those movies that played on TV where back in the day on Halloween, you'd get home from school or you didn't have school and you could turn on USA or TNT or whatever channel it was playing on. And they'd play Halloween 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they'd play them all. So the music and the Chariot of Pumpkins track and those tracks, the Happy Halloween song, were etched in my brain, and it became so nostalgic by the time the 90s hit that I loved Halloween 3 and still to this day love Halloween 3. And most of you know that I own, I mean, look behind me, there is one of the Silver Shamrock pumpkin masks. I have the NECA Silver Shamrock trick-or-treaters. I have a brick from the Silver Shamrock factory after they tore down part of it, sent to me with a certificate of authenticity from the owner of the Lolita Creamery. I've shown them on this show before. I love Halloween 3. I think you can't go into it expecting a Michael Myers film. You can't go into it. Look at it as its own movie, and the Halloween feel of the movie, the fall feel of the movie, everything about it I love. And I've gotten my daughters to love it too. So I'm really excited about that. But I put this one right up in the S tier with the original Halloween. And once again, it's hard to even compare them, because you can compare all the Michael Myers films. That's easy to do. But it's hard to compare Halloween 3 with any of them. If I had to pick one or the other to watch for the rest of my life, I'd pick Halloween, obviously. But Halloween 3, and that's going to be the end of our S tier. I'm spoiler alerting you on that right now. Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers. Now, the reason that subtitle, The Return of Michael Myers, was put on this is specifically because of the disappointment that crowds felt when they went to go see Halloween 3 Season of the Witch and Michael Myers was not in it. They wanted you to know, Mustafa Akkad, the main executive producer of all the original Halloween films, wanted you to know Michael Myers is returning. He is coming back. John Carpenter and Deborah Hill wanted nothing to do with it anymore. They barely wanted anything to do with the part 2 and part 3. But they begrudgingly helped write them and score them and things like that. At this point, they had sold all the rights to Mustafa Akkad, and he took the reins and did Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers. The worst part about this movie is the fact that mask you're seeing there, right there, see that mask, is the mask from the original 2. But they didn't use that mask. They used an extremely whited out mask, so whited out that there was no gray or any features in it, so you couldn't see the cheeks, you couldn't see like the lips. It just looked like a slit in the mask where the mouth was, and it's probably one of the worst masks in the series. So that's the worst part. Other than that, the opening shots of the town of Haddonfield, even though it was filmed in Salt Lake City, Utah, the opening shots of the film with the music, the foreboding music, everything else about the film was great. Danielle Harris, this is her first appearance in a Halloween movie, and she did 4 of them, folks. This was her first appearance as Jamie Lloyd, who is the daughter of the character, is the daughter of Jamie Lee Curtis, who apparently died in a car accident. And she is now in foster care with a family that maybe is going to adopt her or whatnot. But she is the niece of Michael Myers. And of course, when Michael Myers kind of jolts and wakes up, he hears that he has a niece living in Haddonfield. If they wanted to hide her from Michael Myers, why would they adopt her out to a family that lived down the road from his house in the same town? I don't know. But regardless, this movie is great. I very much enjoy this movie. And as I do, the first 4 are great. I don't know if I'm going to, is it as good as Halloween 2? Is it as good as Halloween 2? I really do like this movie. And once again, at the very end, I may move some around but for right now, because of the mask alone, I'm going to put it in the B tier. I'm going to put it right below Halloween 2 in the B tier, but it may get bumped up. It may get bumped up because I really, really do enjoy Halloween 4. Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers, is our next one on the list. And truthfully, folks, I think the biggest problem with Halloween 5 is that it was rushed out. So Halloween 4, when Michael Myers came back, did pretty good at the box office. People were excited, word of mouth, all of that stuff. And Mustafa Akkad kind of got a little too excited and was like trying to pump out another film as quick as possible. And Halloween 5, I believe Halloween 4 was released in 1988. Halloween 5 came out in 1989. Okay. So it like Halloween 4 comes out and they're already in production on Halloween 5. Like, I guess as soon as they saw some decent box office numbers, they're like, all right, let's pump another one out. And I think that's one of the biggest problems this movie had, because you can't write a script and get, people, you can't, it's impossible to rush a movie like this. A lot of people could sit there and say, oh, it's just paint by numbers. It's a guy killing people. At the end, you kill him, but you leave it open so that he can come back and all of that stuff. But not only that, but the director, and I forget his name. He was like this French guy or German guy or like some foreigner who you could barely understand when he talks. Had no idea what he was doing. And they, like, to the point where the Myers house, which you've seen in all of the Halloween movies, was a completely different house. Didn't even look like the Myers house. And the reason he used it is just because he thought it looked cool and spooky. So clearly he didn't know his audience. Clearly he thought the audience was stupid. And then they also had Loomis. Now he's not as likable in this movie because Loomis is like screaming at children and getting in their face and all of that stuff, instead of being a little bit more supportive like he was in previous films. And it just, and then Jamie can't talk through half of this movie because she's so traumatized from what the events of part 4. And then, god damn, they kill off her sister Rachel. Rachel survives all of Halloween 4 and then gets killed off in the first act of Halloween 5, and instead is replaced by Tina, who's one of the most annoying, obnoxious characters in the history of the Halloween franchise. As a matter of fact, discounting the Rob Zombie movies, she is the most, now everyone in the Rob Zombie Halloween movies are annoying and obnoxious. They're just it's exactly what you'd expect from a Rob Zombie movie. They're all the same. It's just a bunch of white trash, garbage people. But Tina is so grating. Pretty girl, but just the character is so grating. This is, I like it a little bit more because of nostalgia. Like I said, it was one of those films that was always shown on TNT or USA or wherever they played it. But I've got to put this one a D tier. Halloween 5, and I watch it every year, but it's really never one of the ones that, for me, it's never one of the ones that I would want to watch more than once a year. The funny thing is my daughters love Halloween 5. Because there's something about when Jamie, towards the end of the movie, goes up into this attic and there's a bunch of his victims in the attic, and there's like a coffin, like a wooden box or coffin, and she lays in it, and he comes up and she's like, "Uncle," and then like he takes off his mask and he has a tear coming out of his eye. You can barely see his face. It's in the shadows and whatnot. Something about that resonates with my daughters. And for some reason, and once again, they're too young to see all the things that piss most horror fans off. So for some reason, they love the movie. But for me, that's a once a year thing. Like I'll watch Halloween 1 several times, 2 several times. Halloween 1 I'll watch several times. Halloween 3 I'll watch several times. Halloween 2 I'll watch at least twice. Halloween 4 I'll watch at least twice. Halloween 5 that's one and done each year. One and done. Then they finally took a break. Halloween 5 did not do so great. As a matter of fact, it was actually kind of competing against itself, because by the time Halloween 5 came out in theaters, it was competing with Halloween 4, which was now available at video stores on VHS. So I don't know. It was rushed out. They waited until the 90s. I believe it was like 92, 93. Maybe even 94. I don't know. When did Halloween 6 come out? Regardless, it was like mid-90s that they finally came back with Halloween 6, The Curse of Michael Myers. Now, the problem with this tier list is that I think they should have Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers, Part 6, and they should give you the option of ranking Halloween 6, the producer's cut. Because to me, there is a stark difference between the theatrical version of Halloween 6 and the producer's cut of Halloween 6. So this is the one where they tried to go so, and I get it. It's the 6th movie in a franchise. Like, what are you going to do? Like, you really don't have much of a choice. You've got to kind of do something different. And this is where they tried to explain a little bit of a backstory, but a little bit of why Michael Myers does what he does. Why is he a killer? And it turns into what they call the Thorn cult. So every generation or whatnot, a child is inflicted with the curse of the Thorn, which is a rune, a constellation, also a tattoo on the wrist of Michael Myers, which first appears in Halloween 5. And he's part of this cult, and basically he has to kill all the members of his family. He's run by this cult. I'll let you guys watch it. But the original producer's cut was supposed to be the movie. And then they showed it to a bunch of basically kids, like 14, 15-year-olds, and the kids didn't like it. Why? Gee, I wonder why. Because they were expecting to go in and see Halloween 1. They were expecting to go see a Jason movie, a guy, and there was so much story, so much about this cult and the curse and all this stuff that they didn't get it, and were like, oh, it sucks, blah blah blah. So they panicked and had to go into this whole rewrite, re-editing. But the problem is that Donald Pleasance, who plays Dr. Loomis, had passed away right after principal photography of Halloween 6 finished. So he wasn't available for reshoots. So it became this jumbled mess that ended up being the theatrical cut. And not only that, but they didn't use the original John Carpenter score. They tweaked with it and then added a bunch of like electric guitar and a bunch of like the soundtrack just doesn't match the feel of what you'd expect from a Halloween movie. So it didn't work. Whereas the producer's cut, although the whole Thorn thing is bizarre and fucking crazy, at least you could follow it. At least you could see what was going on. At least when the character of Jamie, who was originally played by Danielle Harris in 4 and 5, but she didn't get to play it in part 6 because they were only offering her like the bare minimum of payment. And she's sitting there and she got emancipated from her parents because she was like 17 years old. And they wanted someone 18 so that they didn't have to work. Because when you're a kid, you can only work a certain amount of hours on set. And they wanted someone. So she got emancipated from her parents to be able to play this role. But then they only offered her, I forget what it's called in the film world, but it's like the bare minimum. And she's like, I got emancipated from my parents. I've been in Halloween 4, Halloween 5. This will be my 3rd movie. And you're paying me the base salary? And she turned it down. So they had another girl come in. Everyone hated her, which was another dig on this movie. And it's not her fault. It's not the actress's fault. But everyone wanted Danielle Harris. It's just what everyone wanted. So many things hampered this movie. And originally, the DJ in this movie they wanted to get Howard Stern to play this, basically play Howard Stern, like a boisterous, uncensored, nasty disc jockey. And the guy they got kind of looked like the bassist from Journey. If you've ever seen the Separate Ways video, he looks like the bassist from Journey. He looks like someone's dad. Like he has like a floofy blondish red, like coiffed hair with the molester mustache, like a thick molester mustache. So there was a lot of things wrong, but the Jamie character was just treated like garbage in the theatrical cut. And at least in the producer's cut, she was given, like, her demise was more just, it was put out. It was written better. It was more understandable. She lasted longer in the movie. So for Halloween 6, the theatrical cut, I'm going to put it right with Halloween 5 on the D tier level, but Halloween, the producer's cut, I'd put at a C level. So if it was available, that's where it would go. Real quick, I'm going to keep this up on the screen. I just want to go back and just check some of your guys' comments if they're in here, and just see what we got going on here. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Let's get through some of these. Oh, you guys are doing great in the comments, guys. Thank you very much. Hit the thumbs up while you're in here. I really do appreciate it. I'll get back to these rankings, but hey, why not go through some of these? I love Rob Zombie when his song was in Bride of Chucky. Oh, absolutely. What song was that? Living Dead Girl. That's the track. I love that track. I agree. Rob Zombie does some good things. The Munsters wasn't one of them. That was bad. That was bad. Duke of Just Do It still in the house. You're going to keep. I got a few of these, Duke. Let's see if I turn into Stuttering John by the end of this. Halloween 3 is S. Well, I don't know if you put this in before or after I ranked it in the S category, but skull to you. All right. Rob Zombie is a hardcore horror director. Yeah, but every one of his horror movies is exactly the same. It's a bunch of literal white trash scumbags. Like that's who's in the movie. And he did that. We'll get to it when we get to his Halloween movies. We'll get to it. Don't worry. Lou, what's so cool about Halloween 1978 is that we've seen it so many times that we know all of the lines before they say them. Oh yeah, this is definitely one of those. Halloween 1978 is very quotable and very easy to know the I always, even today when we were watching it while we were carving our jack-o'-lanterns, I always have to go, the blackest eyes, the devil's eyes. Every time. Donald Pleasance is incredible. And he's another one who he never, ever phoned it in. Never, not once. So credit, we miss you, Donald Pleasance. Rest in peace. Season of the Witch is S-Class. Yes. I'm glad that I didn't see that in the comments. I don't know if you wrote it before or after I put it there, but I'm glad we agree, Duke. I love seeing Michael Myers in Halloween. Well, yeah. Michael Myers is the main villain, not Cochran in a Shamrock Factory. Agreed, but they were trying to do something different. You have to remember that back in the day, sequels weren't like when Halloween 2 came out, that was 1981. So at that point, how many movies? Nightmare on Elm Street hadn't come out yet. Child's Play hadn't come out yet. Scream hadn't come out yet. There was only one Texas Chainsaw Massacre at that point. I believe there was only one Friday the 13th, or Friday the 13th Part 2 was just about to come out when Halloween 2 came out. So there was not this history of doing 3, 4, 5 sequels of a horror franchise. It just didn't happen. So they wanted to do something different and make it every year. They put out a movie around Halloween that was based around the holiday of Halloween, and it was a different story every year. I have no problem with it. Jets are pure cheeks. Not gonna argue with that. The New York Jets are absolute trash. A house by my job doesn't decorate. All they do is put out a Michael Myers creeping out behind their tree in their front yard. That's decorating. That's awesome. We have down at the bottom of my driveway, we have like there's kind of a small river that runs from up a hill on a road by our house, and then it comes down and goes under our driveway and into sewers. So at the bottom of our driveway, where the river goes into, is one of those round sewer things. Every year I keep thinking I got to go get a helium red balloon and stick it coming out of that sewer. But I never think of it. And I'd consider that decorating. Kyle comes in, says, I have to go back and watch all the Halloween movies. It's been years since I watched them all. when I used to binge them when I had cable. I'm telling you, a lot of them are worth it, especially the first four. Especially the first four. And take my advice when it comes to the producer's cut, guys. Just the producer's cut also brought back the original score. So you had the shape stalking, the boom, 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 ding, 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 boom, boom. You know that, and then it also had the doom, 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 doom. They put back the original score into the producer's cut, and it just makes it so much better. And there's actually suspense and all this other stuff instead of having a guitar going like it's so stupid. Fuck. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys being in here. Hit the like button. Johnny Boy, love it. Love the Super Bowl ring. I love Halloween, my favorite slasher movie. Hell yeah. Ryan, Halloween 5 director is Dominique Girard. Yes. Thank you. Dominique Girard, man. That guy, if you ever see the behind the scenes of the making of Halloween 5, the guy is one of those foreigners. He has a Eurotrash like ponytail. He just looks like a scumbag. He looks like he doesn't shower. And you know he stinks like cheese or something like that. And he sits there and he does like the point of view, like the talking to the camera. And you could tell he's trying to look so fucking smart. Like he's smarter than the rest of us. And he sounds like a moron. And his product proves that. Screw that guy. Also, I like Halloween with Buster. Get out of here. Get out of here, Johnny Boy. I will not have that on this show. Halloween 6 was better than Halloween 5. The producer's cut was. That's what I'll say. The original Halloween 6 was absolutely better than Halloween 5. Absolutely. Halloween 6 was not better than Halloween 5. Oh. So you look at this, folks. Halloween 6 was better than 5. Halloween 6 was not Halloween 6 was better than 5. Halloween 6 was not better than 5. Can you make up your fucking mind? Halloween 6 producer's cut is at least a B in my opinion. It's a great movie. Well, but Matt, you have to agree, like the fact that they hashed it out better and the story was at least, although as bizarre as it was, at least it was understandable, right? Like you kind of got what was going on. And then the original score being put back in it, I think that makes all the difference. Did you watch or are planning to watch Welcome to Derry? Yes, we talked about this earlier on in the show, but once again, this is going to be a very long show. So I have no problem going over things again for those of you who come in and out throughout the night. I started watching it. My kids were at school. My wife was teaching at the school. So I was home by myself and I was like, I'll put this on because I'm not going to just put it on when the kids are home because I don't know what to expect. I don't know when it comes to gratuitous gore and things like that. And I knew there probably wouldn't be a lot of sex and nudity. That doesn't really happen in the It movies. But I always want to watch it beforehand. And my kids actually haven't seen it yet. So I put it on. And then I'm like 15 minutes into it. My wife gives me a call and she's like, hey, they don't need me anymore. I'm coming home and I'm bringing the kids with me. I got them out a little early. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, all right. So she was like, be home in 5 minutes. So I've watched like the first 15 to 20 minutes of the first episode of Welcome to Derry. And all I can say is the very opening scene in the car with the family was a little effing weird. Like a little weird. It was a little much. And there's also a lot of CGI, like a lot. Like they couldn't even have the kids standing looking at the sky without being CGI. So I'm going to continue. I have an open mind. Obviously, I will finish that movie probably tomorrow, or the first episode. I will finish tomorrow. But what I will say to you, Duke of Just Do It, have you seen Chad Powers on Hulu? If you haven't seen Chad Powers, get on the Chad Powers train. It's awesome. Yes. Yeah, I should hang the balloon, right? Absolutely. Kyle comes in, says, so are they giving are they giving to make a new Halloween movie after Halloween ends, not a sequel, but another trilogy or reset? I will tell you this. I said this to my daughter. I said they're going to be putting out Michael Myers movies forever. As long as the Akkads own it. Now, obviously, Mustafa Akkad is no longer with us. I don't know if you guys know, he died in a terrorist attack in like Jordan. Like, I don't know if you guys knew that. But his son Malik now runs owns the franchise and is the executive producer on all the films. I think that yes, I think there will be more Halloween movies, but it's going to take a little while. Right now, the next thing coming out is going to be the video game. And if you haven't seen trailers for the video game, picture Friday the 13th, the game that they did that got messed up because of court litigation and pulled off and all that. But with Michael Myers, the trailers look outstanding, and I may buy a PlayStation 5 just to play this game. Like, it looks so cool. So I suggest check. That's going to be the next thing. Pennywise can't shine. Art the Clown as a clown. I like Terrifier. I've only seen Terrifier 1 and 2, and then I saw All Hallows Eve, which he was in. Problem is, that's just gratuitous, and like that doesn't freak me out, scare me, or make me cringe. It's like I'm not a person who sees people getting cut apart and all that gross shit and goes, oh, like I know how it all works. I'm a big fan of horror special effects. I love watching behind the scenes stuff with Tom Savini and Greg Nicotero and people like that and how it's all done and all that. So you could be as gory as you want in a movie, and I don't care. That's like the Saw movies. Even Human Centipede, like none of that does it for me. Art the Clown looks cool, like no doubt, and it's a cool concept. But I don't know. I have no problem with it. It's just I wouldn't say he blows Pennywise out of the water, but I also wouldn't say that Pennywise blows art out of the water. Yeah, it's decorating. I meant that it's Myers standalone creepy. Gets me every year. Okay, yeah, absolutely. I think that's pretty cool of them. Let me just grab a few more comments. We'll get back to the tier list. And I still have a whole thing of freshly popped popcorn. It's not so freshly popped anymore, but I'm trying to hold it for Night of the Living Dead at midnight. But I have an air popper. I have the same air popper that I had when I was a kid in the 80s. And it works to perfection. And then you put fresh melted butter on it and salt. Oh my God, the popcorn is outstanding. I'm so excited. And I got Hershey bars, Kit Kat bars. I'm ready. At one point tonight, I'm going to eat a bowl of Frankenberry. What's your favorite monster cereal? Count Chocula, Frankenberry, Boo Berry, or is it one of the offshoots? If you remember Fruity Yummy Mommy or Fruit Brute, let me know. Let me know down below. I made a mistake. Oh, okay. Well, which one did you mean? What's better, Ryan? 5 or 6? Give me the final. My bad for the typo. I think I figured it out. Don't know if you talked about it. Frankenstein, Netflix. I'm excited. Reread the book because it's supposed to be the original adaptation. You know what? I don't even know if I've seen. Is there a trailer out for it? Because I'm a big Frankenstein fan. That's one of my of the original Universal monsters. That is absolutely one of my favorites. I think it's one of the best ones. So I would 100% be down with that. Hold on one second. One more sip of the beer. Skål. And that's a Dabbleverse stuttering John thing, folks. And very few people are going to understand it, but it is what it is. All right. Let's get back to this. So right now in the S tier, we have Halloween and Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. In the A tier, you have Halloween 2. In the B tier, you have Halloween 4, Return of Michael Myers. Nothing in C yet. In D, you have Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers, and the theatrical cut of Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers. If the producer's cut was in here, that would be in your C category. The next one. Okay, so this is the first time Jamie Lee Curtis came back. So if you're my age, when in 2018, when they were like, and Jamie Lee Curtis is coming back to do the new trilogy, and everybody's like, oh, Jamie Lee Curtis is coming back. I'm like, didn't we already do this? Like, what's the big deal? How many times is she going to come back? She came back in Halloween 2. And then she came back in Halloween H2O and Halloween Resurrection. And then they did the Rob Zombie movies. And now Jamie Lee Curtis is coming back. I don't give a fuck anymore. I'd be more excited with Daniel Harris coming back and playing Jamie Lloyd and doing something with that. Like retcon Halloween 6, go off Halloween 5, and try that. There's already 50 different timelines when it comes to the Halloween franchise. Why not make another? So Jamie Lee Curtis comes back. Kevin Williamson helps write this film. Kevin Williamson, famous for Scream, I Know What You Did Last Summer, and Dawson's Creek. And this is exactly what you'd expect from a horror movie of this time frame, late 90s, early 2000s. A lot of problems with the movie, but to be honest, I liked it when it came out. I was pissed off that they retconned the Thorn trilogy 4, 5, and 6 and went off Halloween 2. But still, I actually did enjoy the movie and still to this day enjoy the film. Especially, I even think I think it is even better if Halloween Resurrection did not exist. Because the ending was so final when she chops off his fucking head. Like, it's so final, and that music hits, and it's just like, it's powerful. And I think Josh Hartnett does good in it. Michelle Williams does good in it. The other cast does pretty good in it. I like that in Scream. They're watching Halloween. And then in H2O, they're watching Scream 2. So I like the little meta play back and forth they're doing with it. Truthfully, again, one of the worst parts about this is the retconning of 4, 5, and 6. And the fact that the masks, and I say masks because this movie had several different masks. The first mask they used, they filmed like half the movie, and then it went to like test audiences or dailies went into some executives. And if you see the mask, it's horrible. I almost want to bring that up. Hold on. Let me see what I could do here. I want to show you guys the 3 masks. Hold on one second. All right, 3 masks of Halloween H2O images. Oh, there are 4. Holy crap. All right, folks, here we go. All right, I think I do share this tab instead. And there you go, folks. So, close that out. Okay. So in the top left-hand corner right here, that's actually the Halloween 6 mask, which is probably the best of all of them. Okay? So the Halloween 6 mask, they should have just kept going with and left it alone. Instead, they made this mask, the top right. That's the K&B mask. And that mask is horrible. As a matter of fact, it has the same eye holes as that new shitty Jason mask that Jason Universe came out with. And it just look at it. The nose isn't right. The cheeks aren't right. The eye holes aren't right. Nothing about how it took them so long. How does Jamie Lee Curtis look at that mask and not say to these people, guys, that mask was like shit. Like absolute shit. I don't know. Then you down here to the bottom right, that's the kind of the final mask they do. They added a little bit more texture, but it almost looks grayish brown. And, and then the fact that you could see his eyes so clearly, that's another problem. Why didn't they just stick with this top left Halloween 6 mask? I don't get it. That was only in like the first scene of the movie with the nurse. Both of these masks are terrible. But then you got this mask, which, by the way, is this mask, but they forgot to cut it out of the film and couldn't reshoot. So they digitally put in, that is a CGI digital mask of Michael Myers put over the K&B mask, which they couldn't reshoot. So that's basically what we're looking at there. Those are the masks, and that's, aside from the retconning, I would say that is the worst part about Halloween H2O. But I still enjoy the film. Still enjoy the film very much. So let's go back to our tier. I may change this because it could be here. It could be in the C tier. I'm going to give it a B. I'm going to put it with Halloween 4, because Halloween 4, one of the main problems I've had with it is the mask. Okay. That's not the mask in that picture. That's not the mask they used in Halloween 4. They used this shitty whited out piece of shit mask. There's even a pink mask with white hair that can be seen in a scene in the school in Halloween 4, and no one caught it, and it stayed in the final cut. Like, come on, people, hire someone like me or another Halloween. Whenever you make a Halloween movie or a Jason movie or a Freddy movie, get two super fans on set and pay them just to tell you what you're really fucking up. Oh, here we go. Oh, Halloween Resurrection is our next one, folks, right here. So Jamie Lee Curtis was signed on for H2O, and somehow there was some sort of something in her contract that she'd have to do a sequel. And she was pissed off about it and basically told them, if you're going to do this, just kill me off immediately. Like, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to do nothing to do with this movie. Not only that, but the movie is absolute trash. The idea of it in the digital age where you could talk back and forth via text, and it's like being broadcast over the internet, all that stuff, like, I get it. I get it for the time. But the movie's really a Busta Rhymes movie, like for Busta Rhymes with a big head being like, let me kick Michael Myers' ass, have a bunch of fucking one-liners. Within 10 minutes of each other, he spouts Happy Halloween, motherfucker, and Trick or Treat, motherfucker. And it's just like, what the? And then when he's playing Michael in the house, and Michael actually walks up to them, and they're both in the mask, and he's like tapping Michael Myers on the head and be like, thinking it was like one of his like coworkers. He's like, oh, I'm supposed to be Michael Myers. Oh, why Michael Myers wouldn't cut his head off right there is beyond me. Anyone else, he would have just killed them right there. But then Busta Rhymes is like, you know what? Not only do I want to punk out Michael Myers a bunch of times during this film, but on top of that, I want to do like kung fu in a flaming room. This movie is absolute shit. It's going in trash. Absolute, complete, and utter trash, folks. That's where we have to have this. And as a matter of fact, I wish I even had something I could do here, because it's so bad. I don't even have anything. I don't even care. Oh, there you go. So, the first two timelines in the Halloween franchise, or three, that's how many there are. There's 5 timelines in the Halloween franchise. There's 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. That's what I call the original canon, or it should be, I think, is universally. Then there's 1, 2, H2O, Resurrection. That's another timeline. And then you have the standalone timeline of Halloween 2. Before we get into the timeline of the Rob Zombie Halloween movies, let's get back in here and see what you guys are doing in the comments section. Here we go. Ryan says, have you seen a clown in a cornfield in Jasper? I assume that's, have you seen Clown in a Cornfield in Jasper? I have not. I don't even know what that is. That seems like an extremely long name for a movie, but is what it is. Halloween 5 was better. Okay, we disagree. I think the producer's cut of 6 is better than Halloween 5. That's what I will say. Hey guys, what did I miss? You missed some Jets talk at the beginning. What else here? You missed some Jets talk at the beginning. We talked about the movies coming up tonight. In case you didn't know, around the midnight hour, we are going to be watching George Romero's Night of the Living Dead. And like I said, you no need to sync anything up. It's going to be right on your screen along with myself, yours truly, Midnite Mike. I'm going to be eating popcorn and I'll be cutting in, pausing the movie and cutting in and talking about it, which I'll need. I will need that break because I've been talking a lot lately. And we will be doing that around the midnight hour. And then later on in the night, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 in the morning, we are going to be doing Vincent Price, The Last Man on Earth, which is a post-apocalyptic movie about the last man on Earth as a plague has killed most of humanity, and they are now starting to return as vampire zombies, and he has to hunt them by day and barricade down at night. So that's what's going on there. And more things. I have some 80s. We're going to be watching some like 80s Halloween commercials and stuff, which I will obviously, a lot of us who grew up in that time will remember them, but it's also cool. And let me tell you something else. Halloween commercials have become fewer and farther between, but why have I, over the past 2 weeks, been seeing Christmas fucking commercials before Halloween? I don't mind if we're heading into Thanksgiving and you want to start showing Christmas commercials, fine. But before Halloween, get the hell out of here with that. That is bull. Holy shit, those are awful. I'm a little behind, so I don't fully know what you're talking about, but I'd appreciate everybody coming in and me doing this. Guys, the least you could do, I appreciate super chats. If we get 10 gifted channel memberships tonight, I will gift 10 of my own for a total of 20. So that's up to you guys. I really would appreciate all that stuff. But if you're rewatching this on the replay on the YouTube channel, I ask that you hit the like button and comment down below your favorite Halloween movies, all of that stuff. And anyone who comments down below after this movie isn't live, I will get back to you in the comments. So I would definitely appreciate that. Rusty Spooner comes in and says, I don't care what anyone says. I still love Rob Zombie's Halloween, the first one. We're about to get into that. We are about to get into that, Rusty Spooner. Yep, that movie was horrible. I think we're probably talking about Resurrection, right? Yeah, it belongs in F tier. Yep. And on my thing, we have the trash tier. Yeah, what's up with the Christmas commercials? I know. Like, once again, once Halloween is over, I have always said that Thanksgiving is basically practice Christmas. So you get together with the family and you have a nice big meal and everybody enjoys their time together, but it's all in preparation and practice for a month later, Christmas, where it's the same thing, except add hundreds and hundreds of dollars of presents being brought into the mix and way more decorations and a Christmas tree, all that stuff. So it's like Thanksgiving is like preseason Christmas. You know, Christmas is the real deal. Although I love Thanksgiving. Gotta watch Green Inferno. That movie was ridiculous and gets to you. It was messed up and actually made sense too. I will try to remember to check that out. Absolutely. And this is the last one, and we'll get back to the tier list. Let's see here. Talking about those horrible Michael Myers masks. Talking about those horrible Michael Myers masks you were showing off. Yeah, at least that's one thing I can say about the new 2018, the new trilogy. Like this is, it's usually behind me, but they definitely got the mask right. It's definitely in these new ones, definitely was awesome. That's one thing I could give them. Usually it's right behind me right there, but I switched it out for the Silver Shamrock Pumpkin. Hey, Mike, great show. I wish I didn't have to work tomorrow. So jealous. Wish I didn't have to work and could watch the show. Happy Halloween. Kim, thank you so much. Happy Halloween to you. Oh, and we'll get to those. But listen, it's going to be available before you head out. It's going to be available still on the channel, not behind channel membership or anything. And at some point, like tomorrow, I will timestamp everything in the first comment. Like I will pin a comment and I will timestamp everything. So if you want to watch me watch Night of the Living Dead, you go down to that comment, you'll see the time that I do it. You click on it, boom, and you can rewatch it. Same thing with the 80s Halloween commercials. Same thing with when I do the Friday the 13th tier list later on in the night. All this stuff will be, boom, you'll see all the timestamps. So please come back and enjoy some more of the show and all of that stuff. So I really do appreciate that. But here we go. Kim gives 5 Midnite Mike Show channel memberships. I'm trying not to play the Jets chant or anything super fucking loud because I want people to be able to leave this on as they fall asleep throughout the night. So actually, you know what? For that, I'll give you you'll kind of get the Jets chant, but I'll give you a one of the videos because you have 100% earned that. How about a little, let's see here. Which one should I do? I can't do the Michael Lando one. I know he said he left forever, but I don't trust him and I don't want to give that one away yet. But here we go. How about a Ken O'Brien to Wesley Walker? Thank you, Ken. Now, because of that, a little later on, I am going to give 5 Midnite Mike Show channel memberships of my own. And then if someone else comes in or 5 people do one or one person does 5, I'll gift another 5. We'll up to 10. So if we get 10 gifted, I will gift 10 for 20 total gifted channel memberships. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that, Kim. That means a lot. But let's finish this off because I do have someone waiting in the green room. Here we go. All right. So the final movies. We are now to the Rob Zombie Halloween movies. You know what? Let me bring him in. I don't know if he knows Halloween movies, but at least Abe, what's up? Do you know Halloween movies?
Not even a little bit, dog.
All right, I'll get through it quick, but I'll keep you on screen. All right. So the original Rob Zombie Halloween as a standalone movie, if there was no other Halloween movies, I'm telling you, it'd be fine. It'd be a fine movie. But once again, it's just another Rob Zombie movie with a bunch of white trash pieces of garbage. It's cursing every other word. It's very low brow. It is what it is. The biggest problem I have with it is what makes Michael Myers scary is the fact that he's just an everyday kid. He's any kid on your street that you wouldn't even suspect would go and just start being a murderer, kill his sister and all that stuff. In Rob Zombies, it's the exact kid you'd think. The kid who's torturing animals, getting in fights, beating people with hockey sticks, all this stuff, has a stripper mother, a scumbag stepdad, a sister who's a slut, all this stuff. It's exactly what Michael Myers is not supposed to be. Now, Danielle Harris does return and doesn't play Laurie Strode. She plays Nancy Loomis's character. And why that's skipping my mind, it is. And she gets naked, so that's a good thing. But here we go. I would put Rob Zombies. I'll put it in the C tier. It would be tied with Halloween 6, the producer's cut, if the person who made this tier list had it available. Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 is absolute garbage. I don't even want to talk about it. It is so shitty that I heard such shit. I basically heard the entire plot and what it was about. And it was one of the few Halloween movies in my lifetime that I did not go to see in the theater. I ended up buying it used from FYE. I brought it home, watched it, was so disgusted that instead of going back to FYE, which most of you can remember, that you could go back to FYE and return it for like store credit towards another purchase. I didn't even want it going back into the universe. I brought it out back and burnt it on my grill. So that's going in the trash category with Halloween Resurrection. So now you get to the new trilogy, Halloween 2018, Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends. This retconned the entire series and only goes off of the first Halloween movie. That's your first mistake. I have no problem with the storyline of Michael Myers being Laurie Strode's sister. But I do think this movie is cool. I think Michael Myers, it was James Jude Courtney who plays him, does a great job. I think Nick Castle also played him in this movie. The original Michael Myers came back to play him in this movie. John Carpenter helped out with the soundtrack. So there's a lot of positives to this movie. So Halloween 2018, I'm going to go ahead and put, I can't do B. I can't. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. I'll put it in B and I'll do one final check, before we do that. Halloween Kills. People make fun of this movie all the time because of the evil dies tonight thing. And that was the cheesiest shit that you could ever see. But of all the Halloween movies, Michael Myers is the most badass killer in this movie. Like, he is just unstoppable, just killing people left and right. The body count in this movie, I believe, is higher than any other movie. And this shows off more of the Silver Shamrock mask. They make a brief appearance in Halloween 2018, but in this one, you see the trick-or-treaters wearing the Silver Shamrock masks. And yeah, Halloween Kills is pretty cool. The evil dies tonight thing was shit, but I do like Anthony Michael Hall being in the movie. If you guys don't know Anthony Michael Hall, Breakfast Club, National Lampoon's Vacation, Freddy Got Fingered, Weird Science, yeah. So I will put Halloween Kills in the same B tier. I think those movies are B tier movies. Let's just leave them there. And then once again, I'll do one final check. Halloween Ends. Bullshit. Why is Michael Myers even on the cover of this? The main antagonist was that other kid, Charlie or Charles or whatever the hell his name was. And I was so disappointed. This made me almost sour on the whole trilogy. And I think this is trash. This is right down there with Halloween 2, Rob Zombie, and Halloween Resurrection. So, folks, this is the final tier list that I have. I just want to see if I would move anything up or down. Yeah, I will. Halloween 4 is getting moved up because I'd rather watch that than any of these three. H2O. I think that's it. I think that's our final. So in the S superior, you got Halloween and Halloween 3 Season of the Witch. In the A tier, you have Halloween 2 and Halloween 4. I actually watched Halloween 2018 today with my kids. I don't know if and they've seen it before, but I'm just letting you guys know. Then you got in the B tier, Halloween H2O, Halloween 2018, and Halloween Kills. The Rob Zombie Halloween is C. 5 and 6 is in the D category. Once again, Halloween 6, the producer's cut, if you're just joining us, would be in the C category, but I have the theatrical cut in the D. And then the absolute trash of the franchise, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, Halloween Resurrection with Busta Rhymes, and Halloween Kills. Folks, there it is. Take a little screenshot and remember that's my Halloween tier listing. All right, Abe, what are you doing here tonight?
Dude, I am so beyond tired. You have no idea.
I'm not fully tired yet.
Dude,
but
so here's been my week so far. Saturday, I worked till 11 p.m. Sunday, I didn't work, but got called in at 10 p.m. I didn't get home till 1 a.m. Monday was back at work at 8, worked till 11 o'clock Monday. Tuesday was only supposed to work till 8 till 9, but got a little bit of an incident at work, so I ended up working till about midnight, and then I was back at work at 7 a.m. this morning and just finished work now. So I'm on empty.
I can understand that.
Yeah. But
I actually got off the past couple months because usually I work a lot of overtimes on the weekends. I do 10-hour shifts on the weekends along with working all week. But when my boss sent out overtime stuff, I was on vacation and I sent it back to him. I thought I sent it back to him, but what I did was when I sent it back to myself. Like So like, at the bottom of the, thing, you could reply to one, but somehow I clicked it and it only went back to me. So when when it came out, all the overtime, I went to him and I was like, what happened? And he's like, you never sent me anything. And I was like, yes, I did. And I pulled up my phone and whatever. And then I went, oh shit, it only went to me. So I was able to get a couple, but I've had the last couple months pretty sweet. I mean, I'm not making as much money, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm at like 70-hour weeks now, just killing it.
Well, folks, I want to tell you all this. I'm going to get back to your comments about the end of that Halloween thing. When I don't want to do that while Abe is here. I'll get back to those. I have a Halloween or a Friday the 13th tier list coming later in the evening, and of course our 2 movies that we're going to be showing, and the old 80s, talking about 80s Halloween commercials and all that. All that's coming up. But for right now, I haven't talked to Abe in a little while. I want to talk to him about a little Jets stuff, and I see a lot of you in here are usually here for Jets stuff. It's not like I have anybody in here who's just like, oh, I'm a horror fan and I came. Let's talk some Jets again. Abe, a lot of stuff has come since we've talked to you last. The Jets won a game. We unfortunately lost Nick Mangold.
Yeah.
And now apparently ticket prices are going up next season, which is exciting. I mean, yeah. Your thoughts, just give me an update on everything New York Jets that's going on in your mind.
Sure. So first, the Nick Mangold thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's this, but I feel like Nick Mangold is like one of those guys like I grew up watching and really like the first time a player that you really remember as not so much an adult, but like somebody that you can actually remember forever, a guy passing away this young. I would articulate it, Mike, to somebody like maybe like a Keyshawn or somebody, that generation for somebody a little older like yourself. But like for me, like Nick Mangold was like.
Was that a dig?
100%. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Like he was a guy like I was raised on. I was born in '89, so it's not like I was born when he started playing. Like he started in 2006. So I remember like when he was drafted. I remember that draft. I remember it was the Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush, Vince Young draft. Like that's what it was all about. Mario Williams, brick that we took.
Yep.
And that team, I mean, Nick Mangold was the essence of the New York Jets. He really was. And I talked to a friend of mine who played on that team, and they're just all heartbroken. Like Nick Mangold was the guy that kept that whole organization together, and he meant so much to the players, but he meant so much to the fan base too. Just like that guy that you feel like, a lot of players people can't relate to, right? Guys that grow up in, being just upper level elite athletes that you don't think you can even have a conversation with. Nick Mangold was legitimately a guy that you'd sit at a bar and have a couple beers with and just talk shit about.
Yep.
That just seemed like the guy. He seemed like, I didn't know him, you didn't know him, but he seemed like a guy that we knew because we have so many friends that are in that same like mindset of like that guy you sit around and talk.
And no matter who I've ever spoken to or listened to or whatever, he's one of the guys that you never heard one bad thing about him.
Nope.
He never stabbed a truck driver.
I'm 100% wearing a Mark Sanchez jersey for Halloween. Like,
someone already did. Maddie was going to do it, and then a big news story came up about a comedian who wore the Sanchez jersey with blood coming out of it and all that. And Maddie was like, "Well, my Halloween costume's fucked."
I'm doing it. I don't care. Some people in my community sent it to me. They're like, "Are you going to do this?" I said, 100%. I have the jersey already. I'm not going to go buy Mark Sanchez jersey now. I already have one. So I'm 100% going to do it.
But no, yeah, Nick Mangold was someone you never heard a bad thing about. And another thing about him is he's one of those guys like Wayne Corbett who was always there for like training camp and helping out and like always around the organization. And like, a lot of the players over the past couple of years, like they know Nick Mangold because he would show up for training camp.
Nick and Mark Sanchez were doing a Jets podcast for the Jets up until like last year.
Yep.
You know,
It's that and at such a young age, and like the worst part is that my reaction video for the win, I knew it was going to be weird because I was, I was sitting in a Jersey Mike subs, and it was like 11 o'clock, and the game's 2 hours away, and all of a sudden I get this stuff about Nick Mangold, and I immediately went, well, win or lose, my reaction video is going to be a lot different. And I spent the first like 2 minutes just talking about Nick Mangold. And unfortunately, right before I got on to record it, I ended up seeing the clip of Rex Ryan talking about Nick Mangold, and it got me, and just thinking about his kids, and like I'm older, I'm like 4 or 5 years older than Nick was, and thinking about my kids and all of that, and it's like I was really upset. I was really upset going into that.
Yeah, I mean, really, anytime as a parent, when you see somebody that age that has young kids, like it's really hard to not start thinking about your own children, and like that you can just imagine what those kids are now feeling. It's impossible to not think like that, and you really do feel for them, and it's such a shock how like just a month ago or so he posted saying something like that he needs a kidney. Like none of us realize like the depths of it.
Yeah. I didn't even know he had apparently been dealing with this for many years.
No idea.
Yeah, I had no idea. And then so when he put out that message, I'm thinking, oh well, he'll end up getting the kidney. It'll end up working itself out, whatever. And then a week and a half, 2 weeks later, he's dead.
Yeah.
That was brutal. But regardless of all of that, let's bring up the mood of the Halloween sleepover and talk about the Jets beating the Cincinnati Bengals by 1 point.
Dude.
But your thoughts on the game?
It's awesome. I know everyone, I've said before, having a great culture really all happens to do with winning, right? You win games, your culture is great. You lose games, it's a terrible culture. That's how that works. Same thing with coaching, decision making. Why is he going for 2 down by, then they're down by 8 and all that crap? Well, if it works, he's a genius. And if it doesn't, we're killing him for making that call. I think the Jets are in a position where it's a learning season, and we knew that going in. We all predicted them to win somewhere between 4 and 6 games tops. It's a learning season. Go out there and just play fuck it ball. Just who cares if you win by 1, lose by 1? Like, go out there and compete. That's all I want to see. I don't want to see them losing 30-3. And I saw, what was it? In the NFL, if you switched every 1-score game, if every team 1-score games were flipped the other way, the Jets would be 5-2.
Yep. And ironically, the Eagles would be like 2-5 or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's just how the ball bounces, and it never bounces in the way of the Jets.
No, it doesn't. But it does show you that despite all the bad, losing 1-score games shows that you're in it. Right? That's all really you want to see. Nobody wants to go into halftime when they're down, 38-3 and go, all right, well, what are we even doing? Why? There's no point even watching this. You have a 1-score game. It's interesting. It's fun. It hurts more when you lose those games for sure, but I'd much rather feel the pain of that loss, knowing that it's going in the right direction, than losing and just getting blown out. The Buffalo game sucked. There's no shot in that game. No shot.
Yep.
The Pittsburgh game was great. The Tampa Bay game was great. We lost, but like in the moment, those are fun games to be a part of.
Now, but to be fair, a lot of those games we were losing by a lot up until the fourth quarter, and then they'd get like a garbage touchdown, and then all of a sudden something would happen, and they get even closer, and then lose in the end. So the scores of a lot of those games, like the Bucks game and a couple of the other, I forget if it was the Dallas game, but like a lot of those games, the scores were a little misleading. The final scores were a little misleading to how much we did get beaten.
Sure, but that shows that even if they're, it's misleading that they're it's more the other team taking the gas off the pedal, but that shows that the Jets were still giving it a shot, right? They were still giving it what they got. And we've seen Jets teams in the past where they're down big, where they have no fight left in them, where they just give up. So the fact that yeah, they're garbage time points, they're the number one defense isn't out there. I get that. I'm all for that. But at least we're showing that, hey, we're giving a fuck. Like we're trying to go out there. So I'm good with that. I just want the trajectory of effort to be going in the right direction. Talent wise, we don't have the talent to compete. That's going to take some time. We don't have a fucking quarterback. That's going to take some time. But if you give me heart and you give me the effort, that's all I can ask for right now. And if you look at it, the penalties have been dropping, Mike. I know it's a big thing.
They have. I mean, there's still the problem is that there's still penalties at the worst possible times.
Sure. So
like we may have we may have fewer penalties, but the penalties that are happening are we're driving down the field. It's, we're inside the 20 and then we get a holding call for 10-yard penalty. And it's like things like that piss me off. It's like they're coming at the worst times. The penalties we're getting now are coming at the worst times.
Sure, but in-game penalties are not as painful, like in the broad scope of things, than illegal formations and roughing the passers and unsportsmanlike conducts. Things that are before and after the whistle are way worse, but those are way down. Holding penalties. Defensive holding is the worst fucking penalty in all of sports. But all that stuff is stuff during the game, heat of the moment. Guys just make moves that make it happen. I think they really are improving, and it's not showing up on the record, but I think they are making major strides.
Yeah, and one of the biggest strides I think they need to start making is having a game where the offense and the defense both play good in the same game, because that hasn't happened once yet this season.
So here's something interesting that I thought about a couple weeks ago that I meant to bring up with you earlier. Maybe it's really optimistic of me, but maybe the Jets aren't as bad as we thought. Maybe the Jets are not the worst team in football. Maybe they're a middle of the road team. And what I mean by that, before going crazy on it and being the looking through the green lenses, just hear me for 1 second. For the most part this season, when the Jets played top offenses, their defense was not able to hold up. When the Jets played top defenses, their offense was not able to score. But when they played bad defenses, we can score some. When we play bad offenses, we can hold them. So it shows to me that we can level up with that level of competition. We can play good offense against a bad defense. We can play good defense against a bad offense. We can't play good offense against a good defense. We can't play good defense against a good offense. And that kind of puts us like somewhere in the middle of all of it.
It puts us somewhere in the middle if we are 4-4.
Well, no, because it's also who you play, right? What if we played? I mean, we should have beat Carolina. We're a better team than Carolina. What if we played? I mean, we should have beat Miami. We're a better team.
Well, I said this: if we played like we played against the Bengals, against the Panthers, we would have crushed the Panthers.
100%.
But unfortunately,
it is what it is. What if our season started off against the Saints and against some of these against the Browns? Maybe the record is a little different going into the bye.
I'd like to know your thoughts on this too. But what? So we win this game. So if I mean, look, I still think that we're getting 2-3 wins tops, but any little bit of momentum that we gained from beating the Bengals, now we go into the bye week. It's 2 weeks before our next game, and that puts us at square one against the Browns. I don't think we have any momentum going into this Browns game. I think it's going to get killed.
I completely disagree. I think
I think
if you go into the bye off of a loss, you have 2 weeks to think about it. You have 2 weeks to think about, crap, how are we going to get back onto this? Now they have 2 weeks. I mean, they won their first game. So they have 2 weeks now to think about what that feeling is and how do we maintain that feeling? How do we take
I hope
win and move forward with it? Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm trying to be as goddamn optimistic as possible.
it's hard when you're 1-7.
Look, we're not a playoff team. Don't hear what I'm not saying.
We're not going on a run.
No, that's not happening. Look, I still think 5 wins is the absolute maximum that this team can accomplish. But goddamn, like, I'm already looking at quarterbacks. I know the one guy that I really, really want. It's not the guy everybody's talking about. I know the one guy that I'm all in for. I think is going to be that guy. That's Dante Moore out of Oregon. I think that guy is just him. I think he's got everything needed to be a star quarterback. I just hope that we're picking high enough to get him.
Well, real quick, I just want to let everybody know I will try to get back to some of your comments about the ending of the Halloween tier list that I did, but we do have some comments obviously about the Jets that we're talking about right now, and so I want to get through some of those. Rusty Spooner says we're 1-7. If we're 0-8, we still have Mendoza. We can't win when we need to and lose when we need to. F my life. We're screwed ourselves for Mendoza. Bustin Fields isn't our savior. Let's be real. I agree with Justin Fields. He's not. We have him for 2 years, so we just deal with it. But once again, I'm never going to root for a tank. Like, never. I will always root for the Jets to win. And this draft, Mendoza is not the very clear front runner in this draft. There's like 3-4 guys that I keep hearing their names. So as long as we have a top 3 or 4 pick, which we probably will, playing like we've been playing, we're gonna get one of these top guys. That's how I'm looking at it.
I'll never root for a loss. I'll never root. The difference is losses don't hurt as much when you're a team that's expecting to win, like last year, right? With Rodgers, the Jets were expected to win. Those losses, they hurt. They sucked. It hurts more when you're expected to win. When you go into the season thinking, hey, we're a max 5-win team, like we lose, like, all right, cool. Expected it. It doesn't hurt me. I'm not going to root for them to lose, but I'm not going to feel it all throughout the week of a loss.
Rusty Spooner then continues, says the Jets are a horror movie where the chick runs up the stairs and not out the front door to freedom in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And we got a super chat in the house. Thank you so much, Ali. Once again, I'm trying not to play super loud stuff because I want people to be able to fall asleep listening to this and then not get like jolted by a Jets chant. But I mean, it's hard. I want to celebrate. So tonight I've been doing this. Thank you, Ali. $5. He says the Jets are Luke Wilson's character from Idiocracy. I haven't seen it. I wish I had. Have you seen it?
I've never even heard of it, let alone seen it.
For some reason, I wanted to say Idiosyncrasy, and then I realized that was wrong. Idiocracy. Well, you know what, Ali? The super chat is worth it because now I'm going to check out the movie.
Right now I got the $5 to rent it on Amazon Prime.
Well, there you go. Absolutely. Perfect. But no, thank you, Ali. I really do appreciate that, guys. The super chats and all that means so much that have been coming in, and 5 more gifted channel memberships, and I will gift 10. Kim already sent in 5 more, whether it's from one of you or 5 of you or whatever. If 5 of you each give 1, I will return the favor and gift 10 of my own. I already owe 5. So, but yeah, Abe, we're coming off the bye. We're playing the Browns now. Luckily, regardless of momentum or not, because like I said, I think the Jets are not good off the bye week. This is a new captain of the ship. We got Aaron Glenn in-house, Ingstrid and Wilkes. We'll see how they respond coming off a bye week. But luckily, I can say we're playing the Browns. So your thoughts on that game?
I think we're going to see very similar to what we saw against Denver, because Cleveland and Denver, to me, are two very similar teams where they have very good defenses and very poor offenses. People love Bo Nix. I don't see it. I don't get it. But the Browns' offense is predicated through their running game. Quinton Judkins is a stud of a ball player. Their offense is bad, but can be okay, similar to Denver. Their defense is very good, though. I fully expect Justin Fields to take a massive step back in the passing game this week, or next week rather. But I think that we can run on them. And that's ultimately what we need to do, is just continue to run the ball. No, Justin Fields can't be passing more than 20 times a game. We need to be feeding it to Brees. We need to be feeding it to Isaiah Davis. Justin Fields needs to have 10-plus carries. That's the only way our offense is going to look legitimate. Defensively, against the Browns, yeah, I think the Jets are going to eat. They are. We're going to see Will McDonald have another big game. Jermaine Johnson, I expect to have a couple sacks this game. I think we get a couple turnovers, a couple interceptions, which we haven't had yet. We'll get that off of a rookie quarterback. I think ultimately it's going to be similar, like a 13-10 kind of game, just an ugly game that just flies through because both teams are running the hell out of the ball, and it's just going to be ugly. And at the end of it, you're like, the fuck did I just watch?
Well, the one of the biggest problems I have is, and they did this not to the best extent, but where are the design runs for Justin Fields? He's only good at one thing, and that's running the ball. And I feel like they forgot they did it in the Pittsburgh game, and then it seems like they forgot about it till this past week, where he had a few more, but definitely not as many as he should have. Like, how many designed runs do you see coming up? You said you think there should be 10. Do you actually see them doing maybe 10 design runs for Justin Fields?
Yeah, I can only hope, right? Like, look at what's been successful, and just keep doing that. Like, that's logic 101. If it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what's working for them. So let it be. My question is, like, how many runs to Brees Hall or Isaiah Davis were read options that Fields handed it and didn't keep it? I don't know. I'd have to dive into it to see that, because that's potentially, over the course of the season, 10, 15 runs that Justin Fields didn't take because the defense was taking it away. I don't know. But I agree. Fields needs to have the ball in his hands in a running position way more than he currently is.
Rusty Spooner says, no point in winning. We just need to lose out and get Mendoza. If we lose out, but we're trying, like, I don't want to tank. I want to see the Jets win games. I don't care, because this week felt so goddamn good. I don't care that we're now the second draft pick, which I don't know if you saw that. The Saints now have the number 1 pick because of strength of schedule, and we have the number 2 pick.
We play each other. That's going to change.
Dude, if we lose to the Saints, like, god damn. That's what I'm saying. We have enough games coming up where we let me look. Let me just look again, because I messed up last time and I thought we had a game that we didn't have. But let me look at the schedule one more time. So we have the Browns. That we could feasibly get a win there. Yep. We could feasibly beat the Dolphins.
Yep.
We could feasibly beat the Saints.
Yep.
But that's about it, because we have Browns, Patriots, Ravens, Falcons.
We can beat the Browns.
Okay. We're not beating the Patriots.
No.
We're not beating the Ravens.
Definitely not.
We're not beating the Falcons, no matter how bad they looked against Miami.
No.
We could beat Miami.
Hold on. Where's that Falcons game? Is that a home game or a road game?
It's a home game.
If it's a home game, I give a 30% chance, because Atlanta is awful on the road.
Did you say 30% chance you give us?
30% chance.
Okay. Then we have Miami at home. I think we could win that. Then we have Jacksonville in Jacksonville. I don't think we win that. We have the Saints in New Orleans, but that's winnable.
Yep.
Then we end out the season with the Patriots and the Bills, and there's no chance.
No. Yeah, 4 more wins. And again, we went into the season saying we're probably a 4, 5, 6-win team. We're still on track for that.
Well, I said 5. I
said 5. I didn't say it's going 0-7.
No, that is brutal.
Yeah.
I don't know why you have such a boner for Mendoza, Rusty Spooner. Like I said, there's like 4 or 5 dudes out there. There's there's Mendoza. There's the who's the Indiana quarterback. There's the Oregon.
Mendoza is the guy from Indiana.
Oh, then who's Oregon?
Dante Moore, who's my guy. I love Dante.
Yeah, he's looking good. There's a few guys out there that are looking good.
Simpson from from Alabama.
Yeah, so it's not. We're gonna end up with a bottom 3 pick, as I see it. So, or a top 3 pick. We're gonna end up bottom 3 in the league to get a top 3 pick. So we're gonna get a quarterback. It just depends.
Let me veer topics a little bit. I want to ask you a question. So, we're not going to be a good team this year. Who knows what we're going to be going forward over the next few years? But all the rumors, of the trade deadline coming up right now. What do you think about the Breece Hall situation, and what do you think about the Quinnen Williams situation? Because I think they're vastly different.
Well, with Breece Hall, I don't mind trading him, but it'd have to be for a pick that I don't think people are going to be willing to give us. So if we can get like a third or a second, definitely a second. But if we could get a third, I'd think about it. But I don't know what teams are going to offer that. I mean, I think teams are going to offer a fourth or something to that effect, and I'm not willing to trade Breece Hall for a fourth. The way I look at it is if a team that's a actual contender, I mean, they should be willing to give us at least a third if they think that Breece Hall can help them get to the promised land. So if you think Breece Hall coming to your team can get you to the Super Bowl, then what's a 3rd round pick?
It's
you know
not
what I'm
just
saying?
that. It's that if a team like the Chiefs trade for Breece Hall and they give us a 3rd round pick, and then Breece Hall walks in free agency, they're going to get a comp pick in return. And so now you're really trading probably, you're losing 2 rounds of value because he's probably going to get you a 5th round comp pick. You're losing 2 rounds of value for a guy that's helping you get to a Super Bowl.
Well, that's what I'm, but I'd a second would definitely put me over the top, especially if they're getting the comp pick. But the thing is that Breece Hall can be a solution to this team. So I'd like to get him a contract, but we can also franchise tag him for next season and have him for next year too. So I don't know I guess when is the trade deadline?
November, like a week or so.
Oh no, that's tough because his body of work is not good enough right now where I'd say definitely keep him 100%. He's had like 2 good games. He's had fumbles. He's had games where he's done nothing. So I don't know. I'm really on the fence with him. Quinnen Williams is tough because Quinnen Williams, it hasn't done much, but he's getting double teamed every time. So that does open things up. A defense or an offense has to, like when they go out on the field, they have to plan for Quinnen Williams, because if you just put one guy on Quinnen, then he's going to have a great game and you're going to see him get through with a bunch of, making the quarterback hurry or rush or sack or whatever. So that's another one. It's like, I'd have to watch a lot more and see how. That's a tough one because people are saying, oh, where's Quinnen Williams been all year? He doesn't have sacks or this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, well, when you're double teamed, he's now taking up 2 people. Sure, he's not going to get those flashy stats, but he's taking up 2 offensive linemen.
So I think the ultimate question for Quinnen comes down to, obviously, what's the price tag, right? So assuming it, let's say.
And they'd have to take his contract.
Yeah, no, of course. No,
yeah.
I'm sure the Jets would be asking for a 1+ sum. I don't know. I don't know if that's out there. I don't know if that's out there. If a team like the Lions offered a 1 and a 3, are you jumping on that?
Oh, probably, yeah. Because my whole thing, Abe, is if we are serious about Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji, and we are planning on having them for 3 or 4 years, as soon as possible, and I've said this before on the show, I want as much cap space and as many draft picks as possible for them to build the team that they want. So if they think that Quinnen Williams could get us a 1 and a 3 and we'll already have a top 3 pick plus then we'll get, and I don't want none of this bullshit 2027, 2028, 2026. If you're talking about us getting 2 picks in the first round plus an extra third, I feel like you got to jump on that.
But okay, the argument against isn't Quinnen Williams a building block? Isn't like there aren't too many guys of his level around there. And if you think you're going to compete in the next 2 years,
I don't think we're going to compete in the next 2 years. Okay. That's the thing. Then, Abe, the thing with Quinnen is if you're getting a first and a third, they're going to have to take his contract, which would open up a bunch of cap space also. And then you think about the building blocks you'd have. You'd have now 2 first rounders, a second rounder, all coming to the team on rookie deals. Plus, you'd have Fashanu, you'd have Membu, you'd have Mason Taylor, all these guys on super cheap rookie contracts. I mean, Will McDonald's still on his rookie contract. So it's like that's a cheap core of like 5-6 guys who are all first and second rounders.
By the way, off topic, as much as we love Will McDonald, I wasn't a big fan to begin with. How different would this team be without him if they drafted Jackson Smith and Jigba instead?
I don't know. I don't want to go do these what ifs that we can't control like that.
Oh, it hurts because the night of I was yelling for it, and it's just it's painful to see. That's all.
I mean, I think he does a good job pulling his weight when Jermaine wasn't around, but I think I think having him and Jermaine is a good thing.
Sure. I think whatever. We don't need to go there.
Yeah, dude, we can't what if we drafted Dan Marino, Abe?
Yeah, we don't need to go there.
What if we drafted Warren Sapp, Abe?
Yeah, now we're
It's the story of the Jets. Because that's another thing. It's like I sit here going, oh, I want as many draft picks as possible. And then I look at the Jets' history of drafting, and I'm like, oh, boy. Like, God damn it. Like, our best ever draft ever was probably that DeBrickashaw, Ferguson, Nick Mangold draft. That was
100%. Correct me if I'm wrong. I was wrong. I was going to say we got David Harris in that draft, too. But we got David Harris the next year with Revis.
Rusty Spooner says Brees is similar to Marshall Faulk. Dude is really good. Quinnen, I would trade for a first though and draft Kalen McDonald from my Ohio State. Kid is no joke defensive tackle.
First of all,
then he follows up with facts, Mike. Trade Q and draft Kalen McDonald. You got to see that kid.
You ready for some hardcore trolling, Mike? Watch this. Ready? Go blue. Fuck Ohio State. When's the last time y'all beat us?
We got a Michigan fan in the house.
Let's go.
Rusty Spooner.
Go blue.
You remember the guy who called you Italian and you got all pissed off, a YouTube user? Yeah. I finally had to kick him.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, he kept coming in and going, yo, bring on my favorite Italian Abe. And I thought that was funny. That was fun trolling. But then he started like brutally attacking people in the comments section, and people were actually leaving and I kept warning him and kept warning him and kept warning him. And I was like, dude, I don't want to get rid of you. I don't want to. And then he just kept doing it. And I was like, all right, that's that. What? Abe just disappeared. Folks. Well, we're going to give him a chance to get back in here. Hopefully he gets back in because I still have about 20 minutes before midnight because, folks, at midnight, we will be watching Night of the Living Dead. It'll be right on your screen. No need to sync anything up. We will be watching the George Romero Night of the Living Dead. That, of course, started the entire zombie franchise and what's that genre? All that stuff. All good. He's back. All right, here we go. Abe,
sorry,
you're back.
Don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I don't either. I said I still got 20 minutes till I do Night of the Living Dead, and he just bounced on me. What happened?
I lost service. I don't know.
It's cool. Things
Yeah.
like that happen.
Yeah. Yeah. So fuck that guy. Fuck Ohio State. Go blue.
Oh yeah, he responded. It says, "Fuck Michigan. Who's the national champions, homie? Let's go Buckeyes."
Yeah. I just want a factual answer. When's the last time Ohio State beat Michigan? I just want to know.
Well, I don't know. Tell me.
That was in 2020.
And 2020 doesn't even count.
I don't even know college had a season in 2020. If it wasn't 2019.
Yeah, I don't count any 2020 seasons. When you don't have a crowd and whatnot, you're basically playing a practice pickup game.
Yeah, 21, 22, 23, 24 all goes to Michigan.
Well, there you go. There you go, all you Ohio State fans out there.
Yep. I'm going to. Hey, this is cool, Mike. You know this. Like being in New York, you don't really have like college football stuff, right? Like I like to say, my college football team growing up was the Jets. We don't have that. I am going to my first University of Michigan game this Saturday night, and I am so fucking pumped for it. The big house, 100,000 people there. It's going to be absolutely bonkers crazy.
That sounds awesome. Do you know Tommy was going to have me go to, because I've never, one of my bucket lists has always been, I wanted to go see, because I'm a Notre Dame fan. Once again, a very fair weather college football fan in general, but I've always liked Notre Dame. I'm Irish. I like that it's a Catholic school. I grew up watching Rudy. I just love Notre Dame, and I love everything about them. And he actually was going to send me, because he had press passes, to South Bend to sit in the press box at Notre Dame and watch them. But there's no way I could have gotten that through the wife, where I'll be like, oh, I want to be gone for a couple days and spending a bunch of money and whatever to go to a college football game in Indiana. But if he offers me that ever in the future, I may try to hold him to that and pick that up, because that would be just a friggin' bucket list right there.
And he's been killing it with college football, absolutely crushing it.
Now, what's this? He says that Michigan beat the Buckeyes 3 times in 20 years.
Michigan won in 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. That's a guarantee.
He says Abe ain't honest and knows he cheated to win the national championship. That's a fact.
Okay. Okay.
That's funny. But yeah, it look, man. I mean, what would you do? Would you with the Jets? Would you just get as many draft picks and cap space as possible going into? I mean, I don't want to hear any excuses. I hate Aaron Glenn's press conferences. I hate all of his little, like, oh, if I was a fast moving train, I wouldn't turn, and a truck would turn at a high speed, and a boat would fly down the ocean. I don't need to hear all that. I don't want excuses. I don't want that. So, like, let's get this guy as many draft picks and as much cap space as possible and prove it. Like, that's where I'm at.
So here's the thing. I would not trade Breece Hall. I would extend Breece Hall, because ultimately you're going to get a rookie quarterback. You're going to get him on a rookie deal, and he's not going to be costing you a lot of money. If that's the case, spend the money to give him weapons. It's the opportunity. It's how Seattle won early on in Russell Wilson's career. They were able to pay everybody else and have Russell Wilson on a rookie contract. If the Jets can get a rookie contract in there, rookie guy in there, pay your running back. It's the same reason it didn't work, but it's the same reason why I was totally okay paying Le'Veon Bell. Darnold wasn't making $1, so let's pay the guys around him that can help him succeed. If you let Breece Hall walk, who the hell is starting at running back next year with a rookie quarterback that's going to rely on a running
Dude,
game?
Isaiah Davis looks good, and Braylon Allen will be back.
Dude, neither of those guys have proven to be somebody that are absolutely reliable.
I wouldn't put him on the level of Breece Hall, but I think both of them are good running backs with potential to get even better.
No team goes into a game plan and says, "Man, we got to stop Isaiah Davis this week."
Maybe after last week they will.
I don't see that. Now with a rookie quarterback, no. They're going to say, "We're going to make this quarterback beat us." That's what's going to happen. And then, can Isaiah Davis and Braylon Allen be those guys? I don't think so.
Dude, I think Isaiah Davis and Braylon Allen, if we don't have Brees and we have those guys, I think they are much more solid than I think we need to more worry about our wide receiving core.
Oh, absolutely. But that's why I want to re-sign Brees Hall and draft a receiver. You're not getting a top quality receiver in free agency. You're not. Those guys aren't out there.
Now, what are you doing about John Simpson? Because we need an offensive line, and Tippmann and Membu and Fashanu are good, but Simpson is a penalty machine, and we need someone in his spot. I mean, what are your thoughts there?
Do you bring AVT back and see if he can stay healthy? Or is Jason Myers resigning? Is he going to be back next year? Do you find somebody in the draft? Do you when we signed John Simpson, he wasn't this big time name guy. He's played well. At least last year he played well. Can you find another guy like that in free agency? It's a guard, so you're not looking for an all pro offensive tackle that's going to do all these different things. I think finding if your left guard is your biggest weakness.
Well, it's not. We know that.
Right. But I'm saying that's like the thing that you're dying on a hill on. Like, I think you'll be okay.
But here's a question too. We're clearly going to draft a quarterback. How long does it take him to start?
It depends. Well,
I'd want him to sit as long as possible.
Sure. So I think Justin Fields is back next year either way. I think Tyrod. Ultimately, here's what happened, in my opinion.
Oh, well, Tyrod's gone. Yes,
Tyrod's gone. Justin Fields will be there with the rookie quarterback, and you'll have that third string like Brady Cook or whoever kind of guy, right? But on game day, you're gonna have Fields and you're gonna have the rookie. And if Fields is playing like he did against Carolina for multiple games, that rookie's gonna get his opportunity early on. If Fields plays like he did against Cincinnati and Pittsburgh, rookie might have to sit for a while, which I prefer. I prefer to let him sit for almost the whole year, learn how the NFL works, and then go and play. I don't need it to be the Jordan Love treatment of sitting for 4 years. I don't need all that, but let him sit for 75% of his first season. I'm all for that. And if that's the case, Justin Fields at times is a quality NFL starter.
Is he?
He was this past week.
Yeah, great. 1 week. I mean,
his thing has always been consistency. Justin Fields' thing has always been he shows flashes, but can he be consistent? That's always been the thing.
Real quick, Chris comes in and says, "Hey, Midnite Mike, Honest Abe, everybody, hope all is well. Go Jets. Love you all. Like, support, and subscribe to the channel and hit the like button. Smash it. It is free. Thank you, guys. Yes, throughout the night, if you can, please don't forget to hit that like button. And if you're watching on the replay, if it's not live and you're watching this, do me a favor and hit the like button and comment down below, because obviously the live comments, I'll get to those, but I will if you comment down below, I'll get to all those comments when this video is obviously not live and it's just on the replay on the channel. It's not going behind the membership thing or anything like that. So I appreciate that. And our channel member Ali comes in, of course, saying hi to Chris. I love it when you guys support each other. That's awesome. Rusty Spooner says, "Yep, that's why I want to trade Q for a first and a more 100% franchise Hall, or sign him for 11 million."
If you don't trade Brees Hall, you have to at minimum franchise him for next year. At minimum.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I don't. And AVT, I don't even know about. He gets hurt every year. It's like, I love the guy, but it's like, what are we going to do? Sign him and extend contracts and stuff like that, and then just have him get hurt every year and be out?
I mean, until he can stay healthy, you keep giving him 1-2 year prove it deals. at a lower value. They're going to be a lower value.
That's true, but is it? But would he be willing to stick around for a 1-year deal when another team is possibly going to offer him 2 or 3?
Right. But are you willing to take that risk? Because I'm not. Let some other team deal with it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think. Yeah.
Look at our boy Mekhi Becton, right? Had one good year on a prove-it deal with Philly, goes to the Chargers, and is ranked like the 3rd worst guard in the NFL.
Well, we didn't. I mean, once again, Becton got a ring because he went to Philly and he was surrounded by the Philadelphia Eagles.
He played really well, mostly because of the guys that were around him.
Yes,
and that again is why if our left guard is the only weakness, I think we're able to plug and play because the rest of the offensive line is so strong.
No, yeah, I agree with that. Abe. But yeah, I mean, look, it is what it is. I just this year clearly is already in the trash, and we all understand that the season was over before Columbus Day, and you know that's why I said just get Aaron Glenn and Daramuji all the picks and stuff they need. Let them prove it. Let them see. Let them put the team together that they want.
Yeah, I would like if they're able to trade Quinn Williams for one. Obviously, very theoretical. And they end up drafting 7th because they win a few games at the end. You can use that extra pick potentially to move your way up to go get that quarterback. Because ultimately, the really bad teams right now, how many of them are looking for quarterbacks? Right? Tennessee just took a guy number 1 overall. They're not taking another quarterback. The Saints are taking a quarterback. The Jets are taking a quarterback. Who else is locked in to take a quarterback that's going to be drafting in the top 5 right now?
No, yeah, we're getting one of these top 3, 4, 5 quarterbacks that everybody. Once again, there's no clear guy. I know people are sitting there, like Rusty Spooner, Mendoza, but that I've heard like four guys, that people really want. Tommy Jets, I forget who he said earlier, but I said, who's your top 3 guys I should be looking at? And he didn't name Mendoza in the entire 3. So, it is what it is. We will see what happens. It's just the Jets are being the Jets, and we're already looking to the off season, and Halloween is still a couple days away.
Ain't crazy.
It's ridiculous. Abe.
Remember last Halloween is when we played the Texans and Malachi Corley dropped the ball at the goal line.
Hey, look, we still won the game.
We did. But
the Jets don't want to upset me around my favorite holiday. They won last year, and then they won this year. They won the Cincinnati game.
God damn.
Well, listen, Abe, we're close to midnight. That's when I'm running Night of the Living Dead. I very much appreciate you popping on. I'm going to get to some of these comments about the Halloween thing and take a quick 2-minute break, and then I'm going to be showing a movie and doing that. But I appreciate you coming on, talking the Jets. Please don't be a stranger.
You know it. Hey, I know you're pulling this all night thing. I'll check in with you at 7:30 and see if you're still around.
I hope I will be. I've told everybody I may go the full 12 hours, but if I don't, this will still, no matter what, be the longest Midnite Mike Show overnight stream that I've ever done. So I made that promise.
I'll hop on at 7:30 and we'll see if you're alive.
Dude, I'm gonna be like this.
Yeah.
Hey, Abe, you're back.
Did you take a nap beforehand?
No, as a matter of fact, I woke up early today and started stressing out because I had to do a bunch of things during the day and couldn't get back to sleep. And then right when I was about to fall asleep watching Welcome to Derry, my wife calls me and she's like, "Oh, we're going to be home in a couple minutes." I thought I still had like an hour or two before they got home from school.
Yeah.
And so by the time I get off in the morning, I'll have been up for pretty much 24 hours.
Gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that last week. One day I got called into work as I was falling asleep at 10 o'clock at night. Ended up working till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So I was up from 7 a.m. on Sunday until 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday. That was tough.
That is insane.
It's tough. But it's the job.
It is. Yeah. Dude, I really appreciate it. Like I said, don't be a stranger. Hopefully I will be available at 7 or whatever in the morning.
Yep. All right, Mike. I'll talk to you soon, brother.
All right. Have a good night. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am getting back to we did a Halloween tier list. We're coming up on midnight when I'm going to be showing Night of the Living Dead and pausing it, coming in, talking about it, getting back to the movie. You'll be able to watch it right here. YouTube better not mess with me on this one. The two movies I picked tonight are in the public domain, royalty free, and there should be zero problems. But here we go. Let's see here. I did the last tiers I did were the Rob Zombie movies and the new trilogy. So I just want to see what we that was okay. Original Rob Zombie was at least number two. The Rob Zombie movie was spot on for Psychic Crazy. I guess once again, the second Rob Zombie was beyond horrible. Yes. I 100% agree. I really didn't know there was that many Halloween movies. Oh my God, how many did they make? I think there's 13 total. Mike, you have to watch Frankenhooker. I've seen Frankenhooker. Are you kidding me? It's so bad, it's great. I agree. She still goes to cons dressed as Frankenhooker. Laughing my ass off. It's not a snuff film either. It's a great one and ridiculous. But I believe me, I've seen them. I love Halloween 2, third one from Blumhouse. Halloween 2. I love Halloween 2. The third one from Blumhouse. I don't really know what that means. I love Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, the original Halloween 2. Third one from Blumhouse is Halloween Ends. That is horrible. Evil Dies Tonight. Yeah. Oh God. That's what sucked about. That's definitely what sucked about Halloween Kills. Otherwise, it was Halloween Kills was pretty cool. Like Michael Myers was savage in Halloween Kills. It is what it is. All right, folks. We are 4 minutes away from midnight. So I will be watching Night of the Living Dead, George Romero's Night of the Living Dead. That's coming up after a short break. Give me 2 minutes, and I will be right back on the Midnite Mike Show. Stick around because when I come back, we're starting the movie. Here we go, folks.
In the glow of the screen, Midnite Mike takes a seat with a bowl full of snacks. It's a Halloween treat. Night of the Living Dead, flickering shadows play while he cheers for the Jets in his spooky way. All the ghosts of the past whisper secrets in the night. Memories of costumes and flickering light. Talk of boring thrills, echoes in the hall. Midnite Mike Sleepover, let's enjoy it all. Creepy tales from the years when we jump and we scream. Carved out pumpkins glowing in a pumpkin spice dream. The Jets will always haunt with their ups and their downs, but tonight it's pure fun with friends all around. All the ghosts of the past whisper secrets in the night. Memories of costumes in the flickering light. Talk of horror thrills, echoes in the hall. Midnite Mike Sleepover, let's enjoy it all. So gather round, my friends, let's race to the fright. With a deadly glow in the night. In this carnival of fears, we'll laugh and we'll scream. Midnite Mike leads the way through our Halloween dream. All the ghosts of the past whisper secrets in the night. Memories of costumes and flickering light. Talk of horror thrills, echoes in the hall. Midnite Mike Sleepover, let's enjoy it all. Let's enjoy it all.
All right, we are back on the Midnite Mike Show's Halloween Sleepover, and it is time for George A. Romero's Night of the Living Dead. We are going to be watching it and having a blast. And I'd appreciate your comments, all of that stuff. And what I'm going to do is if you've ever seen Joe Bob Briggs or Elvira or Svengoolie or Vampira or any of those horror hosts, I'm going to kind of run it like that. Okay. So we're going to watch the movie. I'm going to stay, you'll still see me on screen and whatnot. I'll have the movie on screen. And throughout the movie, every 15 minutes, 20 minutes, something in that range, I'll pause the movie. We'll talk about it. I'll get to your comments as they come in through the film. And that's how we're going to do it. So let's see what we can do here. All right. I'm excited for this, folks. I am excited for this. All right. Like that. Oh, I have to share screen. Okay. We'll do that first. All right. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I present on the Midnite Mike Show's Halloween Sleepover. There should be no problems with this. Royalty free, public domain, George A. Romero's Night of the Living Dead. Here we go.
They ought to make the day the time changes, the first day of summer.
What?
Well, it's 8 o'clock and it's still light.
A lot of good the extra daylight does us. Now, we've still got a 3-hour drive back. We're not going to be home until after midnight.
Well, if it really bugged you, Johnny, you wouldn't do it.
You think I want to blow Sunday on a scene like this? You know, I figure we're either going to have to move Mother out here or move the grave into Pittsburgh.
She can't make a trip like this.
Oh, you know that she can't. Is there any of that candy left?
No.
Look at this thing. We still remember. I don't. You know, I don't even remember what the man looks like.
Johnny, it takes you 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes to put the wreath on the grave and 6 hours to drive back and forth. Mother wants to remember, so we trot 200 miles into the country and she stays at home.
Well, we're here, John, all right?
Test. Back on. Oh. Ladies and
Hey,
gentlemen, we're coming back on the air after an interruption due to technical problem.
There's nothing wrong with the radio. radio? Must have been the station.
Which row is it in?
Well, there's no one around.
Well, it's late. If you'd gotten up earlier.
Oh, look, I already lost an hour's sleep on the time change.
I think you complain just to hear yourself talk. There it is.
I wonder what happened to the one from last year. Each year we spend good money on these things. We come out here and the one from last year's gone.
Well, the flowers die, and the caretaker or somebody takes them away.
Yeah, a little spit and polish, you can clean this up. Sell it next year. Wonder how many times we bought the same one. Hey, come on, Barb. Church was this morning, huh? Hey, I mean, praying's for church, huh? Come on.
I haven't seen you in church lately.
Well, there's not much sense in my going to church. Do you remember one time when we were small, we were out here? It was from right over there. I jumped out at you from behind the tree, and Grandpa got all excited, and he shook his fist at me, and he said, "Boy, you be damned to hell." Remember that? Right over there. Well, you used to really be scared here.
Johnny,
Well, you're still afraid.
stop it now. I mean it.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Stop it. You're ignorant.
They're coming for you, Barbara.
Stop it. You're acting like a child.
They're coming for you. Look, there comes one of them now.
He'll hear you.
Here he comes now. I'm getting out of here.
Johnny. Oh! No! No! Johnny! Help me!
All right. Don't worry about him. I can handle him. Probably be a lot more of them as soon as they find out about us. Truck is out of gas. This pump out here is locked. Is there a key? We can try to get out of here if we can get some gas. Is there a key? Suppose you tried this. Do you live here? Jesus. We've got to get out of here. We have to get to where there's some other people. Maybe we better take some food. I'll see if I can find some food.
What's happening?
How do you think it's happening?
What's happening?
Two of them. There are two of them out there. Have you seen any more around here? I can take care of those two.
I don't
I know you're afraid, but we have to...
I don't know! I don't know! What's happening?
now.
Don't look at it.
All right. We'll take our first break here really quick. And I'll tell you right now, this movie, every time I watch it, completely enthralled in it. George Romero did so well with this film. And someone was saying something in the comments section. I believe it was Scott who said that first zombie that you saw was one of the smartest zombies ever. From what I'm to understand, throughout the George Romero, especially the first four, the zombies are supposed to be becoming more intelligent as they start to realize their surroundings. So the zombies in Dawn of the Dead are smarter than the zombies in Night of the Living Dead. By Day of the Dead, the zombies are starting to learn how to talk. Now, granted, it's from help from a scientist. So you obviously Bub, the zombie that he has in captivity, he's starting to recognize things and learn things. And then by the time you get to land, they have a zombie kind of leading them to get to Fiddler's Green. The progression of the zombies. It's and also in this is the start of the outbreak. So in Night of the Living Dead, maybe the population is 80% human, 20% zombie. By night or by dawn, it may be like 50-50 or even 60-40 zombies. Then when you get to Day of the Dead, it's like 80-90% zombies, and then by the time you get to Land of the Dead, you're looking at almost 100% zombies. You're looking at 90-95% zombies, because humans are literally confined to one little tiny part of, like, I believe it was Pittsburgh, like one tiny peninsula that has one access to the mainland, and that is highly fortified. But every human within hundreds of thousands of miles are all stuck in this one little area, and the world is like 90-95% zombies. I just love, honestly, I do love the cast. Dwayne Jones, who plays Ben, is absolutely amazing. You need a character to be the one who can kind of keep his wits about him and keep the eye on the prize, essentially, on how to survive, how to move forward, how to protect yourself. And he does a perfect job, with the juxtaposition of Judith O'Dea, who plays Barbara, who is a complete and absolute mess, like no help whatsoever. And it gets even worse as the movie goes on. No help whatsoever. She's completely, it's actually, she becomes a frustrating character, to which, when Dwayne Jones, or Ben, finally does smack her across the face, which we're about to see coming up, it's, you don't feel, it's not a man beating a woman, it's there is everybody watching the movie at the point when he snaps would do the exact same thing, because he's trying to figure it out. He's trying to figure out how are we going to get this house boarded up? How are we going to protect ourselves? He's now just finding out that light bothers the zombies. They don't want to be near light. They don't want to be near fire, things like that. So his character is awesome. We're about to get introduced to Carl Hardman, who plays Mr. Cooper. And I'll tell you, he is one of the best heels in film history. If you haven't seen this film, which I guarantee you, but all of you in here probably have, but he is one of the best heels in history. And And then, obviously you're introduced to his wife and Judy and the other people in the house. But I'll tell you, like that, I just had to say that the practical effects so far and throughout the film for the time in black and white on a shoestring budget, I'm sorry, I can't. I have nothing but praise for what I'm seeing and what I've seen George Romero pull off in this movie. This movie was one of the most profitable independent movies ever made. It was made for $114,000. Okay, and that today equals out to right under $1 million. Believe it or not. So 68, 69. $114,000 is equal to about $1 million today, which is crazy. But it grossed $30 million at the box office. And from what I was reading, when they finished getting the film put together, they didn't even have distribution. They were bringing it to theaters, like any theater who would play it. They were, and then obviously once word got out and it was released into more theaters. But it grossed $30 million, which today is over $250 million that it got at the box office. That's something that I feel like people need to understand. When you look at the most grossing movies of all time, what you've got to do is look at I don't know, Avatar. Look at the original Avatar. Look at the total number and divide that by the price of a movie ticket. Okay, which at the time was probably like $15, right? Or $10, something like that. Then go to a movie like E.T. the Extraterrestrial, which made less total gross, and divide that by $3, which is what it cost to go see a movie in 1982 or whenever that movie came out. You'll see stark differences. Like they tried to say that new Little Mermaid made as much as the original Little Mermaid. Well, if you price for ticket prices, the original Little Mermaid blew that fucking movie out of the water. So never be fooled by people saying, "Oh, this grossed more than Jurassic Park," or "Oh, this grossed more than E.T." or whatever. Go check it out based upon the ticket to see the movie at the time. You'll see a huge difference. But that's what I'm saying. I want to get back to the film, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we are in the middle of watching Night of the Living Dead. It's about to get more serious. More characters are supposed to are about to start showing up. And yeah, let's see what we got here. I just want to get to some of your comments in between here because this is what this is all about. Here we go. Got to get up to the top. All right. As a kid, I was in love with Elvira, by the way. Hell yeah, Rusty Spooner. I got a life-size stand-up cardboard of Elvira in this other part of my studio. If I had my second camera on facing my second chair, you would see it. But I promise it's there. What a babe. That nerd really outkicked his coverage. Now, I did say, and I'm sure he would have figured it out, that Barbara and Johnny are brother and sister. But yes, Judith O'Dea, beautiful girl. I love that old like 60s, the way her hair is set and like the style of dress, like the coat she's wearing, like a kind of a Jackie Onassis kind of like coat. 100%. Dude puts on his gloves like a serial killer. LOL, Johnny is a creep. That's actually a smart zombie using a brick. I agree. And there it is. Scott Foster says smartest zombie ever. We're about to get back to this film. Oh, Maddie's in the chat. Good to see you, Maddie. Oh, snap. Don't go in there. They's all dead. Yeah. And once again, the practical effects of that like dead person at the top of the stairs. And once again, a lot of that has to do that it was filmed in black and white, but it is what it is. Yeah, they're all dead. They're all messed up. Oh, line from the movie. I got you there. And also there's no, it's okay, Maddie. I didn't expect that. That's to be fair. I'll be honest. I've never seen this movie. I'm really liking the music. Music is fantastic. Then let's get back to it. Real quick. Barbara is catatonic through most of the movie. Yeah, and annoying as hell. Beautiful, but annoying as hell. I don't think she knows how to drive, honestly. Probably not. Women didn't drive back then. Oh, that's right. He really hit Judith too. I saw something about that, and it wasn't just once either. Yeah, you got to do multiple takes. You got to do multiple takes. I'd hit that multiple times. Now, guys, keep your heads out of the gutter. Keep your heads out of the gutter. Elvira was hot. Yes, she was. Let's get back to the movie, folks. Here we go. All right, here we go. Night of the Living Dead continues here on Midnite Mike's Halloween Sleepover.
Get some more lights on in this house. Why don't you see if you can find some wood, some board, something about the fireplace, something we can nail this place up. Oh, God damn. Look, I know you're afraid. I'm afraid too. But we have to try to board the house up together. Now, I'm going to board up the windows and the doors. Do you understand? We'll be all right here. We'll be all right here until someone comes to rescue us. But we'll have to work together. You'll have to help me. Now, I want you to go in and get some wood so I can board the place up. Do you understand? Okay? Okay? That's wrong. Yeah, I want you to pick out some nails. Pick out the biggest ones you can find.
This room looks pretty secure. If we have to, we can run in here and board up the doors. Won't be long for those things be back pounding their way in here. They're afraid now. They're afraid of fire. I found that out. You know a place back down the road called Beekman's? Beekman's Diner? Anyhow, that's where I found that truck I have out there. There's a radio in the truck. I jumped in to listen to it when a big gasoline truck came screaming right across the road. But there must have been 10, 15 of those things chasing after it, grabbing and holding on. Now, I didn't see them at first. I could just see that the truck was moving in a funny way. And those things were catching up to it. The truck went right across the road. Slammed on my brakes to keep from hitting it myself. It went right through the guardrail. I guess the driver must have cut off the road into that gas station by Beekman's Diner. It went right through the billboard, ripped over a gas pump, and never stopped moving. By now, it's like a moving bonfire. Didn't know if the truck was going to explode or what. Still hear the man screaming. This thing is just backing away from it. I looked back at the diner to see if there was anyone there who could help me. It was when I noticed that the entire place had been encircled. There wasn't a sign of life left except by now there were no more screams. I realized that I was alone with 50 or 60 of those things, just standing there, staring at me. I started to drive. I just plowed right through them. They didn't move, they didn't run or just stood there, staring at me. Just wanted to crush them. They scattered through the air like bugs.
We were riding in the cemetery, Johnny and me. Johnny. We came to put a wreath on my father's grave. Johnny, and he said, "Can I have some candy, Barbara?" We didn't have any. And, oh, it's hot in here. Hot. And he said, "Oh, it's late. Why did we start so late?" And I said, "Johnny, if you'd gotten up earlier, we wouldn't be late." Johnny asked me if I were afraid. And I said, "I'm not afraid, Johnny." And then this man started walking up the road. He came slowly, and Johnny kept teasing me and saying, "He's coming to get you, Barbara." And I laughed at him and said, "Johnny, stop it." And then Johnny ran away. And I went up to this man, and I was going to apologize.
Why don't you just keep calm?
And I looked up, and I said, good evening. And he grabbed me. He grabbed me, and he ripped at me. He held me, and he ripped at my clothes.
I think you should just calm down.
Oh, I screamed, Johnny! Johnny, help me! Oh, help me! And he wouldn't let me go. He ripped. And then Johnny came and he ran and he fought this man. And I got so afraid. I ran. And Johnny didn't come. We have to wait for Johnny. Maybe we better go out and get him. We have to go out and get Johnny. He's out there. Please, don't you hear me? We've got to go out and get him. Please! We have got to go get Johnny! Please help me! Please!
Don't you know what's going on out there? This is no Sunday school picnic.
Don't you understand? My brother is alone!
Your brother is dead.
No! My brother is not dead! Oh. Oh.
Because of the obvious threat to untold numbers of citizens, and because of the crisis which is even now developing, this radio station will remain on the air day and night. This station and hundreds of other radio and TV stations throughout this part of the country are pooling their resources through an emergency network hookup to keep you informed of all developments. At this hour, we repeat, these are the facts as we know them. There is an epidemic of mass murder being committed by a virtual army of unidentified assassins. The murders are taking place in villages, cities, rural homes, and suburbs with no apparent pattern or reason for the slayings. It seems to be a sudden, general explosion of mass homicide. We have some descriptions of the assassins. Eyewitnesses say they are ordinary-looking people. Some say they appear to be in a kind of trance. Others describe them as being So, at this point, there is no really authentic way for us to say who or what to look for and guard yourself against. Misshapen monsters. Reaction of law enforcement officials is one of complete bewilderment at this hour. So far, we have been unable to determine that any kind of organized investigation is yet underway. Police, sheriff's deputies, and emergency ambulances are literally deluged with calls for help. The scene can best be described as mayhem. Mayors of Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and Miami, along with the governors of several eastern and midwestern states, have indicated the National Guard may be mobilized at any moment, but that has not happened as yet. The only advice our reporters have been able to get from official sources is for private citizens to stay in their homes behind locked doors. Do not venture outside for any reason until the nature of this crisis has been determined and until we can advise what course of action to take. Keep listening to radio and TV for any special instructions as this crisis develops further. Thousands of office and factory workers are being urged to stay at their places of employment, not to make any attempt to get to their homes. However, in spite of this urging and warning, streets and highways are packed with frantic people trying to reach their families or apparently to flee just anywhere. We repeat, the safest course of action at this time is simply to stay where you are. says there will be an official announcement as soon as possible following that meeting. This is the latest dispatch just received in our newsroom. Latest word also from National Press Services in Washington, D.C. now tells us that the emergency presidential conference, which we've just mentioned, will include high-ranking scientists from the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. That's the extent of this latest meeting. Members of this cabinet, the FBI, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the scientists from NASA within the hour. All radio and TV stations from this part of the country, including the one to which you were listening, have joined their facilities in an emergency network to bring you this news as it develops. We urge you to stay tuned to radio and TV and to stay indoors at all costs. Late reports reaching this newsroom tell of frightened people seeking refuge in churches, schools, and government buildings, demanding shelter and protection from the wholesale murder which apparently is engulfing much of the nation. Law enforcement officials are at a loss to explain or, even at this hour, even to theorize about the reasons for this raven murder. So far, the advice they're able to give the public is something. Chief T.K. Dunmore of Camden, North Carolina, was quoted as saying, quote, "Tell the people for God's sake to get off the streets. Tell them to go home and lock their doors and windows up tight. We don't know what kind of murder-happy characters we have here." End quote. Police Chief Dunmore of Camden, North Carolina. So far, the only descriptions, the only clues anyone has of the killers come from frightened witnesses of some of the slayings. These eyewitness accounts variously describe the murderers as ordinary-looking people, misshapen monsters, people who look like they're in a trance, and things that look like people but act like animals. Some eyewitnesses tell of seeing victims who look as though they had been torn apart. This whole ghastly story began developing 2 days ago with the report of the slaying of a family of 7 in their rural home near Gulfport. Since then, reports of some senseless killings began snowballing in a reign of terror which has hopscotched in an erratic, disconnected manner throughout much of the eastern and midwestern States. Efforts to keep track of the murder reports by the placing of markers on a map seem to indicate a general spreading from the extreme southeastern United States to the north and west. Our newsmen have been on the telephone talking with officials in other cities and have determined that none of this kind of mass murder has yet been reported west of the Mississippi River, except in the extreme southeastern portion of Texas. Similar killings have been reported around the Houston and Galveston areas, but nothing like...
I found a gun and some bullets out there.
It was only late yesterday
On
that it
these.
became clear we were facing some kind of national emergency. When first reports began filtering in, newsmen and law enforcement agencies were of the opinion...
This place is boarded up pretty solid now.
...in nature. However, as these
We ought to be all right here for a while.
dramatically, it was soon apparent that
We have
this
a
was
gun
something
and
more than the
bullets,
usual run of lawlessness.
food, and the radio.
Officials began to suspect an obscure kind of conspiracy.
Sooner or later, someone
Things as
bound to come and get us out.
creatures from outer space. So again, we join with law enforcement agencies, urging you to seek shelter in a building. Lock the doors and windows securely.
Hey, that's us. We're doing all right.
Precautions of any suspicious strangers. And keep tuned to your radio and television for survival instructions and further details of this continuing story.
Look, I don't know if you're hearing me,
Goes on in the absence of any law.
but I'm going upstairs now.
It's almost as though some critical balance of
If anything should try to break in here, I can hear it from up there. I'll be down to take care of it.
savage killers. We repeat, this radio station...
Everything is all right for now. I'll be back to reinforce the windows and doors later. But you'll be all right for now, okay? Okay.
Civil defense officials in Cumberland have told newsmen that murder victims show evidence of having been partially devoured by their murderers. Consistent reports from witnesses to the effect that people who acted as though they were in a kind of trance were killing and eating their victims prompted authorities to examine the bodies of some of the victims. Medical authorities in Cumberland have concluded that in all cases, the killers are eating the flesh of the people they murdered. Repeating this latest bulletin just received moments ago from Cumberland, Maryland, civil defense authorities have told newsmen that murder victims show evidence of having been partially devoured by their murderers. Medical examination of victims' bodies shows conclusively that the killers are eating the flesh of the people they kill. And so this incredible story becomes more ghastly with each report. It's difficult to imagine such a thing actually happening, but these are the reports we have been receiving and passing on to you, reports which have been verified as completely as is possible in this confused situation. It is happening, and it would appear that no one is safe from this wave of mass murder.
We're from town. A radio.
County, Pennsylvania. The Butler County Sheriff has verified that reports of murder by their slayers is true. No further details available at this time.
How long you guys been down there? I could use some help up here.
That's the cellar. It's the safest place.
You mean you didn't hear the racket we were making up here?
How were we supposed to know what was going on? Could have been those things for all we knew.
That girl was screaming. Sure, you must know what a girl screaming sounds like. Those things don't make any noise. Anybody would know somebody ever needed help.
Look, it's kind of hard to hear what's going on from down there.
We thought we could hear screams, but for all we knew, that could have meant those things were in the house afterward.
And you wouldn't come up and help?
Well, if there were more...
The racket sounded like the place was being ripped apart. How were we supposed to know what was going on?
Now, wait a minute. You just got finished saying you couldn't hear from down there. Now you say it sounded like the place was being ripped apart. It would be nice if you get your story straight, man.
All right, now you tell me. I'm not going to take that kind of a chance when we got a safe place. We luck into a safe place, and you're telling us we got to risk our lives just because somebody might need help, huh?
Yeah, something like that.
All right, why don't we settle this?
Look, mister, we came up. Okay, we're here. Now I suggest we all go back downstairs before any of those things find out we're in here.
They can't get in here.
You got the whole place boarded up?
Yeah, most of it. All but a few spots upstairs. They won't be hard to fix.
You're insane. The cellar's the safest place.
I'm telling you, they can't get in here.
And I'm telling you, those things turned over our car. We were damn lucky to get away at all. Now you tell me those things can't get through this lousy pile of wood?
His wife and kids downstairs. Kids hurt.
Well, I still think we're better off up here.
We could strengthen everything up, Mr. Cooper.
With all of us working, we could fix this place up in no time. We have everything we need up here.
We can take all that stuff downstairs with us. Man, you're really crazy, you know that? You got 1 million windows up here. All these windows, you're gonna make them strong enough to keep these things out, huh?
I told you, those things don't have any strength. I smashed 3 of them and pushed another one out the door.
Did you hear me when I told you they turned over our car?
Oh, hell, any good 5 men can do that.
That's my point. Only there's not going to be 5 or even 10. There's going to be 20, 30, maybe 100 of those things. And as soon as they know we're here, this place is going to be crawling with them.
Well, if there are that many, they'll probably get us wherever we are.
Look, the cellar. The cellar, there's only one door, right? Just one door, that's all we have to protect. Tom and I fixed it so it locks and boards from the inside. But up here, all these windows, why, we'd never know where they were going to hit us next.
You got a point, Mr. Cooper. But down in the cellar, there's no place to run to. I mean, if they did get in, there'd be no back exit. We'd be done for. We can get out of here if we have to. And we got windows to see what's going on outside. But down there with no windows, if a rescue party did come, we wouldn't even know it.
But the cellar is the strongest place.
The cellar is a death trap.
I don't know, Mr. Cooper. I think he's right. You know how many's out there?
I don't know. Maybe 6 or 7.
Look, you two can do whatever you like. I'm going back down to the cellar, and you better decide. Because I'm going to board up that door, and I'm not going to unlock it again no matter what happens.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Cooper.
No, I'm not going to wait. I've made my decision, now you make yours.
Now, wait a minute. Let's think about this. We can make it to the cellar if we have to. And if we do decide to stay down there, we'll need some things from up here. So let's at least consider this a while.
You box yourself in the cellar and those things get in the house, you've had it. At least up here you have a fighting chance.
Yeah, it looks like about 8 or 10 out there now.
It's more than there were. There are a lot out back, too.
right, the zombies are starting to get in to the farmhouse. And, you know, this is when the movie starts to pick up. We've just been introduced, as I said, on our last break to Mr. Cooper and the people downstairs. Obviously, there are still 3 people in the basement we have not been introduced to. I forgot, why am I blanking on I think, what's his name? Tom or something. His girlfriend is downstairs. Mr. Cooper's wife is downstairs, and their child is downstairs. We find more out about that coming up in the next segment. But a few things I wanted to address. Obviously, I'll get to your comments really quick over that last segment. But a few of the things that I wanted to get over here is that, first and foremost, one of the things, I don't know if you saw my reaction, but when Ben is telling Barbara, like, oh yeah, the house is the house is boarded up pretty good, they're not getting in here. The line was being delivered, and the window directly behind him had absolutely no boards on it. It was just a regular glass window. You know, you'd think when delivering that, like, I could understand if he said it and then there was another scene and you saw a window in the background, but this is literally the scene where he says, I've boarded up everything. Everything is good on this level of the house. Nothing should be getting in. And right behind him, a goddamn regular window. I don't fully understand that. And another thing is that this goes back to when she's running from the cemetery to the house. I know that she said in the cemetery that it's getting late. Like, I'm completely aware of that, completely whatever. But there was absolutely no dusk. There was absolutely zero dusk. It went from day to all of a sudden it was completely dark outside. And even though it was dark outside, you see her in the house and there's still light coming through. Once again, this is nitpicky shit, but it's still, I find it funny that things like this were missed and whatnot throughout the film. I love the radio reports, and eventually we get news. They get a TV and we get news coverage. I think that adds so much to the film to not only explain what's going on outside of the farmhouse, but also it gives such a good background noise to the scenes that otherwise, like him boarding up the house, otherwise it's just him nailing stuff for 5 minutes. Instead, you're getting all this stuff about them eating the flesh, and the reports are coming in, and the president is saying this and the president is saying that. So that is one of my favorite parts of this film is the news reports over the radio. And then, like I said, eventually you start they find a television and you get television reports. I just think that's really cool. And it's a really cool part of the film. The last thing I want to show you before I get to your comments and then get back to Night of the Living Dead is I have actually a behind the scenes shot. And as long as this color is to be believed, we find out the color of the cross wreath that they were going to be putting on their father's grave in the cemetery. What color do you think it is? You don't have to write it in the comments. By the time you do, I'll have shown the picture. But I never thought it was pink, folks. A pink cross, as you can see there. Barbara and Johnny, and then obviously that's Romero. Would he have been doing the camera? Maybe he wouldn't have been doing the camera. Maybe he's setting the scene here. Maybe he's one of those guys sitting off to the right of your screen. I don't know, but there it is. There's a behind the scenes color image of the cemetery scene with Barbara and Johnny. I thought that was pretty cool. I saw that last week or something, and I was like, I got to get that up so that I could put that up during the show. But all right, let's see here. Let's get back. Hold on one second. All right. We'll start with these comments here. Rusty Spooner says, is this where the term dumb blonde comes into play? I mean, she's not stupid. She's just scared shitless, but she's annoying. She's annoying. Scott says, that's weird. I hope she can cook. Scott, come on, man. Come on. Judith would be terrible at Call of Duty Zombies. Yeah. And I actually did respond to that. I said she would be horrible at almost everything. Is she going to speak again? And then she did a little while later. So that was good. 7 takes on that slap. Is that legit, Rusty? Did you look that up? Is that legit? Even if it was 7, I'll bet you he wanted 7 more takes. No, apparently this cast got along really well. There are some behind the scenes. I don't have them with me, but I have in the past seen behind the scenes shots, and everybody did seem to get along really well. How did the zombies start though? Was it a virus or something, or a military program gone wrong? From what I can remember, and it may come out later in this, I think it does. I think they never actually tell you. But I think they assume there was like a probe that went out into space, like a rocket, a probe, and something happened where it burst in the atmosphere, and then it entered our atmosphere. Whatever was in it caused this. I'm not positive, but I think I remember seeing something like that. Bald. That must have been when Mr. Cooper showed up. I thought they were looters or something. Wait, how did they open the door? Well, they came in through the basement door. So they were in the basement and it was barricaded on that side. So they unbarricaded it and came out. That's what happened there. The bald guy is an idiot. Yeah. And I'm sure all of you agree that Ben and Tom or whoever it is, they're right. It's like if you have to, you can always get back to the cellar. But don't start there. At least have an exit strategy, because once you're down in the cellar, there's zero exit strategy. Unless you hope that the zombies eventually if they get in the house, you stay down there long enough where they eventually just wander off and you only have 1 or 2 to deal with. But do you have the provisions down there, the food, the water, all the things you would need, and everybody crapping in buckets? And I don't know. Good question. Dude just showed up and is already making demands. LOL. He was actually there first, remember, because he was down in the basement. That sucks, though. The whole town is coming. They're screwed if they don't get a car or something. Well, we are going to be getting to that. At least put something to block it, or something. I don't know. Yeah, the window by the fireplace isn't boarded up. Yeah. What was that? Like I said, if it was another scene and a mess up there, that's one thing, but it was the scene where he says to her that everything is boarded up. Did they film this in North Carolina? No, this is filmed right outside of Pittsburgh, in PA. And a funny thing is that I don't know if any of you guys, ever watched Sean Clark and Horror's Hallowed Grounds, but a lot of these zombies that you see were local people in town. And they just came to be a part of the movie. And Sean Clark from Horror's Hallowed Grounds did a filming location video on Night of the Living Dead, and actually went and met one of the ladies in town who was a zombie in this movie. I think it was her and her husband, and the husband has since passed. But she invited him into her house, and I think she showed him some pictures and some things, whatever. And apparently in one scene, I think her mailbox is in a shot. But yeah, check that out. Exactly. The cellar should be the last resort. Yes. Absolutely should be. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Midnite Mike Show's Halloween sleepover. Thank you for joining me. I'm trying to get to 10 gifted channel memberships, and I will then gift 10. So if you can help out, I would love to do these more. I'd love to do one next year. I'd love to maybe one year do a Christmas sleepover, things like that. But it takes your support. So please hit the like button and subscribe if you're new. That's free. If you're watching on the replay while we're not live, if you comment down below, just like I'm getting to these live commenters, I'll get to your comments as well and respond to you, and we can have a good horror discussion. Because when it comes, there's the things I like the most in my life, aside from my family and close friends, things like that, the obvious things, is the New York Jets and horror movies and 80s and 90s pop culture. And you put those together, like 80s and 90s New York Jets, Sack Exchange, 80s horror. Oh my God. Halloween movies, Friday the 13th movies, Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Horror was at its peak in the 80s. But I'll get into all these conversations with you guys. Let's get back to the film. We're watching George Romero's Night of the Living Dead. Let's keep going.
Gotta fix these boards.
You're crazy. Those things are going to be at every window and door in this place. We've got to get down into the cellar.
Go down in that damn cellar. Get out of here!
I'm taking the girl with me.
You leave her here. Keep your hands off her. And everything else that's up here, too. Because if I stay up here, I'm fighting for everything up here. And the radio and the food is part of what I'm fighting for. Now, if you're going down the cellar, get.
The man's insane. He's insane. We've got to have food down there. We've got a right.
This is your house.
We've got a right.
You going down there with him?
Well,
yes or no? This is your last chance. No beating around the bush.
Listen, I got a kid down there. She can't possibly. I couldn't bring her up here. She can't possibly take all the racket and those things smashing through the windows.
Well, you're her father. If you're stupid enough to go die in that trap, that's your business. However, I am not stupid enough to follow you. It is tough for the kid. That old man is so stupid. Now, get the hell down in the cellar. You can be the boss down there. I'm boss up here.
You bastards. You know, I won't open this door again. I mean it. Mr. Cooper, with your help, we can... With my help?
Let him go, man. His mind is made up. Just let him go.
Wait a minute. Judy, come on up here, honey.
You're gonna let them get hurt too, huh?
It's all right, honey. Go ahead. If we stick together, man, we can fix it up real good. There's lots of places we can run to up here. Mr. Cooper, we'd all be a lot better off if all three of us were working together.
Hey. Hey, kid. He's wrong, you know. I'm not boxing myself in down there.
On the air day and night.
Well, we're safe now. It's boarded up tight.
What about Tom and Judy?
They want to stay up there, let them. There are two other people upstairs, a man and a girl.
We heard the screaming.
Yeah, but I didn't know who they were, and I wasn't about to take any unnecessary chances.
Of course not, Harry.
Is she all right?
I don't know what it is. She feels warm. Maybe it's shock.
Where'd you get the bandage?
Some laundry in a basket. I tore a sheet.
Let them stay upstairs. Let them. Too many ways those monsters can get in up there. We'll see who's right. We'll see when they come begging me to let them in down here.
That's important, isn't it?
What?
To be right, everybody else to be wrong.
What do you mean by that?
Does anyone up there know why we're being attacked?
Whatever it isn't just happening here. It's some kind of mass murder. It's going on everywhere. The radio said to stay inside.
Radio?
Radio upstairs. I heard a news bulletin.
There's a radio upstairs and you boarded us in down here?
I know what I'm doing.
What did it say?
Nothing. Nothing. They don't know anything yet. There's mass murder everywhere, and people are supposed to look for a safe place to hide.
Take the boards off that door.
We are staying down here, Helen.
Harry, that radio is at least some kind of communication. If the authorities know what's happening, well, they'll send people for us, so they'll tell us what to do. How are we going to know what's going on if we lock ourselves in this dungeon? We may not enjoy living together, but dying together isn't going to solve anything. Those people aren't our enemies.
Mr. Cooper! Mr. Cooper, Ben found a television set upstairs.
Let's go up. Tom?
Yeah.
If Judy would would come downstairs for a few minutes, Harry and I could come upstairs. Okay, yeah, right away.
Will you do it?
Do I have to?
Look, honey, nothing's gonna get done with them down there and us up here. Do this for me. Okay, open up.
I'll take good care of her, Helen.
She's all I have.
Why don't you go upstairs now?
Her brother was killed.
Hey, give me a hand with this thing.
I gotta go help Ben with the television.
Don't be afraid of me. I'm Helen Cooper, Harry's wife.
This place is ridiculous. Look at this. There's a million weak spots up here. Give me one of those.
Her brother was killed.
And they talk about these windows. I can't see a damn thing. There could be 15 million of those things out there. That's how much good these windows are.
Why don't you do something to help somebody?
Here, I have it. Drag a couple of those chairs together.
There's a socket over here. You better watch this and try to understand what's going on. I don't want anyone's life on my hands.
Is there anything I can do to
I don't want to hear any more from you, mister. If you stay up here, you take orders from me. And that includes leaving the girl alone.
It's on, it's on. There's no sound. Play with the rabbit ears.
Reports, incredible as they seem, are not the results of mass hysteria.
Mass hysteria. What do they think? We're imagining all this?
Shut up! In all parts of the country. The wave of murder which is sweeping the eastern third of the nation is being committed by creatures who feast upon the flesh of their victims. First eyewitness accounts of this grisly development came from people who were understandably frightened and almost incoherent. Officials and newsmen at first discounted those eyewitness descriptions as being beyond belief. However, the reports persisted. The medical examinations of some of the victims bore out the fact that they had been partially devoured. I think we have some late word just arriving, and I'll interrupt to bring this to you. This is the latest disclosure in a report from National Civil Defense Headquarters in Washington. It has been established that persons who have recently died have been returning to life and committing acts of murder. A widespread investigation of reports from funeral homes, morgues, and hospitals has concluded that the unburied dead are coming back to life and seeking human victims. It's hard for us here to believe what we're reporting to you, but it does seem to be a fact. When this emergency first began, radio and television was advising people to stay inside, behind locked doors for safety. Well, that situation has now changed. We're able to report a definite course of action for you. Civil defense machinery has been organized to provide rescue stations with food, shelter, medical treatment, and protection by armed National Guardsmen. Stay tuned to the broadcasting stations in your local area for this list of rescue stations. This list will be repeated throughout our news coverage. Look for the name of the rescue station nearest you and make your way to that location as soon as possible.
So we have that truck. If we can get some gas, we can get out of here.
There's a pump out by the shed.
I know, that's why I pulled in here, but it's locked.
Emergency meeting called this afternoon by the President. Since convening this conference of the Presidential Cabinet, the FBI, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the CIA has not produced any public information. Why are space experts being consulted about an Earth-bound emergency? So far, all the betting on the answer to that question centers on the recent Explorer satellite shot to Venus. That satellite, you'll recall, started back to Earth, but never got here. That's the space vehicle which orbited Venus and then was purposely destroyed by NASA when scientists discovered it was carrying a mysterious high-level radiation with it. Could that radiation be somehow responsible for the wholesale murders we're now suffering? Newsman Don Quinn in Washington has posed those questions.
It's obvious our best move is to try to get out of here.
How are you going to get over to that pump? Look.
You're coming from a meeting regarding the explosion of the Venus probe, is that right?
Yes, that was the subject of the meeting.
You feel there is a connection between this and the phenomenon?
There's a definite connection.
In other words, you feel that the radiation on the Venus probe is enough to cause these mutations?
There was a very high degree of radiation.
Well, just a minute. I'm not sure that that's certain at all. I don't think that has been
logical explanation that we have at this time.
In other words, it is the military's viewpoint that the radiation is not the cause of the mutation.
I can't speak for the entire military at this time, gentlemen.
I
must disagree with these gentlemen presently until this is irrefutably proved.
Everything is being done that can be done.
We'll have to hurry for our next meeting.
Professor, you feel that there is a definite connection between
definite connection as far as Dr. Keller and myself.
Doctor, please. I thought we decided that is not proved yet.
Was the satellite, when the satellite was exploded?
An unusual amount of radiation, enough to cause mutation under certain circumstances.
Could have happened.
Have a bearing on it.
It does seem to have a bearing.
Will there be a reply for the
later?
Yes.
There will be a reply.
Yes.
Later this afternoon. There will be a report this afternoon.
Well, perhaps there will be a report, a more full report. Will you close the window?
We are doing everything possible to solve the problem.
We've heard all we need to know. We have to try to get out of here.
He said the rescue stations have doctors and medical supplies. If we could get care in there, we could get help for her.
The world's foremost authorities on space science and technology.
Willard. I saw a sign that said Willard.
It's only about 17 miles from here.
You know this area. You from around here?
Judy and I are both from around here. We were on our way up to the lake to go swimming. And Judy had a radio, and we heard the first reports about this. So we knew the old house was here, and we came in and found the lady upstairs dead. Then these other people came. We went down into the basement and put a bar across the door, and it is pretty strong.
How could we possibly get away from here? We've got a sick child, 2 women, 1 woman out of her head, 3 men, and the place is surrounded with these things.
Dr. Grimes, your entire staff, I know, has been working very hard to find some solution to these things that are happening. Do you have any answers at this time?
Yes, we have some answers. But first, let me stress the importance of seeking medical attention for anyone who's been injured in any way. We don't know yet what complications might result from such injuries.
How bad has your kid been hurt?
Good advice, Doctor. Now, how about the basic problem of patients? Well,
Look, you go down there and tell, Judy? Yeah, you tell Judy to come up here and you stay with the kid, all right?
Venus probe. In the cold room at the university, we had a cadaver from which all 4 limbs had been amputated. Sometime early this morning, it opened its eyes and began to move its trunk. It was dead, but it opened its eyes and tried to move.
They want you upstairs. Did she ask for me?
She hasn't done anything.
I don't understand.
Baby.
It's Mommy.
I heard. I'll come back down as soon as I find out what they want.
Thank you, Judy.
The body should be disposed of at once, preferably by cremation.
Well, how long after death, then, does the body become reactivated?
It's only a matter of minutes.
Minutes? Well, that doesn't give people time to make any arrangements.
Oh, you're right. It doesn't give them time to make funeral arrangements. The bodies must be carried to the street and burned. They must be burned immediately. Soak them with gasoline and burn them. The bereaved will have to forego the dubious comforts that a funeral service will give. They're just dead flesh and dangerous.
I see.
Judy, I need you to find some bedspreads or sheets to tear up into small strips, okay? Is there a fruit cellar here?
Yes.
We need some bottles or jars. Make Molotov cocktails and hold them out while we try to escape.
Hey, there's a big can of kerosene down there.
I'll see what I can find.
I'll look for the bottles.
There's a big key ring down there. Or maybe a key to the gas pump on it.
I'll check.
We can toss the cocktails from a window upstairs. Meantime, a couple of us can go out and try to get the gas and come back for the rest of the people.
But that'll leave a door open someplace.
Yeah, that's right. It better be this door. It's closer to the truck. Before we go out, we'll put some supplies behind the cellar door. While we're gone, the rest of you can hold up in there.
I found some fruit jars in the cellar. And there's a key on here that's labeled for the gas pump out back.
I'm not really that used to the truck. I found it abandoned.
I can handle the truck, no sweat.
You're it, then. You and I'll go. We'll put whatever lumber we find behind the cellar door. You can go upstairs and toss the cocktails from a window. Tom, you and I will have to unboard this door. After you toss the cocktails, you hustle back down here and lock this door. It's no good to board it up because we'll have to get back in quickly. After we get the gas and get back into the house, then we'll worry about getting everybody into the truck. Now let's move it.
No place to flee for safety, except to the rescue stations which have been set up. Indications are that before this emergency is over, we will need many, many more such rescue stations.
You always have a smile for me. How can you smile like that all the time? How many do you have done? Come on, honey, we gotta move.
Tom, are you sure about the phone?
The phone is dead out. All you get is a recorded message.
If I could only call the folks. They're going to be so worried about us.
Everything will be all right. As soon as we get to Willard, we'll call them. They might even be there.
I know. Tom, are you sure we're doing the right thing, Tom?
What, about getting out of here?
Yeah.
Well, the television said that's the right thing to do. We've got to get to a rescue station.
I don't know.
Come on, honey, you're starting to sound like Mr. Cooper now.
But why do you have to go out there?
Look, I know how to handle that truck, and I can handle the pump. Ben doesn't know anything about that stuff.
But we're safe in here.
For how long, honey? We're safe now, but there's going to be more and more of those things.
I know all that.
Hey, listen. Remember when we had the big flood? Remember how difficult it was for us to convince you that it was right to leave? Remember we had to go to Willard then? This isn't a passing thing, honey. It's not like just a wind passing through. We've got to do something, and fast.
I just don't want you to go out there, that's all.
Hey, Smiley. Where's that big smile for me? Boy, you're sure no use at all, are you? We've got work to do, honey. And you...
We better get her downstairs.
We have to go downstairs now, Barbara.
She's right. You have to go downstairs now, just for a little while until we get back. Then we can all leave.
Oh, I'd like to leave. Yes.
Good luck.
Yeah.
All right. I figured we'd take a quick break right now, just because. Look, it's about to get intense. Are they going to be able to get to the truck, get the gas if you haven't seen the movie, and get back to the house in order to get everybody else out of the house? I'm going to get to some of your comments and a super chat. Thank you very much, Scott. But yeah, it is what it is. And then these past couple scenes, everything I've noticed is about Mr. Cooper. And I think somebody else put it in the comments section, but we talked about earlier in the program, I believe it was Ali or someone said that Johnny was hitting out of his league with Barbara and their brother and sister. So, but Mr. Cooper is hitting way out of his league with his wife. I mean, she looks 15 years younger. She's extremely attractive. And Mr. Cooper just seems like an old grizzled, like substitute, like social studies teacher, you know? Another thing is I at one point down in the basement, Mr. Cooper like had like not even half a cigarette and then angrily throws it down with his overacting. You can't be wasting cigarettes, okay? Especially back then when everybody smoked, everybody was addicted to cigarettes. They're going to start coming few and far between. And when I see some of these people chain smoking or lighting up and whatever, it's like if I had cigarettes on me, I would be, until I could get my hands on more, I would be, I'd be very frugal about my cigarettes. So my advice to Mr. Cooper is stop wasting smokes. That's just, and then I also loved when he goes down into the basement for the first time and he says, yeah, you know, and there's a man and a girl up there, and she completely blows up his spot. I mean, not in front of everybody else, but she was like, yeah, we heard the screaming. I know. And he told them, oh, we couldn't hear anything. We didn't know what was going on. Well, apparently they could hear him the entire time. Let's get some of your comments, get back to Night of the Living Dead, guys. If you are in here, hit that like button. I'd appreciate that. Ollie says, now that I know that this was filmed in Pennsylvania, I don't think it's weird anymore that he just randomly decided to start a bunch of random structure fires outside. Not necessarily structure fires. There's just some furniture, you know, lighting up the furniture to keep them away from the door. But still, I see what you're saying. Rusty Spooner says, oh, shit, those kids are zombies. Well, she's sick. The kid is sick. She's not feeling good. She's running a fever. I'd hook up with Helen and save her from the bald idiot. Okay, so apparently we all liked Miss Cooper. I mean, all three of the girls actually. Is Tom's girlfriend, Mrs. Cooper, and Barbara. They're all quite attractive. I feel like Cooper's wife, if she was cast correctly, should look like B. Arthur from the Golden Girls. You know what I'm saying? Like that's where I'm coming from. But now we get to our super chat. And what was I playing? Oh yeah, okay. We're not doing the Jets chant tonight. It's something a little different. I'll turn it down in case people are sleeping. Thank you very much, Scott. He says Baldy just got bitch slapped. Yeah, he's pretty much wrong about everything. But we'll up until this point, I'd say so. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate it, guys. Super chats really help out, especially if you want to do another one of these another night. And like I said, 5 more gifted channel memberships and I will gift 10. Okay. We already have 5 coming to you. I will gift another 5. Excuse me. Ooh, all this Fanta and Miller Lite is really getting to me. Yeah, I have the Fanta Michael Myers. I don't know if you guys saw that. I put it up to the camera at the beginning. Her behavior is so bizarre. I know she's scared, but come on. Yeah, he's talking about Barbara. How the hell did the bald idiot land Helen? Yes. Laughing my ass off. That woman is a high 9. Absolutely. I can't even disagree with you. He's saying to Kyle, yes, I definitely use Barbara as bait to get away. She's definitely an anchor and not in a good way. Yeah, it's tough. But you know what? You have to give Tom and Ben a lot of credit. They are trying to help out everyone in the house, despite Barbara being annoying and despite the fact that Mr. Cooper is a complete asshole with dumb ideas. Baldy's name is Harry. I always call him Mr. Cooper. I'm glad you guys are having conversations in here. That's friggin' awesome. Yeah, the cause of the outbreak is Space Godzilla. That bastard. Bullcut, the hero we need, loves to hug and swim. Bald guy. Who's Bullcut? Is that Tom? Bald guy, top seller at the Mazda dealership. The shitbird we deserve. That's funny. Like, support, subscribe to the channel. Absolutely. I hope you guys are all enjoying this. It's time to get back to the film. It is absolutely time. George Romero's Night of the Living Dead. They're about to go try to get that car to the gas pump, get some gas in it. Let's see what happens.
You ready upstairs? Yeah. Okay, toss him.
Go ahead, go on.
I'm going with them.
Get back in the cellar.
I'm going.
It's too late. It's too late.
Where's you coming? Come on. Get in.
This key won't work.
Watch out. Watch the torch.
We gotta get away from the pump. Hang on.
gone. My jacket's gone.
Drag you out there and feed you those things.
Isn't it 3 o'clock yet? There's supposed to be another broadcast at 3 o'clock.
10 minutes.
Oh, only 10 more minutes? We don't have very long to wait. We can leave. Well, we'd better leave soon. It's 10 minutes to 3.
You know anything about this area at all? I mean, is Willard the nearest town?
I don't know. We were just trying to get to a motel before dark.
You say those things turned your car over. You think we can get it back on its wheels and drive it? Where is it?
Seems like it was pretty far away. Seems like we ran.
Forget it. It's at least a mile.
Johnny has the keys.
You gonna carry that child a mile? Through that army of things out there?
I can carry the kid. What's wrong with her? How'd she get hurt?
One of those things grabbed her.
Bit her on the arm.
What's wrong?
Who knows what kind of disease those things carry? Is she conscious?
Barely.
She can't walk. She's too weak.
You have a car? Where? Where is it?
You won't be able to start it.
Yeah, I know. But where is it?
Good Lord.
Being monitored closely by scientists at all the radiation detection stations. At this hour, they report the level of the mysterious radiation continues to increase steadily. So long as this situation remains, government spokesmen warn that dead bodies will continue to be transformed into the flesh-eating ghouls. All persons who die during this crisis, from whatever cause, will come back to life to seek human victims unless their bodies are first disposed of by cremation. Our news cameras have just returned from covering such a search and operation against the ghouls, this one conducted by Sheriff Conan McClellan in Butler County, Pennsylvania. So now let's go to that film report. All law enforcement agencies and the military have been organized to search out and destroy the marauding ghouls. The Survival Command Center at the Pentagon has disclosed that a ghoul can be killed by a shot in the head or a heavy blow to the skull. Officials are quoted as explaining that since the brain of a ghoul has been activated by the radiation, the plan is kill the brain and you kill the ghoul.
What do you think from the supply wagon, Cuss?
No, we're all right. Okay. Hey, Cass, put that thing all the way in the fire. We don't want it getting up again. All right, that's it.
Chief McClellan, how's everything going?
Oh, things aren't going too bad. Men are taking it pretty good. You want to get on the other side of the road over there?
Chief, do you think we'll be able to defeat these things?
Well, we killed 19 of them today right in this area. Those last 3 we caught trying to claw their way into an abandoned shed. They must have thought somebody was in there. There wasn't, though. We heard them making all kind of noise. We came over and beat them off, blasted them down. Can I see you here? Yeah, okay.
Chief, if I were surrounded by 6 or 8 of these things, would I stand a chance with them?
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot them in the head. That's a sure way to kill them. If you don't, get yourself a club or a torch. Beat them or burn them. They go up pretty easy.
Well, Chief McClellan, how long do you think it will take you until you get the situation under control?
Well, that's pretty hard to say. We don't know how many of them there are. We know when we find them, we can kill them.
Are they slow-moving, Chief?
Yeah, they're dead. They're all messed up.
Well, in time, would you say you ought to be able to wrap this up in 24 hours?
Well, we don't really know. We know we'll be into it most of the night, probably into the early morning. We're working our way toward Willard, and we'll team up with the National Guard over there, and then we'll be able to give a more definite view.
Thank you very much, Chief McClellan. This is Bill Cardill, WIC TV 11 News.
Thank you, Bill, for that report. Official spokesman declined to speculate just how long it may take to kill off all the flesh eaters, so long as they have
Is the fuse box in the cellar?
I don't know. It isn't the fuse. The power lines are down. Helen, I have to get that gun.
Haven't you had enough?
Look, 2 people are dead already on account of that guy. Take a look out that window, Plunkett.
right. Well, this is going to be the last break, and then we will continue with uninterrupted the finale of Night of the Living Dead. I just want to go through a few more of your comments and come in with actually a quick little fact that you may not know. That scene where all the zombies are eating what was left over of the couple, Tom and his girlfriend. A lot of it was like sausage and stuff when it looks like intestines, things like that. But a lot of it's been reported that it was like a smoked ham, or a cooked ham with chocolate sauce, to represent the blood. And apparently, obviously they put like paling makeup on the zombies or ghouls. But apparently they looked so sick after a couple takes of eating like this ham, which I'm sure wasn't even hot at the time, with chocolate syrup or something like that. That's a pretty funny fun fact for you in this movie. We're almost to the end. It's a very shocking ending for those of you who have not seen it. It's probably not the ending you would expect, but let's go to some of your comments. Let's see what we got here. Helen Cooper needs to let her hair down. I agree. Very attractive. Let that hair down. Do that thing girls do. They throw it forward, throw it back, and then run their hand through it. Boom. Helen Cooper. Shoots the guy. I reacted to that. I react to it every time. Like, who shoots at a gas pump? I understand you're trying to get the lock off, but like, well, look, it may have been. You're in the moment. It's not like they could sit and go, okay, are there other ways? Can we find metal cutters or whatever in this shack that's next to the gas pump? Last minute, but you're right. And then he pulls it off and just spills. You ever see Dumb and Dumber where Jeff Daniels is talking to the girl at the gas pump? He's just spraying like gasoline everywhere. That's what that reminded me of. Ridiculous. Oh no, I was worried this was going to happen. Yeah, it's a disaster when they try to go to that gas pump. Humans are the real monsters. Yes, Ali. And if you continue through the series, through the next one, which is Dawn of the Dead, and which I believe is available. It still has its rights and stuff. I wouldn't be able to do it, but I think not only the full, but the extended cut of Dawn of the Dead is available on YouTube. So check that out if you want it. Dawn of the Dead is my favorite one. And then, but by the time you get to Day of the Dead, that's when that really holds true. Humans are the real monsters. Shut up, Barbara. Yeah, Barbara, everyone wants you to be quiet. There you go. Thank you, Rusty. Those punches. Yeah. The stage combat in this movie is very much of the time. Like these are people who are used to stage fighting in a play or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So they still don't know how to translate stage acting to film. It is pretty funny. Zombies going to enjoy some barbecue. Yeah, well, at least the meat was cooked, right? You don't want any like salmonella or any kind of other bacteria in there. I love how they went from unknown assassins to flesh-eating ghouls on the radio broadcast. Well, they got more information in, right? It's all about the information that they were given to him. The chief has no worries. Yeah, he's so chill. He's like, yeah, shoot him in the head, burn him. They go up quick. It's cool. And the guy's like, well, what if I'm surrounded by 6 or 8 of them? Well, they're pretty weak. Hey, it's cool. They go up. He does seem pretty chill. Saw a liver being eaten. There you go. Damn it, Barbara probably survives FML. Well, if you have, I'm shocked that some of you haven't seen it, and I'm glad that we are enjoying this together. Ladies and gentlemen, there's about 10-15 minutes left. Let's get back to Night of the Living Dead, uninterrupted until we get to the credits. Enjoy the ending, folks. Here we go.
Stay up here now. Helen, get the cellar. Get the cellar now. Move!
You want to get about 4 or 5 men and a couple dogs? There's a house over here behind those trees. We want to go check it out. Right. You go here, Bill.
Yeah, Chief, we're going to stay with it till we meet up with the National Guard.
Where'd you get the coffee?
One of the volunteers. You're doing all the work. You take it.
Thank you. We should be wrapped up here about 3 or 4 more hours. We'll probably get into Willard then. I guess you can go over there and meet the National Guard. Nick, you and the rest of these men want to come with me?
Well, Bill, let's check in the office, see what's happening. All right, Steve. Tell them we're going to stay with it, and everything appears to be under control.
They need you down there by the barn. You guys can follow the wagon down. I only need a few men to check out the house. Somebody had a cook out here, Vince.
Yeah, sure looks like it, Tom.
He's the dead one. Get up here. Nick, Tony, Steve, you want to get out in that field and build me a bonfire? You, drag that out of here and throw it on the fire. Nothing down here. All right, go ahead down and give him a hand. Let's go check out the house.
There's something there. I heard a noise.
All right, Vince, hit him in the head, right between the eyes. Good shot. Okay, he's dead. Let's go get him. That's another one for the fire.
Send the wagon through directly on over.
Keep those dogs back off of those things. Go more quickly.
There you go, folks. Night of the Living Dead, George Romero. I implore you, if you liked this film, I'm pretty sure you're going to like Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead. Land of the Dead is hit or miss with fans, you know, whatever. And then George Romero, before he died, he did end up doing 2 more called Diary of the Dead and Survival of the Dead. But those movies, once again, those ones are a little I don't know. They're not they're made on less of a budget, put it that way. They're made on less of a budget, and it just they don't hold to the original core 4 or core 3, because originally it was a trilogy. Like, so every 10 years or whatever. So this one came out in like 68, 69, and then Dawn of the Dead came out in like 78, and then Land of the Dead didn't come. I'm sorry, Day of the Dead didn't come out till like 85. So there was like 5 to 10 years between those, and then Land of the Dead, I believe, came out in like 99, 2000, somewhere, or 98, somewhere in that era. But regardless, I think you'll enjoy watching the progression of the world. Now, once again, shocking ending. Ben actually does what, in the end, Mr. Cooper said, the cellar is the safest place. And had they all gone down there, chances are, or I mean, once again, Ben could have said hello, like, I'm coming out, like, what, he didn't say a word. And in the end, Ben does survive, but gets shot down by the cops, who think he is a walking flesh-eating ghoul, as they say. But regardless, I very much enjoyed doing that, folks. I'll tell you that. That was fun. Let's get to some of your comments. I just got to see where the last one was. Hold on one second. All right, there we go. Rusty Spooner says, of course the zombie kid would be named Karen. Fucking Karens. She let that happen way too easily. Oh, this was when the mom was getting killed by her daughter. Yes. But once again, it's like a weird thing. It's like, it's your kid. So I don't feel like until you're put in that situation, how do you know how you're going to react? You understand what I'm saying? It's a really weird situation. Damn you, Karen. Helen is smoking hot. Why? That's funny. I like that. I mean, everyone died, to be fair, hot or not. Ali says, I'm a little surprised he didn't give that kid 5 across the eyes. He's been doing a good job slapping everyone around so far. That's true. That is true. Guy is screwed. That's when he's headed to the cellar. I saw that pop up. Look for a little window setting. Yeah, I mean, most basements, at least in the Northeast, do have those little windows that you can like climb on something and like get out of them. So that's actually not a horrible idea. The Thanos chopper coming in to save the day. Yeah, the chief, he doesn't give a shit. It seems like, once again, this has only been going on for like 2 days at this point. 2 days, yeah. And he's acting like he's been doing this for 30 years. Like, yeah, shoot him in the head. It's cool. Chief looking at another man's coffee cup like he's a Mr. Steal Your Girl. That's funny. And here's some of your reactions to the end. Oh shit, what the fuck? Damn, they shot him. Never even tried to see if he's friendly or infected. Well, once again, if he would have come out and said, like, guys coming out, once again, it's a bunch of police. He hears them using guns while he's in the cellar. He hears the sirens. So when you hear cops and sirens and you're coming out in front of them, no matter who you are, where you are, isn't the first thing you do is throw your hands up and go, guys, I'm coming out. I'm good. I'm alive. Don't shoot, please. And he just snuck out there and was what it was. That's wild. They just did that. It's a good thing they were stuck in a secluded house in the middle of nowhere instead of somewhere retarded like a busy shopping mall. Well, a shopping mall comes in Day of the Dead. So check that out. Make sure you check out Day of the Dead. Like I said, I'm sorry, Dawn of the Dead. The second one, Dawn of the Dead. I'm telling you, I'm almost positive like the unedited version is available on YouTube. So yeah, Ben could have said something, but cops could have called out too. Both were at fault. That's true. Because he was at a far enough distance. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he came barreling out of the house. They were 20, 30 yards out, maybe even more. And they definitely could have said, are you alive? Anybody alive in the house? It's just wild because none of the other zombies were shown to use weapons, but the child. Oh, they used bricks and they used they used weapons in a sense, not necessarily on people, but they used blunt objects to break down doors and break through windows and break into cars and things like that. You would assume they would know he was human because he was using a gun. It was a very shadowy experience. Like when they showed him, it just looked like a dark object, like in the window, like behind shadows. You're completely right, though. He should have said something. Absolutely. Guys, this is the Midnite Mike Show Halloween sleepover. I do have more stuff planned. I think I can either move to the Halloween, or I'm sorry, the Friday the 13th franchise tier list, which you guys seem to like getting involved when I did the Halloween one, so we could do the Friday the 13th one. I also have a video of just all like late 70s, 80s Halloween commercials. So I don't know if you're interested in that. I feel like that's fun to do. It's cool to look back and remember like how different commercials and ads were back then. Nowadays, every commercial I see is either for a betting website or it's for some sort of like take Clozerna, side effects may include, and then they list so many side effects that it's like your moderate to severe, eczema. It's like I almost rather deal with the eczema, than deal with diarrhea, indigestion, heartburn, heart disease. They just ads used to be so much simpler back in the day. This was awesome, though, Mike. Thank you, man. Like I said, I want to do it again. As a matter of fact, if I'm up long enough, I have another movie coming on, and I understand that a lot of you guys aren't going to be able to go the entire night, but this will be available. It won't be behind a paywall. It will be available to check out again. And I am planning on doing The Last Man on Earth, and I think I saw this movie 20, 30 years ago, like 25 years ago, teenager. So it's going to be interesting to see that. But I appreciate it, guys. I 100%. That was awesome watching that movie with you guys. Like I said, just trying to figure out where to go next. Is if anybody's sticking around for the next, let's say, half hour. Do you want me to do the Halloween commercials? You want to watch some of those, or do you want to get into you want to do a Friday the 13th tier ranking? I think both would be fun. Both would be fun. But I definitely appreciate all you guys. This has been a blast so far. I went through half a bowl of popcorn, maybe even more than half a bowl of popcorn, just munching down during that movie. I'm almost done with my Michael Myers Fanta. They put out they put out Michael Myers and a few other ones on their regular flavors like grape and pineapple and whatnot. But they had an exclusive new Fanta flavor just for the season called Chucky's Punch or something like that. And it had Chucky on it. And I wasn't able to find that. But how cool is that? How cool is that? This is the sugar that's kind of keeping me going, because the beer, once again, gone through about 2 beers during the film. This isn't going to do anything to help me stay awake. Oh, here we go. Let's see here. Those medicine commercials are always so cheesy. Yeah, and it doesn't even seem worth it for your, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or whatever it is. Commercials, do both. I am going to do both. I just wanted to know, for those of you who are going to stick around in the short term, which would you rather me do, like right now, just in case you fall asleep or have to go to bed or something like that. If you're going to be around for the next like half hour or so, which one do you want me to start? Like I can do both. I also have something really off the wall that I don't know if I'll get to. I talked about it briefly on one of my shows. I have the Mel Gibson tapes where he is ridiculously out of his mind, whether he's drunk, on drugs, whatever, that his ex-wife taped. And now she was a complete bitch. I have the whole story and whatnot. Like, she knew he was going to be flying off the handle and recorded him. And when like you're flying off the handle at someone and they are specifically playing it so cool just to piss you off even more. That's what she's doing in these phone calls, and they're fucking hilarious. He goes off the rails. He gets racist, he gets crazy misogynistic, he's saying the most vile things to her, but you can tell. And then later on, I mean, she ended up getting like a settlement from him in their divorce, but then lost it all because they told her she can't talk about certain things in public, and she went on Howard Stern and just blabbed her mouth, and then the courts took it back. Like she was just a gold digger. And you could tell, I mean, she was a young model from like, I don't know, Ukraine, Poland, somewhere in that Eastern Europe. And those are really funny. So, okay. So I have, Kyle talking about commercials here, and he says do both. And Scott says do the commercials. So maybe we'll get into these commercials. So let me try to bring that up. Give me 1 second. It's a nice Halloween thing to do, right? Nice Halloween thing to do. Got to get through the ads, get all this ready. All right. Let's do this. Mike, I don't remember if it was you or Maddie, but I ended up watching that video of Chewbacca's uncle from the Halloween special cranking his hog to some weird VR shit. Yeah, I love the Star Wars Halloween or holiday special. It's so fucking weird. And then Princess Leia at the end singing her song and about Life Day, and it's like I think she's drunk. Like it almost seems like she's like a little tipsy. And then out of nowhere, Jefferson Starship comes out and performs. And then you go to the cantina and B. Arthur's running it. So I can't believe I've spoken about B. Arthur twice in one show. But B. Arthur's running it, and then she has a song. Like it's so of the time. Like back in the late 70s, there were so many variety shows. You had like the Carol Burnett show, and you had the Brady Bunch variety hour, and you have like there were so many things that were doing this thing where you do skits, and you do performances, and then you do a musical act, and then it's bizarre how it was back then, but it fits perfectly in with the time. I think Star Wars Holiday Special came out in 79 or 80, something like that. Traumatized. Sorry, it was the Holiday Special. Yes. All right. Let's share the screen and get to some of these commercials that you may remember if you're older. And if you're not older, you're going to see some commercials and be like, and this is what we saw. Like every commercial around Halloween time was related to Halloween, no matter what the product, pretty much. And then same thing at Christmas. Like, I don't care if you were selling a friggin' light bulb. It was a Christmas light bulb commercial. So it's just simpler back then. Just simpler back then. All right, here we go. Stupid ads. Hate ads. So this is going to have ads, so I'm going to have to do that.
Parties begin at Walgreens. Candy, party decorations, masks, costumes, makeup. Everything you need for Halloween fun now at Walgreens.
Ever hear of a gift certificate that turns into a soft drink? Oh, it can happen this Halloween. When you give out McDonald's Halloween gift certificates, kids take them to McDonald's and they get a McDonald's soft drink. Oh, a book of 20 Halloween gift certificates costs only $1 and can turn into 20 regular soft drinks. It must be the magic of Halloween.
Nobody can do it like McDonald's can.
Nobody.
I specifically remember those McDonald's commercials, like the McDonald's Halloween commercials from the 80s. I specifically remember them. I specifically remember getting those certificates while trick-or-treating. I think now Wendy's still does it, where you get like a small, like a kid-sized Frosty, and you could buy a book, and it has like, let's say 10 coupons in it, and the kid can I mean, it's a pretty good deal for the business, because you're only getting a kid's Frosty, let's say, or here, $1, you get a soft drink. You know that when these people go in to redeem this, the kid's, of course, going to want to redeem it because they got it in their trick-or-treat bag. And then they're going to go to their parent and be like, bring me to McDonald's or whatever. So I get, and then, of course, they buy some food. So it's a win-win for these companies.
I'm Freddy Krueger, and you're invited to my special get-together. But beware, you may never leave. Dial this number now. I've got some grisly new tales for you. And if you're one of my lucky callers selected at random, you'll talk to me live while you're awake and safe. So dial this number now if you dare. Talk to me live. Freddy Krueger is waiting just for you.
$2 for the first minute, 35 cents each additional minute.
For Halloween, Toys R Us doesn't miss a trick, and the prices are a treat. We've got costumes for all Toys R Us kids, even grown-ups, and loads of candy, makeup, masks, and more. Toys R Us will make your Halloween supernatural.
This morning, Billy looked like any other boy, but as the moon rose, he turned into a werewolf. He used new Pa's Halloween makeup kits. His friends did too. Look, Mike's a vampire. Amy's a ghost. Pa's makeup is safer than masks. It never blocks vision, and it's hypoallergenic too. So watch your kids turn into the creatures they really are with new Pa's Halloween makeup kits.
Tales of horror that will give you the creeps. This is going to be extremely painful, Mr. Verrill. The most fun you'll ever have being scared. Creep Show, rated R.
Now playing at a theater near you.
Real quick, the one that stuck out the most there was and I'm expecting we'll probably get a few more of them, was the 900 numbers. Everybody had a 900 number back in those days, like the Freddy Krueger 900 number. And did you see the price? It was like $2.95 the first minute, 35 cents each additional minute. Holy crap. That's like $50 today, $2. Like, get out of here. But yeah, Freddy Krueger had them. The two Corys, Corey Feldman and Corey Haim, had their own 900 line, and that commercial for that is funny. I'd love to pull that up later in the show and show you that. Like, that's crazy. I think Elvira had one. You know, they had one where you could call in and see what's gonna. Like, I remember my mom during her soaps, they would have commercials commercials where you could call a 900 number and like get things on what's going to be happening in your soap. Like, they had 900 numbers for everything. As a matter of fact, those 900 numbers were probably equivalent to the like Ozempic commercials of today. Like, that's what I'm thinking. the out of breath jack-o'-lantern sounds like he just butt hugged a handful of recreational stimulants. The one for the McDonald's commercial are you talking about? I'll talk to you while you're awake and safe. Okay, thanks, legal team. That's funny. Let's get back to some of these. Here we go. Am I gonna get nabbed for like using Barbara Ann? Because that's basically they're using the Beach Boys' Barbara Ann. So am I going to get nabbed for that, even though they're singing about a chocolatey treat? I don't know.
Quaker granola dips, a hauntingly wholesome Halloween treat. Chewy granola dipped in real milk chocolate. The perfect treat for your little monsters.
Gosh, Burger Chef, it's Wolfburger the werewolf.
Where can I get delicious burgers? Where can I get fun food? Where, oh where?
At Burger Chef.
Where?
And now at participating Burger Chefs, you can buy fun meals that now come on Halloween magic meal trays. There's a magic trick in each fun meal. There are 10 different magic meal tricks you can collect.
Burger Chef, you're incredible.
If I'm not mistaken, there is still one Burger Chef in operation. I'm almost positive. And I don't think it's technically owned by the original company. I think it's now independently owned, but they still use all the same, basically Burger Chef kind of things. But I do think there is one still operational, kind of like there's one old school Pizza Hut still in operation, where it's like you go, you sit down, they have a salad bar, they have those Pizza Hut lampshades, you know, the stained glass lampshades and things like that. Maybe had like a stand-up Pac-Man or Galaga, like you guys know what I'm talking about. Not the box where you're staring like this at the screen, the ones that were flat that had like a rolly ball and the screen was actually on like it was like a tabletop. You guys know what I'm talking about. WNEW, Fox 5.
Dear Great Pumpkin, I'm looking forward to your arrival on Halloween night.
These get me nervous because I feel like I could get something nailed even though it's only a quick commercial. So I got to interrupt things that have copyrighted music or copyrighted shows, not like commercials. This is kind of misleading because these aren't necessarily commercials. They're adverts for upcoming programming.
They're back. All the little Peanuts characters in a happy Halloween special filled with ghosties and ghoulies and things that go bump in the night. It's The Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown, Monday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
I just watched that.
10 singers, 9 singers, 8 yummy singers, 7 singers, 6 singers, 5 tasty singers.
Everyone wants to zap gold cake with vanilla frosting, devil's food with chocolate, raspberry with coconut, all with cream centers.
Please one singer to zap.
Right now, in specially marked bonus packs, you'll find a pumpkin decorating kit and 2 extra zingers.
Trick or treat.
1 trick and 2 treats from Dolly Madison.
My big friend, I love the big taste of chocolate in this little Hershey's Kiss.
Hershey's Kisses, the little kiss with the big taste.
Hallmark's ready for Halloween, and you know, it's the strangest thing. Everybody's wild about new scratch and sniff stickers in special trick-or-treat packages, and they're dying to take home these cuddly pumpkin beanbags. And these party decorations are so popular, they seem to just disappear. So come to Hallmark, the Halloween store. We're waiting for you.
Goblins, werewolves, vampires. They're not real, but he is a real nightmare.
Let's see, I get worried about things like that. There it is, an advert for upcoming film or upcoming showing of Halloween 2. So this must have been 19, because that came out in 81. This must be like 82, 83, somewhere in there, judging by like the quality and everything. This isn't like they were showing this in 89. This is definitely a early 80s advert. All right, talk over it. God damn it.
Jamie Lee Curtis, Donald Pleasance.
They're gonna kill. Why would they put these in? There's a difference, isn't there? Right? But was I right? We saw a Halloween ad for candy, snacks, Hallmark. Like it just goes Burger Chef, you know, McDonald's. Like it just goes all over. Crazy.
The night he came home.
I feel like I'll just mute it there. Jamie Lee Curtis, Donald Pleasance, Halloween 2. This Thursday at 8 on 17 Philadelphia.
I knew I should have worn a costume. Yo, Bo Peep, what you got in your bag?
Introducing Roy Rogers' Big Chicken Deal. 2 plump and juicy pieces of fried chicken, hot, crisp fries, and a fresh baked biscuit. Roy Rogers' Big Chicken Deal, just $1.99.
$1.99 for a meal. A Big Mac meal now is topping $15.
Even think about it.
Thanks a lot, YouTube.
They are the children of the corn. They must obey he who walks among the rows. They live in a world where adults are not allowed to live. Children of the corn. A new kind of nightmare an adult nightmare. Stephen King's Children of the Corn, rated R.
Coming Friday. Check local newspapers for theaters and showtimes.
That was not even a Halloween ad. That was just an ad for Children of the Corn, which, by the way, in my opinion, the movie was a little lackluster. I expected a little more. It wasn't bad. I just expected a little more.
Halloween's coming. What are you going to do about it?
Damn, you see the shoulder pads? I don't understand that. I still to this day look back at the 80s and go, what the hell were women thinking with these shoulder pads? Like, what? How unflattering.
Whether you do a little or a lot, be an original this Halloween and find yourself at Hallmark.
Hallmark has a way.
And at participating Hallmark stores, get your hands on the spooky sounds tape, full of creepy sounds and Halloween theme songs. $1.95 with any $5 Hallmark purchase. Only at participating Hallmark stores. It's a scream.
The Halloween Hall of Fame will continue after these messages.
The Halloween experts at Magic Manor have everything you'll need this year, including actual character masks from famous motion pictures. And they can show you the proper application of makeup to impress that special someone. Magic Manor's professional hand-painted custom masks start as low as $250. This Halloween, remember Magic Manor. Wigs, masks, makeup, costumes.
There's a lot of cultural appropriation going on in those wigs, huh?
Shockingly authentic. Magic Manor, East Wind Mall.
Hey, Ronald, what are those things you're wearing?
My trick-or-treat safety cups. They're shiny aluminum foil with bright orange stripes, so they reflect light.
Neat! Where'd you get them?
Right at McDonald's. This Halloween, be sure you're all wearing McDonald's trick-or-treat safety cups. Children should be seen and not hurt.
What is she, a space princess that comes from the spaceship of McDonald's? Like, once again, I appreciate the thought. And like when I was a kid, they didn't. These were a little bit before my time. You could tell this is like maybe late 70s. I wasn't trick or treating until like the early 80s. But they used to give out the stickers that had like pumpkins on them and things like that, but they were reflective. And then every kid was walking around with their costume that they tried so hard with these fluorescent stickers all over them. It looked ridiculous. I always liked just the single, the glow sticks that were like that big and they had a little hole at the top and they were maybe that big around and you just wore it around your neck. There, you can see me. I love how they said children should be seen and not heard. Hey, I love it.
Make Halloween fun with one-stop shopping at Woolworth or Woolco for your Halloween needs. Costumes from $1.83 to $3.99, like $6 Million Man, Bionic Woman, superheroes, Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, and a new favorite for girls, Holly Hoppy.
I'm there.
You can get wrapped candies of every kind, bubblegum, lollipops, fun-sized candy bars. Get this Halloween record, sounds to make you shiver, just $1.89. Make Halloween fun and easy. Make just one stop at Woolworth or Woolco.
I'll say this real quick, and I'm going to get some of your comments, and we'll continue this. I still have some of my horror records, like the Disney Sounds of the Haunted House. I think I have 2 copies of that, but I definitely have those where the whole album is just annoying shrieks and sounds and whatever. It's like listening to it as a kid was kind of cool, but listening back to it as an adult, it just sounds like nails on a friggin' chalkboard. It's unbelievable. All right, let's pop in here and see what you guys had to say. Jay, what's up? Look at Jay Baca. You see that shirt he's wearing in that picture? That's my original podcast. I did it for 10 years. Midnight Jury. Big ups, Jay. Matt Wilson was in here earlier, Jay. Hey, Mike, so sorry I'm late. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween to you, sir. Would you kill or would kill for those prices now? Are you kidding me? And then when we just saw the Woolworth, you could buy a costume for $1.99. Like you're not going to Spirit Halloween and putting together a costume for anything under $20. At least. Like you could maybe get a base costume for $20, but then the accessories, a crown, a wand, a this, a that, makeup, whatever. All that's going to be even more money. It ain't cheap. Fast food is so damn expensive now. Oh, preach. I specifically remember, okay? I specifically remember going to McDonald's, going through the drive-thru as a kid with me, my dad, my stepmom, and my sister, family of 4. And he paid $20 and got change back, like bills back. And I looked at him and I said, "Oh," I was like, "That's really like I didn't say affordable, but that's great." Thinking like, how hard is it to support a family? If I could go to McDonald's and feed an entire family for less than $20 where I get bills back. When I go to McDonald's now, which I don't anymore, I don't go to McDonald's anymore. I'll go to Wendy's. Their prices are a little bit more reasonable for the size and the quality of what you're getting. But there's certain fast food places I'll go to that are a little bit more reasonable. But McDonald's has priced people. The last time I went to McDonald's with my entire family of 4 was over $50 and it's 2 Happy Meals, 2 adult meals. Like that's insane. And maybe I got like one extra thing, like a thing of nuggets for us to share. So it's like, that is insane how much prices have. That is crazy. Is Linda Hamilton hot? Jay, were you listening in last night? Were you listening to me and my wife last night? We literally were sitting in the living room and we were just talking, because I was talking about how Cher is so mid. Like she's a mid singer, she's a mid actress, and she's mid in her looks. It's just the reason she's so popular is because she did so many things at the right time. So like first she glommed off of Sonny Bono's music writing and did, all the stuff she did with Sonny and Cher. Then in the 80s, she came out with her own solo shit. And the reason it got so popular, I don't think Turn Back Time is a good song, but the video, this is a lady walking around in a thong on television. And that wasn't done back then. Like that was shocking. Everyone was talking about that. So that popped her career up again. And then it like tapered off or whatever. And then you got into the mid 90s, early to mid 90s. And then she did I Got You Babe remake with Beavis and Butthead. And that was all over MTV. So it pops her back up into the spotlight again. And then in like 98 or whatever, she put out Do You Believe in Love After Love? And that song was huge. And I still to this day say that was the first song. That's the first song I remember going, what are they doing to her voice? There's something weird here. And it was auto-tuned. Like that was the first time I really picked up on auto-tuning, because that was new to the 90s, the late 90s. And I think it came over from like Europe and like Europop and like things like that. But okay, so we were sitting on the couch and we were talking about Cher's, how she's mid. And then all of a sudden my wife started coming out with all these people. Like, okay, what would you give them? Like, how hard are they hot? What would you give them on a scale of 1 to 10? And Linda Hamilton came up, and I was like, and who was the other one? Oh, Jamie Lee Curtis. No, neither of them are hot. Jamie Lee Curtis has a smoking body, no doubt. No one's going to sit here and deny that. But she has a man face. So does Linda Hamilton. She has a man face and a muscular body, especially in like Terminator 2. Like I don't want a woman with a stronger jawline than me. Okay? So that's what I'd say to that, Jay Baca. I would say that no, Linda Hamilton is not hot. Who is that infrared as Baby Hulk? I don't know. I didn't see Baby Hulk. I never had a spooky sounds tape. It's not worth it to get them now. Now you're just going to put it in and you're going to take it off so quick because it's just a bunch of aggravating sounds. Guys, do me a favor, hit that thumbs up. We're going to get back to these 80s, late 70s, early 80s Halloween commercials. We have already watched Night of the Living Dead. I have another movie, The Last Man on Earth, coming up later. And we did a Halloween tier list. We did a Halloween tier list of the franchise. earlier in the show, I still have a Friday the 13th, the franchise tier list, and I'm going to rank them for all you guys. But once again, hit the thumbs up. It's free. Subscribe if you're new. It's free. And if you can, we've gotten some great super chats in tonight. That'll really help out the show. And we've been gifted 5 channel memberships. If we get to 10, I will then gift 10 channel memberships. So we'll get 20 total on the night, and that would be a super win. And that would basically, I'd be like, you know what? We did good. We got a bunch of likes, a bunch of people sticking with me throughout the night, a bunch of people commenting. We got some channel memberships, all that stuff. I think Midnite Mike's Halloween Sleepover, we could do a part 2 next year. And like I said, if these work out, I would love to do a Christmas one. I'd love to do like a summer one. It's fun. And this is where the Midnite Mike name comes in. We just passed 6 hours on this stream, folks. 6 hours. Those stores even exist anymore. Roy Rogers has locations. McDonald's obviously has locations. Woolworth, no. I haven't seen a Woolworth since I was a kid. So Woolworth, no. Hallmark stores, I believe, still exist. I know Hallmark exists. But I bet in a mall somewhere there's still a Hallmark store. Burger Chef, like I said, I think has 1 location left. I think I watched a YouTube video of a guy who goes to a Burger Chef. It's the last one in operation. But we'll see. I mean, we'll see as we move on. Did you get the Halloween box set from Cigarette Bones Records? No, I did not. What is that? Is that a Halloween movie soundtrack box set? Or is that like a Halloween Sounds box set? Keep moving. Good solid costume is like $50 to $60. Yeah. You can't go to Woolworth and pay $1.99 to be the $1 Million Man, or no, what was it? I forget. Whatever. You know what I'm saying. I remember being, I'll get a 6-pack of Magnum malt liquor tall boys for $1.99. Oh, I remember being like, I'll get a 6-pack of Magnum malt liquors, not condoms, Magnum malt liquor tall boys for $1.99. Scott, the Blue Jays are a game away. Good. I'm glad. Like I said, I'm rooting for the Blue Jays because of Don Mattingly. And I hate the Dodgers. So in T2, she was hot. I got to disagree with you, Clancy. I mean, she wasn't, I'm not saying she was ugly, but she had a stronger jawline than most men. I don't know. I can't get behind that. My old co-host, Adam Henning, he loved muscular women with strong jawlines. My old co-host from the Midnight Jury, and he admitted to it. Like, he's admitted to it. As a matter of fact, one time it's actually available on the Midnight Jury YouTube channel. Look at our Home Alone review. It's the intro to our Home Alone episode. And I surprised him on air because something happened and his phone connected to my computer. And I started getting pictures from his phone on my computer when he wasn't there. Like, he had left. I lived in Philadelphia. He lived in northern New Jersey. And I started getting these weird pictures of muscular women wrestling men. And I think one was Nicole Bass. I don't know if any of you are aware of Nicole Bass. Wrestling men on like hotel beds. And they're like, the muscular women are like choking these average dudes out with like their thick muscular thighs. And I surprise him with it on the show. And I'm like, yeah, some pictures have been coming on. Would you care to explain these? And it's one of the funniest moments in Midnight Jury history. And it is available on the Midnight Jury YouTube channel. And it's the Home Alone. Look for I believe it's the Home Alone review. And the thumbnail, you see Home Alone. So just check that out. It's fucking crazy. Clancy got mine through senior year. I don't know what that necessarily means. Jamie Lee Curtis is hot, bro. I can't agree with you. I mean, her body is, once again, beautiful. But the face, like the body is like a 9. The face is like a 3, in my opinion. And once again, 5 is exactly average on my scale when I'm doing this. You're bugging. She had nice tits in T2. Get freaky, Mike. Hey, I'm trying. I'm drinking. I'm having a good time. I'll concede on Linda Hamilton and Cher, but dude, Jamie Lee is hot. You just said it yourself. She has a hot body. I don't think her face is that mannish. Agree to disagree on the face. How about that? Agree to disagree on the face. Clancy, I appreciate that. We're doing this tonight instead of the Jets chant, since this is a, predominantly not Jets show right now. Here you go. Clancy, channel member for, what does that say? I can't even read. 15 months. It says, glad you were able to do a positive reaction for a Jets game last Saturday. 2 weeks to bask in the glory, baby. Happy Halloween, everyone. Go New York Jets. Absolutely, Clancy. I'm just worried about this bye week being a trap where it's going to, any little momentum the Jets had, I feel like they could lose it. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we're playing the Browns, so we will see. Video. Don't know. I like rooting for the underdog team when it not the Yankees. Yeah, I'm a Yankee fan too. I'm assuming you're saying you're a Yankee fan. You're just going to root for the underdog team. That makes sense. It's the soundtracks for the last 3 movies, but the packaging is almost worth the price of the records. I think extra tracks John Carpenter did with his son. That's pretty cool. Fuck the Blue Jays. I'm a Yankee fan, but they are playing well. Got the Dodgers on the ropes. Look, you get Clancy. I'm a Yankee fan too, man. But it's all about that Don Mattingly. Like, if I would have much rather him get it with the Yankees as a player or coach. But if he can't, I want him to get a ring. He's been in the league for 40 years. Donnie Baseball needs a ring. If you got a 9 body, just don't look at the face. Fair enough. That is fair. Absolutely. And F the Dodgers, guys. Thank you so much. Let's continue with these commercials. Let's see what else they got.
This Halloween, give the safe treat
Thank you.
that helps treat the disabled.
Thank you.
Give Easter Seal safe Halloween coupons.
Thank you.
Good for special treats at local stores and restaurants.
Thank you.
Give Easter Seal safe Halloween coupons.
Thank you.
And give the treat that gives treatment.
Thank you.
That's vague. It says coupons for things at local stores. What does that mean? What stores? Like a kid's going to get a coupon for a free box of nails from Jim's Hardware. Can we elaborate a little bit?
Halloween booklets are now available at these fine stores. Support a safe Halloween for children everywhere.
Halloween's a perfect time for baking spooky cookies. Just roll out Pillsbury sugar cookies, cut, bake and decorate, then feed them to your goblins. So much fun there.
Scary.
This Halloween, capture your ghosts and goblins on genuine Kodak film from Thrifty. Whether it's print, slide, or movie film, Kodak is the choice of professionals. Thrifty carries a full line of Kodak film, including C126-24 exposure, C110 and C135 24 exposure in regular and high-speed print film, KR135 36 exposure slide film, and Super 8 movie film. Remember, the sharper you want your memories, the...
Could there be any more sizes of film? I only remember using the standard roll and then the 110 that looked like it was like 2 balls and it was connected here, and those were for the cheaper flat cameras. And then you had to put the flash, either the flash stack or the flash cube on it in order to get a flash. That was the 110 cameras, but they just named 50 different kinds of film. Now it's just, hey, smile, click.
The more you need Kodak film and Thrifty.
At Planet Fitness.
That's copyrighted music. And you need a friend. Don't look to a stranger. Take a look all around. I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right one. All right, here we go.
My most perfect creation! She's a have to do something about that face.
Introducing Spooky Goop, horrifying monster makeup you make up at home. Spooky Goop's bubbling lizard lips, bat bones, and toes create a ghoulish goo that makes a monster out of you.
Now that's a face no mother could love.
Spooky Goop, spine-tingling makeup for Halloween or any unearthly occasion.
I want that. I actually want that now. I want to buy some Spooky Goop.
I just had the greatest idea. Let's spend the night.
Fun house.
This better be good. It's gonna be great. Something is alive in the fun house. Something deadly. Something evil. I don't know what that thing is. Something that tonight will turn the fun house into a carnival of terror. The Fun House, rated R, starts Friday at a theater near you.
That's a pretty good film. By the way, does anybody know if the Scream 7 trailer happened to drop earlier or be leaked on YouTube? Because I'd love to check that out. I obviously can't put it up on screen. I think that would definitely nail me. But I would definitely love to watch, check that out.
Last year, one of everyone's favorite candies appeared in a Halloween-sized pack.
Skittles.
And word spread quickly.
Is this the house that gives Skittles? See, I told ya.
I, Speedy McGreedy, have created Frankenstein Mouth.
I want juicy burgers.
We'll go to Hardee's.
The burgers are juicy and hearty.
Right, Ivan. Hardee's job royals them.
Let's say hello to Hardee's.
It's Halloween time. When you buy a burger and soft drink at Hardee's, you get a coin to put in the fun machine, which gives you a Halloween prize.
I got a creepy crawly Halloween thing. I got a Halloween ring.
The fun machine at participating Hardee's.
Wednesday, it's a hair-raising Halloween happening.
Best one ever, right there.
That Emmy-winning Fat Cat. It's the trick-or-treat trail. I'm no scaredy cat. It's all new Garfield's Halloween Adventure. Then,
I hear the Great Pumpkin.
the Halloween classic, It's the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown, right after Garfield Wednesday.
They already showed us this one. Son of a bitch.
Toys R Us has the Big Bird Halloween costume and the Yoda Halloween costume for trick-or-treating.
What strange creatures are lurking in the night? Oh, skull face, mummy face too. Oh, ghoul face. What a frightful sight. Yes, Mom, this Halloween your kids can have
just anything face. Mummy face, Wolfman face, or you can get Frankenstein face.
fun creating their own scary disguise with Kooky Spooks makeup. They just smear it on. When the makeup dries, it cracks to make them look really old and ghoulish. Add in the sheet and the costume's complete. Kooky Spooks makeup kits, 6 frightening disguises to choose from.
Stephen King, author of Carrie said, Evil Dead is the most ferociously original horror film of the year. If you think he's kidding, see for yourself. Evil Dead. They got up on the wrong side of the grave. Evil Dead from New Line Cinema.
Starts tomorrow at these theaters. Check newspapers for times.
I think you'll like this house.
Isn't this supposed to be haunted? Haunted? What an absurd idea.
So, I mean, what would a ghost be doing here? Haunted.
David.
No other diet soft drink delivers the real cola taste of 1-calorie Diet Coke. The real one. It's lifting more and more spirits every day.
For the taste of it.
The move is on to Diet Coke.
Diet Coke.
Watch out for him.
It started to happen again.
Well, we were talking about this one earlier with Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2. This is a weird movie, very homoerotic at points, but Freddy's badass in it, no doubt. Freddy is, as a matter of fact, I think I talked about this with Jay Bach on X. I think he put in the video of the kid dancing and cleaning his room. Woo! That's a little weird. But yeah, it's so weird that when you remember adverts, like the song, the jingle, like as soon as it just for the taste of it, Diet Coke, like I remembered that, like it just clicked right in my head. So there's a lot of ads back then that did that. Like even the old McDonald's. What was the old McDonald's one when I was a kid? It was oh, it's a good time for the great taste of McDonald's. That's what it was when I was a kid. And I'll never forget things like that. But yeah, here's Freddy part 2.
I'm in trouble. You've had some scary dreams, okay? Help!
Daddy can't help you now.
Freddy is back on Elm Street, and he's not a welcome visitor. A Nightmare on Elm Street, Part 2, Freddy's Revenge. Rated R from New Line Cinema.
Now showing at a theater near you.
As Halloween approaches, you have to prepare yourself for what might happen. More orange sprinkles.
Time to make the donuts.
It's a special time of year, and Dunkin' Donuts is dressing up their donuts for the occasion. And here's the werewolf. So come to Dunkin' Donuts and get into the spirit of Halloween.
We'd like some Halloween donuts, please.
Oh.
Anything could happen tonight with Mickey Mouse and M&M's candies. Everything's gonna be just right.
The M&M song was like, with M&M's chocolate candy, something like that. It was like, I remember the old M&M's commercial.
A special time for fun and M&M's from Mickey Mouse and friends. The magic never ends. Grab on to that M&M's feeling.
Oh my God, this tastes so good. You
It was easier when we were watching Night of the Living Dead. I made sure to find one with absolutely no ads, but unfortunately, it doesn't work here so much.
Will be out long after dark, so I depend on Duracell batteries to light their way. Because
Batteries. Like, I'm telling you, everything out of Halloween commercial. Batteries. Duracell's sitting there like, well, we got to get in on this Halloween thing. Like, we're not going to be selling any batteries if we don't get into the Halloween spirit and show kids trick-or-treating. What can we do? Oh, have them carry flashlights. They need Duracell batteries.
Duracell lasts longer.
Tests prove after just a few hours of continuous use, regular carbon batteries wear out. But you can get up to 5 times more use from Duracell batteries.
That's why I trust my kids' safety at night to Duracell.
Duracell. The copper top battery. No regular battery looks like it.
We're home! Or lasts like it.
It's Halloween, the night he came home.
I gotta mute that. Sorry, I don't want to get nailed on too many things for this. I know I should be fine. You know, whatever. Chances of the whole monetization through the that's why super chats and stuff help, because getting monetization through this broadcast through ads, like, you know, ads and stuff or whatever, it ain't gonna happen. But yeah, there's your hot Jamie Lee Curtis, Jay. I just saw Jason 6.
Perhaps we're both bad.
Cujo?
From the novel by Stephen King, creator of Carrie and The Shining, comes a chilling new tale.
Cujo.
This is like the 5th Stephen King, and once again, it's just a trailer. It has nothing to do with Halloween. I get it's a horror movie, but it has nothing to do with Halloween.
Now, there's a new name for terror. Cujo, directed by Louis Teague. Rated R. Now playing. Check newspapers for a theater near you.
Oh, there's the man, Vincent Price. See, I mean, it's a little blurry. I'm almost positive that's Vincent Price. We were talking about him earlier. One of the kings of horror in like the probably late 50s, 60s, and 70s. But hell yeah.
Enjoy an evening with
It
a
is,
little light
100%.
entertainment. But when your video heads get dirty, you lose your picture.
not a pretty sight. Happily, this new Polaroid video cassette will help you. It actually cleans your heads as it plays, so dirty heads needn't haunt you. New Polaroid video cassettes. Get the picture?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Nervous about the music.
9, 10, 11, 12. Friday the 13th. You may only see it once, but that will be enough. Friday the 13th. Rated R.
There's a vacancy at the Bates Motel.
Norman, is that you?
No, it's Spud McKenzie, and it could be you. Look for this display and enter Bud Light Psycho Sweepstakes to win a Bud Light party with Spud McKenzie at the Psycho Mansion. You can even get a mug like Spud's at participating retailers. Wow!
That Spud is so cool, it's scary.
I love Spuds McKenzie, by the way, which is why I hate what happened with Bud Light. Because Budweiser and Bud Light used to be my beers. We all know what happened with that. It's just so disgusting. I didn't even fuck that. But I have, if I end up getting up during the show, I have Spuds McKenzie pint glasses. I think I have 4 or 6 of them. I forget which ones, but they have him on it and all that stuff. He was so damn cool. What a cool dog.
And now we present Scary Tales.
I've rolled off the north side. Good news, my lord. Soon the city will be mine. Excellent, my lord. The wench has blocked me. We've lost. We, my lord?
Cathedral, the medieval strategy game. When the city is finished, you could be too.
Not a Halloween commercial, but I want to play that. I want to play that game. And that girl, man, see the Jamie Lee Curtis's on her? Jesus Christ.
Hi there, guys and ghouls. It's me, Elvira, the Queen of Halloween, and tonight I'm having my Halloween party right here at 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific.
After Elvira shows you the weirdest, scariest videos ever made, the terror continues with Alice Cooper live in Detroit at midnight Eastern. Elvira at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central.
Yo. Maybe I watched this. I could have watched this with one of my uncles or like my dad or something, but that looks awesome. Like, are you serious? Elvira hosting, horror inspired videos followed by Alice Cooper live from Detroit. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Let me get back to these comments, see what you guys have to say. Apologies for my typo. Yes, I'm a Yankees fan. Don't want the Dodgers to repeat. Absolutely not. Clancy comes in. Hell yeah, I got the Donnie baseball angle. Absolutely. Yeah, I just want to see him win one. I don't even care at this point that it's with another team, especially a division rival. And plus, if a division rival was going to win, wouldn't you rather it be the Blue Jays than the Red Sox or the Orioles or one of those teams that's like really close to us as opposed to, the Blue Jays, they don't mean nothing to me. They could do whatever they want. I thought Scream 6 was so bad, just as bad as Scream 3. Scream 3 is the worst. I didn't mind Scream 6. I didn't mind Scream 6, and I didn't mind Scream 7, I'll be honest. An OG Evil Dead TV spot, awesome. We're getting a lot of those. We're getting a lot of like really cool horror movie TV spots. Back that thing up close to the drawer. That's a reference to Friday the Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2. Yeah. I should have stayed the fuck home tonight. Maddie, we're having fun tonight. I can't believe it. And I can't believe people are still here watching and enjoying. And I thank you everybody so much. 6.5 hours into this broadcast. And we're watching right now 70s and 80s Halloween commercials with random horror movie TV spot trailers mixed in that I have to keep lowering because of the copyrighted music. Gotta have batteries for those flashlights, pal. Absolutely. What a babe that Jamie Lee is. No, she's not in the face, but like Scott said, we could fix that. We could put her hair in her face, put a bag on the head, something like that. Spuds McKenzie, hell yes. His name was Jason, and today is his birthday. Elvira, yes. My Elvira standee right behind me. I wish you guys could see it. Like I said, if I had my second camera for my second chair set up, I could pop that camera on and show it to you, but I'm not going to go through all that. But trust me, it's there. Trust me. I will admit, Elvira is much hotter than... Like, what? You can't even compare the two. Elvira is like peak hot. Like peak 80s hot. Oh, wow. This is going on in the morning, my time. Yeah, we're 6.5 hours in, Pred. 6.5 hours in, and we are continuing. Wonderful. Remember, folks, hit the like button. It's free. Subscribe if you're new in here or just checking us out. Usually we're a New York Jets show, but tonight it's our Midnite Mike show's Halloween sleepover, and we're having a blast. Another thing is, guys, the super chats really help out. 5 more gifted channel memberships, and I will gift a total of 10. We already have 5 from Kim earlier today, or earlier in the show, not today. Maybe it happened before midnight. I don't remember. 5 more, and I'll gift 10. I'm still going to gift the 5 to pay for Kim's 5. I'm still going to pay back that. But 5 more, and I'll gift for a total of 20. But here we go. Let's get back into these. I love Elvira. And her first movie, Mistress of the Dark, is that it? That is a surprisingly good film. It's very funny, like very ridiculous, campy, but it's good.
5 Pacific time, followed by Alice Cooper in concert at midnight Eastern, 11 Central, 9 Pacific. A Halloween you'll remember.
I can't play that. It was School's Out, Alice Cooper.
Halloweeny.
Konami's Castlevania The Adventure for Nintendo's Game Boy. The maze of vampire crypts and unearthly evils. It is about to sink its fangs into you.
My favorite series on the Nintendo Entertainment System is Castlevania 1, 2, and 3. Love it. I even like Super Castlevania. But I don't know if I had that when I had my Game Boy. I don't know. But yeah, Castlevania is awesome. Like that really, like I remember sitting in a dark room with food, like playing Castlevania.
Genesis brings you the 16-bit arcade challenge with Ghostbusters. 16-bit thrills in Ghouls and Ghosts. And 16-bit arcade action with Forgotten Worlds. Gruesome ghosts, ferocious foes, battles of power, of magic and might. Ghouls and Ghosts, Ghostbusters, and Forgotten Worlds are for the Genesis system. Sega Genesis brings the arcade experience home. Game sold separate.
So, you want to know the story of Splatterhouse, the new horror video game for TurboGrafx 16?
Wow, remember TurboGrafx 16?
He stalks the old haunted mansion. They say he's looking for his girlfriend. They say his only weapon against the maggot-eating ghouls who took her is a 2x4. And you say you want to play this game? Splatterhouse.
Who is that guy supposed to be? A red hockey mask? I can't think of anybody. I don't know.
Only for the TurboGrafx 16 system from NEC.
I'm Count Scary, and I bought 3D glasses for 39 cents from a participating Wendy's old-fashioned hamburgers restaurant. Hand me my glasses. Not these glasses, Igor. Hand me the scary ones. And oh, they go so good with my tan.
Count Scary's 3D Party, Tuesday, July 6th at 8 p.m. only on Channel 4.
There you go. That must have been a local... is this a Fright Night? Is that, I don't know. We'll see, but that must have been, they had local horror hosts. So like, excuse me, Elvira was national. Joe Bob on Monster Vision and things like that, national. Svengoolie even was pretty national, but I feel like he was mostly based in Chicago. but this Count Scary must have been a very local horror host. And I guess you go to Wendy's and get your 3D glasses so you could watch his program. That's cool as shit. I love that. Let's see what this is. Is it Fright Night? It could be.
No one believed Charlie's neighbor was a vampire.
Stop me, Charlie! He bit me!
Until it was too late. Now, Charlie has to find a way to stop him.
Peter Vincent, ready to do battle with the undead.
Beware of the evil that awaits you on Fright Night. Friday night it is.
My favorite vampire movie, hands down. Beats out Lost Boys, beats out, anyone you could name. Fright Night is friggin' awesome. And I knew just from that first pick, House with Fog in front of it, I was like, is this Fright Night? Fucking love it. And Maddie's reading the prequel book that just came out, Fright Night Hellbound, and I'm waiting for it. I spoke to the author, and apparently the audiobook is going to be coming out hopefully within a couple weeks, and I can check that out.
On Q13.
Hi there, I'm Dumpy the Pumpkin. Carvel's Halloween ice.
Did they say Dumpy the Pumpkin? I wish you could skip back on this 10 seconds. I gotta hear that again. Charlie
has to find a way to stop him.
Peter Vincent, ready to do battle with the undead.
Beware of the evil that awaits you on Fright Night. Friday night it is on Q13.
Hi there, I'm Dumpy the Pumpkin. Carvel's Halloween ice cream cake.
That is the most unflattering name for a cutesy pumpkin character. Dumpy the Pumpkin. What are they thinking?
44 ounces and serve 10 to 12 people.
Having a Halloween party? I'm Wiki the Witch, and I weigh 45 ounces. We're both made fresh daily at your participation.
I was expecting her to come on and be like, I'm Schmegma the Witch. Like Dumpy and Schmegma. So fucking weird.
Carvel Ice Cream Store.
You want to send one to a friend? Please phone 800-327-GIFT and call the Cake Honors most major credit cards. Thank you.
Welcome to the world of terror. When I'm not busy embalming bodies, which isn't often, I like to relax with some good family reading. Let me introduce you to my personal library of Fangoria, the leader in horror entertainment. What a fascinatingly hideous cover of Freddy Krueger. And devilishly candid reviews of the latest horror videos. And gloriously bloody color photos from the newest Friday the 13th. They're all here in Fangoria. Can I persuade you to subscribe?
This is Fango editor Tony Tampone asking you to enter the world of Fangoria. Only $12.49 for a special 6-month video subscription. Send check or money order to Fangoria Magazine, 475 Park Avenue South, New York, 10016.
Customers! Ah, let the dead bodies wait.
Nobody expected it. Nobody believed it. And nothing could stop it. The one hope. The only hope. The Exorcist. Rated R.
The movie you've been waiting for.
I've talked about this several times also. These like demon possessing movies. Like I like The Exorcist, but it doesn't scare me. Like that movie never scared me. As a matter of fact, I think it made me laugh more. Like when she starts doing with the crucifix, I feel like it made me laugh more than it freaked me out. I don't know, that stuff never did anything for me. I mean, it's okay. It's a good movie. It's fine.
Without the wait.
Ugh. Stupid.
Branch is a living, breathing nightmare of more than 30 incredible rooms, each with its own very special surprise.
Is this like a sex hotel with different themed rooms?
Wander through its myriad of secret passageways and winding labyrinths. and discover the graveyard of the living dead and its unimagined terror. There's Renfield and his spiders, the Prince of Darkness, Count Dracula, and many more. At the Haunted Mansion at Long Branch, it's waiting for you.
That is awesome. I'd be surprised if I didn't go to that. I'd be very surprised. I remember Dracula's Castle down in Wildwood. That was cool as shit.
Sometimes coming home can be unsettling. But not with a new Stanley Lightmaker garage door opener.
Seriously, we were talking about it. The most random shit just was like, yo, we got to have a Halloween commercial. Like, if we don't have a Halloween commercial, then no one's going to give a shit about our ad. So, like, let's not waste our advertising dollars and let's make our garage door opener have a Halloween commercial. Like, I so far, I don't think we're getting more random than that, because we had the Hallmark one. That was a little weird, the fast food ones. Okay, Burger Chef and Hardee's and things like that. Then you got to the batteries, and we were like, okay, Duracell really needs to put out a Halloween ad. How about garage door opener? This Halloween, make sure your garage door has a light on it, so when you go into the garage, a light turns on, because trick-or-treating isn't fun without a light-up garage door opener.
Button opens your garage, but the other button turns these back into these, because it turns on lights from the safety of your car with a Stanley Lightmaker.
It's nice to be home.
Get a transmitter free with purchase, plus a chance to win an Oldsmobile in Stanley sweepstakes.
Okay.
The nightmare continues. Halloween
2. They're pulling some wacky shit here. Always got to throw in that copyrighted John Carpenter. Ugh.
Amy Lee Curtis.
Still going. Oh, Shocktober.
Easing out of the pumpkin patch this Halloween. The Pumpkin Cutter, a great way to let your kids carve their own pumpkins without sharp edges that cut little hands. It even...
That kid sucks with a knife. If he had anything other than that pumpkin cutter, he would have lost his thumb and his pointer finger. But I had that. I had the pumpkin cutter, and my mom had it in her drawer till I want to say up until 5 years ago. And I actually asked her about it. I was like, do you still have my pumpkin cutter? Because I would love to be able to let my daughters use it. And I had to end up buying new ones that aren't as cool of a handle, but they work really well. But regardless, I remember this pumpkin cutter like it was yesterday.
Makes toothy grins easy to do. The Pumpkin Scoop removes seeds and pulp better than any spoon. And the Pumpkin Light replaces dangerous candles with glowing results. Have a great pumpkin this Halloween with the Pumpkin Cutter, Pumpkin Scoop, and Pumpkin Light.
Pumpkin Cutter products available at Long's Drugs and Safeway.
The Pumpkin Light probably took like 3D batteries. I know it's pretty small, but some of the batteries things took. Like, you remember a boombox? People used to put batteries in boom boxes, bring it to like the beach. You would need like 8D batteries to run like a dual cassette boom box, and that would last like an hour. If you were playing the radio, it'd last longer. But if it had to run tape, it would be like an hour, and you'd have to buy 8 more D batteries. Snaps for music. Not as random as the garage door light opener, but pretty random to have just a random 13 Eyewitness News Halloween commercial.
The kids of Elm Street don't know it yet, but something is coming to get them. Nightmare on Elm Street.
No! No!
She's the only one who can stop it. If she fails, no one will survive.
Help me, please!
Wes Craven's Nightmare on Elm Street, rated R.
That didn't have content.
Now playing at a flagship theater near you.
For great Halloween fun, pick up some spooky decorations at Walgreens. Just $7.99 each. Scary sound-activated Halloween figures, battery-operated pirate skull, witches, skeletons, and more. Stock up on Halloween candy, too. Walgreens has a wide selection of treats and goodies of all kinds. And it's time to order your holiday photo greeting cards. Put your favorite photo on any of 6 beautiful designs. All orders include a free marker pen.
Keep Christmas out of Halloween. I complained about this earlier in the show. Why have I seen so many damn Christmas commercials before Halloween? That is ridiculous.
Yourself to savings this week at Walgreens.
The main reason I keep coming back to shop.
We already watched Night of the Living Dead. What are we doing here? Now I understand this is obviously a 1980s commercial for something but they're definitely going Night of the Living Dead on this one. That was Joe Piscopo, I think.
On Halloween, reach for the less filling beer that tastes great, Miller Lite.
This place was once a funeral parlor, wasn't it? What was that?
Run, Judy, run! We're gonna get out of here. Get up, Judy! Yes, you can!
Nice.
Of the demons.
Where you going? The party's just begun.
Rated R.
Starts Friday.
Rayovac, Burger King, and Channel 47 want kids to have a bright and safe Halloween. Once again this year, Rayovac is providing free personal kid-sized flashlights for use when trick-or-treating Halloween night. These flashlights will light the way to safer rounds of the neighborhoods. To get your
just in case you're trick-or-treating in the day, you need your Rayovac flashlight. But free, that's pretty good. Burger King and Rayovac. That's awesome.
Flashlight, just come to any Madison Burger King on October 30th and ask for one. No purchase is necessary, and Burger King will give you a special treat bag and a coupon good for the soft drink of your choice. But the supply is limited, so get to Burger King early. And remember, be safe.
It's going to be like when Cabbage Patch Kids were released. Of all these parents like clamoring for the plastic Halloween bag and the Rayovac free thing. Now, I didn't hear that you'd be getting free batteries with it. It's just the Rayovac brand flashlight. So maybe that's how they get you. They give you the free flashlight, but then you got to go to a local Woolworth and get 4 AA batteries.
This Halloween, wear light-colored costumes, be extra careful crossing streets, and ask your parents to check your treats and throw out any unwrapped ones just to be safe. We'll help with...
I know that is an old Halloween trope that people put like razor blades in candy. Did any of you ever know, whether you're watching now live or you're watching on the replay, did any of you ever know a kid who bit into a razor blade or anything bad happened to their Halloween candy? I think that was an old wives' tale that our parents told us just to scare the shit out of us on Halloween night.
3 flashlights from Rayovac and a special treat from Burger King just for the asking. It all happens Thursday, October 30th only at the Madison Burger King near you. And happy Halloween from Rayovac, Burger King, and Channel 47.
We got to find out where Channel 47 is. First off, it's on the East Coast because it starts out with it's on the east side of the country because it starts with a W. But there's a Madison in every state, isn't there? Like, I don't know. I haven't been to a state. Like, I haven't lived in a state that hasn't had a Madison. So
There's goblins, there's ghouls, there's spiders about. Halloween's coming, the trick-or-treaters are out. But look at that witch on Halloween night. She's the first one with a blinking pumpkin light. Pumpkin light flashes so everyone knows she is near. Pumpkin light.
I thought that was supposed to be put in your pumpkin. I didn't realize it was supposed to be put around your neck too. So she probably put it in her pumpkin and it got all the gross pumpkin shit on the inside all over it. And now she's hanging it off her neck. She smells like old pumpkin.
It makes Halloween safer and scarier this year. And pumpkin light safer for a spooky pumpkin too.
Hey.
Just pop it right in and watch your pumpkin go boo.
Pumpkin Light is available at Osco, Purity Supreme, Spags, and Leewards.
What the fuck are those?
Hungry Root is the easiest.
What the hell were those stores? I've never heard of that.
It's a Halloween party where fantasies come true. I put on Showtime makeup and did a dance or two.
Oh, that dude, he is 100% straight and he's out looking for chicks.
Boys and ghouls were hanging out like vamp and tigress too. My Showtime face was all in place then. Rock Angel, I saw you.
It's Showtime, the adult Halloween makeup. Showtime is hypoallergenic, more comfortable than masks, more fun too.
You know you are my fantasy, but I can't speak to you.
Make up a Halloween fantasy with Showtime makeup.
Peace. Until they were rudely
Yes!
interrupted.
What do you want to do, Scuzz? Sit on the gravestone?
Great movie, Return of the Living Dead. That is an outstanding zombie movie.
I just want to party.
And it's so different. Like you have, and I don't know if many of you who watch Night of the Living Dead with us. So one of the two, there was a couple people responsible for Night of the Living Dead. And after the distributor ended up basically getting all of the rights, which is why we were able to show it on this show, because George Romero and everybody lost everything to it, which is why it's in the public domain, even though the movie was only put out in like the late 1960s. But so George Romero in the end ended up getting the rights to continue the sequels off of Night of the Living Dead. But I forget his name, not Dan O'Bania. I think he was the director, but whoever made Return of the Living Dead got the right to make sequels under the name Living Dead, but it couldn't be a sequel to Night of the Living Dead. And so this movie is super 80s. It's like half comedy, but it's outstanding movie with another great ending, by the way.
This place is a mess.
Now look who's awake. They're on the way. Break.
Copyrighted.
They're back from the grave.
So good, I don't want to not.
I think things are getting out of hand. The Return of the Living Dead.
Starts Friday, August 16th at a theater near you.
The trick to saving is treating yourself to these Hy-Vee specials. Tombstone Pizza, 2 for $6. Ruffles Potato Chip, $1.88. Nabisco Premium Crackers, 88 cents. And USDA Choice Beef Chuck 7-bone roast, $1.27 a pound. Get low prices all day, every day. Shop Hy-Vee. And low prices.
When you see me, everyone knows what time of year.
I'm sorry. Those supermarket workers at Hy-Vee, man, boy, they were proud of their jobs, weren't they? That is fucking funny. All right, let me get to some more of these things here. Nate, what's up, man? How you doing? He comes in, he says, I've been listening during work in the background. I know more about 80s Halloween era than I ever wanted to. But it's interesting, right? It's like it was such a different time. It's not like today where you get a Halloween commercial every now and then. It was like every product, no matter what, from a fast food restaurant to M&Ms to batteries to a garage door opener, had to have a Halloween commercial. It's just part of it. If a commercial came on that didn't have a Halloween theme during Halloween time, you get the fuck out of here with that. I'm gonna go do something else. Turn the TV off. I'm done. Like, you had to take this stuff seriously. That's the tall man from Phantasm. Oh, in the Fangoria ad, correct? I think so. That's some Phantasm shit, Mike. I made a bong out of a pumpkin. Nice. I made a really cool Darth Vader strobe bong back in the day, and it had like 7-Eleven released like Star Wars cups back in like the early 2000s, and I turned a strobe light on its side, hooked it up so that the cup would sit in, and it had like a Darth Vader bust on the top Regardless, it turned into a bong. Pumpkin bong sounds fantastic. Night of the Demons. Jay Baca, member for 2 months. Thank you, Jay. Favorite Halloween costume of yours back in the day? Mine was Frankenstein's monster. That's what I'm going as this year. My mom did such a great job, paint job, and applying the bolts. Yeah, we're going as my girls, me, my wife, my in-laws, and my brother-in-law are going as Universal Monsters this year. Last year we did the Ninja Turtles. I was Casey Jones. My wife was April O'Neil. My father-in-law was Splinter. My mother-in-law was Michelangelo. My brother-in-law was Donatello. My 2 girls were Leonardo and Raphael. But as a kid, surprisingly, you know what? It's not my favorite, but I see nowadays where it could be dicey. I went at 2 different years. I went as a bum. And the reason I went as a bum, like, you know, carrying the stick with the sack on the end and all that, is because it was the most comfortable Halloween costume. Like, I'd be in shabby, like, sweatpants and like a shabby, like, sweatshirt with like holes in it and like a flannel over it and whatever, but it was comfortable as hell and it was warm. But I went as Jason a couple times. Now I have my screen accurate Friday the 13th part 6, CJ Graham Jason costume. I have pictures of that somewhere. I have a screen accurate Michael Myers costume. I went as Michael Myers as a kid. I went as Dracula as a kid. I mean, once again, I think I definitely enjoyed going as the slashers. I went as Freddy one year. So I think going as the slashers was kind of like my go-to costume. Brains, send more paramedics, I believe. Darth Vader's strobe bong is way cooler than a pumpkin bong. I don't know, man. If you cut the pumpkin up and had the pumpkin light that we saw in it and somehow worked that out, that would be cool. Wait, when you did you just cut off the top and make like a gravity with like a milk carton? Group costumes, love that. Hobo is the politically correct term. What did I say? Bum? Home impaired. I think that's what we need to do. Home impaired. Let's get back to this. Here we go. Pizza Hut. Nice.
It's Halloween. This Halloween, make sure adults see you coming with shiny, bright yellow Halloween safety bags from Pizza Hut and 28 WPTF-TV. And be careful trick-or-treating this Halloween. Tell your parents where you're going and who's going with you. Before you go out, you can pick up a free Halloween safety bag. Come to any participating Pizza Hut restaurant and pick one up. The Halloween safety bag is free from your friends at Pizza Hut and WPTF-TV.
Hi, I'm a Boglin. Me and my buddies want to be your friend, right, guys? Right. Call us at 1-900-909-5464 and hear how we can protect you from...
Yo, first off, I remember Boglins, and I had that one, that exact main one. That was the Boglin I had. And I was just, I was about to stop this and be like, another thing, like Boglins, it wasn't like it was a Halloween thing. They were just toys. So I immediately was going to go, oh, this is another toy commercial. It's not necessarily Halloween centric. But then you find out that they have a 900 number. And we were talking about this earlier. The 900 numbers in the 80s, it was like drug commercials today. Ozempics and, you know, all that stuff, Transfara, and I don't know. But yeah, this toy was it wasn't like it was Masters of the Universe, G.I. Joe, Thundercats. This was Boglins. And they had a fucking 900 number. How much is this going to cost? Children, be sure to get your parents' permission before you call. Yeah, because it's going to cost like $2 the first minute and like 50 cents each edition.
And help your teacher grade your math test. Yeah, new story every day. 1 call gets you a 3D Boglin hologram like this. 4 calls get you a set of 6. Trade them with your buddies. And part of your $2.35 2-minute call goes to Special Olympics. So get your parents' permission and call us at 1-900-909-5464. Go get the phone. I said get it, not eat it.
Yo.
Wednesday, it's hot and cold.
You know that only like a dime went to the Special Olympics.
Running Chills is a Big Witch brews trouble for America's favorite rabbit in Bugs Bunny's Halloween special.
Me, what's up, witch?
Then Raggedy Ann and Andy get the stuffing scared out of them in The Pumpkin Who Couldn't Smile. 2 Halloween treats starting at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
From
from the people who
Really
brought you
Halloween
Halloween.
2 again with copyrighted music. But that's another thing. Back in the day, everyone had a Halloween special. And if you didn't have a Halloween special and you were like a sitcom, you had a Halloween episode. Like it was just, that's just how it was. You know, I wish it was more like that. Same with Christmas. You had either had a Christmas special or you had a special Christmas episode or something to that effect. Every commercial was Christmas. I'm gonna have to turn that volume down there on this Halloween 2 ad because I think I've gotten nailed for that before. Not tonight. I mean, we'll see. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what they try to get me on. All right. Come on, Halloween 2.
Well, I'm ready for Halloween.
And if enough trick-or-treaters don't show up, you're ready for next Halloween, too.
No way, because Laverdias will give me full credit on all unopened bags of candy purchased at their stores.
This 12-ounce bag of Whoppers milk chocolate or a 10-ounce bag of Milk Duds chocolate-covered caramels only $1.59 at all Laverdia's super drug stores.
How sweet it is.
Laverdiers.
Everybody's heading for Woolworth and Woolco to get set for Halloween. There's costumes of TV favorites like Wonder Woman and the Hulk. There's popular characters.
I know it's just a kid's costume, so it doesn't need to look much like Linda Carter, but that was the most unflattering Wonder Woman costume I've ever seen in my entire life.
From Star Wars, and there's superheroes like Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, and many more at bare bones prices, $2.38 to $4.17. And there's Spook Sticks, Space Pops, Hallowitches, wrapped candy of every kind, all at the favorite Halloween haunts, Woolworth and Woolco.
Halloween costume.
I'm not familiar with Woolco. I know Woolworth, but I'm not really familiar with Woolco.
From most stores have one built-in disadvantage. Anyone can buy the same costume. A costume from Ragstock, on the other hand, is unique because you selected yourself from a huge stock of recycled clothing. Create your own Dracula or Superman. Be a cowboy or a rock star. A tramp or a vamp.
Visit Ragstock at 327 State Street, Madison.
That sounds like a place that has disease written all over it. Create your own costume from old shitty clothing at Ragstock. No thanks. I don't want your herpes.
Okay, you're good to go.
These ads are getting more as this video comes to an end. It looks like the person's like really trying to get their stuff in there.
Quiet, I'm calculating.
Isn't it dark in there?
Not for my new Anilite solar calculator from Texas Instruments.
You have a Texas instrument?
Texas Instruments Anilite calculator. Unlike other solar calculators, it works in almost...
Anilite.
Good and feel.
The new line of Anilite solar calculators from Texas Instruments.
Okay, is this more random than is this more of a random Halloween ad than the garage door opener with light? Texas Instrument calculators? Guys, how are we going to sell our calculators? Well, October's coming up, so can we get Dracula? I mean, that's the only way to go, right? I'm actually shocked that we have not seen a Monster Cereals ad because I was actually planning on having a bowl of Frankenberry. Maybe I'll get that for the next movie. I'll get a bowl of Frankenberry in here so that I could eat that. But that's got to be up there. I think that's either one or two. I want to say garage door opener, still number one. Texas Instruments calculator, number two. Duracell batteries, 3. Is that what we're going with? Because I feel like Woolworth, normal. You know, the places that are like drugstores that sell costumes, that's normal. Candy, normal. Fast food restaurants, pretty normal. Fast food restaurants, I still feel like we'll do a Halloween ad every now and then. Like this year, Wendy's did the whole like Wednesday meal. So
imagine the Prince of Darkness with a solar calculator.
Ooh, scary.
Tired of wearing the same old face Halloween after Halloween? Why not try a Fright Night nose mask from Bud and Bud Light? There's Batface, Scary Witch, Mr. Pumpkin, and Big Black Cat.
We had them. We had those, and we ended up using them just as decorations. You know, we put them up on like a door or something. Like we had the pumpkin and we had the bat, and they had like little nose cutouts, but we didn't pop them. We just used them as decoration in our house growing up. But that's funny. I didn't remember where they came from. I bet on the back they said Bud Light or whatever this is.
Of all these amazing masks are available where Bud and Bud Light are sold. So next time.
That looks stupid as shit.
Dear Dick.
Oh, here we go.
You're probably not going to believe this.
We got another contender, folks. We've got another contender. Write down in the comments section if you're live, and then if you're watching on the replay, if you're watching while we're not live, write down in the comments section what your tier ranking for most random object that had to put out a Halloween ad. We've got garage door opener with light, solar calculator from Texas Instruments, Duracell batteries, and now Bic pens. What is your ranking? Or at least if you don't want to rank them, tell me which one you think is the most random to do a Halloween ad.
McDonald's has a monster of an idea. Happy Halloween certificates. A book of 10 is only $1. Your gang can turn them in for free dessert treats like cones and sample-sized sundaes at McDonald's. Each book also comes with a mail-in certificate for this free Roger Rabbit when you buy your video cassette of the smash hit Who Framed Roger Rabbit. McDonald's Happy Halloween certificates. A deal so good, it's eerie.
It's the curse.
Cast a spell.
I only meant a little mischief. I didn't mean to kill anything.
Cast a shadow.
Really would be funny if he was a witch.
Cast out.
The power in me is too strong.
Voodoo. Magic.
It is contaminated with evil.
Magic that works only if you believe it. Tales from the dark side. 10 o'clock on Denver's Television 2, Saturday.
Hey, there you go, Maddie, Denver.
The Power of 3 cream.
I was out of Denver right there. I was going to say West Coast. I saw the K, but didn't know. Look. This proves my point. Look, it's a fucking drug ad. I don't even know what it's for, but I know they're going to flash the side effects. Oh, I guess it's weight loss. Yeah, lose weight, but you may get ulcers and you may get scattered heartbeat. You may have explosive diarrhea.
Party with your favorite monsters during Halloween Horror Nights at Universal Studios, Florida. And right now, carve out savings of up to $16 off admission with this special coupon you'll find on 2 liters of Pepsi. For details, visit a Pepsi display near you. Halloween Horror Nights at Universal Studios. Hurry to Ticketmaster today for advance tickets, while you can still slash the price.
We were telling ghost stories in the Fun Fruits jungle. The coffin opens, and the skeletons scare the aliens! Skeleton! And that's how we discovered new Fun Fruit Spooky Fruit, with skulls, ghosts, and monsters. And Fun Fruit Space Shapes with aliens, astronauts, and spaceships. New fruit snacks from Sunkissed Fun Fruits.
Give me 5.
New Fun Fruit Space Shapes and Spooky Fruit.
You know how many dyes were in those? So many.
From the master of suspense, Stephen King, comes a tale you'll never forget. Silver Bullet, Halloween night at 8 on Movie 32.
This is probably the sixth different Stephen King movie TV ad that we've seen for a different movie. We've seen tons. We saw Cujo. We saw Children of the Corn. Did we see Carrie? I don't remember. Silver Bullet now. I feel like there were more. We've seen so many.
Halloween. A time for children. Parties. Good times. Halloween was a special time. Until he came back for more.
What is that?
I told you this isn't a man.
What was that? Just show the movie. Don't give me some. That was the worst Michael Myers mask I've ever seen. Look at that.
Time. Until he came back for more.
What the hell is that?
I told you this isn't a man.
Monday, October 21st at 8. TV 50 presents the broadcast television premiere of Halloween 2. Michael's back,
was low enough for
and there's no place to hide.
You must believe me, Count. I didn't know. I did not know. And let the servants do the shopping.
People tend to see red when you serve up anything but what is tomato sauce, because what is never skimp on their special ingredients and top quality tomatoes. Twice the taste and twice as good, because what is means good food.
That's the end. Yo, that's pretty random. Tomato sauce. Think about that. Jesus Christ, that's so funny. Oh boy. All right, let me get to a few more of these comments, and then I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then I'm going to come back, and I think I'm going to do the tier list for the Friday the 13th series, and then hopefully after that we'll get into our final movie of the night, which will be the Last Man on Earth, starring Vincent Price, who we saw in one of those ads, which was pretty cool. Let's see here. I had a TI-81 for years. Yeah, I used to be able to program Drug Wars onto that, where it's basically was a game on the TI-84 or TI-81 or whatever, and you basically traveled to different cities, picked up drugs, and then sold them in different cities for different prices, and you tried to get your dollar amount up. I don't know if anybody else had that. Maddie, good to see you, man. I hope you're having a good time at work. Which I know you're probably not. I hope we can help if you can watch some of the show. I love the old McDonald's commercials. Yeah, absolutely. They went all out all the time with Halloween ads. Garage door opener is the most random for me. Close second is the calculator. Calculator is pretty darn random. I can tell you they don't play on that channel channel 2 now. Oh, on the Denver channel. On the Denver channel. Always pops me when I see the side effects are much worse than the medicine is supposed to cure. Yeah, it's bizarre. Side effects may include, and then the list is 50 deep. Those are some horny skeletons. Silver Bullet. Is that about Coors Light? Oh, there you go. Tap the Rockies. All right, guys. Here's what I'm going to do. Literally 2 minutes. I'm going to go pee, and you guys are going to chill out. I got a quick little break here, and then we'll be right back on the Midnite Mike's Halloween sleepover. Let's continue having a great night, having fun, and all that stuff. Here we go. All right, we'll be right back, folks.
Takes a seat with a bowl full of snacks. It's a Halloween treat. Night of the living dead, flickering shadows play. While he cheers for the Jets in his spooky way. All the ghosts of the past whisper secrets in the night. Memories of costumes in flickering light. Talk of boring thrills, echoes in the hall. Midnite Mike Sleepover. Let's enjoy it all. Creepy tales from the years when we jump and we scream. Carved out pumpkins glowing in a pumpkin spice dream. The Jets will always haunt with their ups and their downs, but tonight it's pure fun with friends all around. All the ghosts of the past whisper secrets in the night. Memories of costumes in the flickering light. Talk of horror thrills, echoes in the hall. Midnite Mike Sleepover, let's enjoy it all. So gather round, my friends, let's toast to the pride. With a deadly road of a night. In this carnival of fears, we'll laugh and we'll scream. Midnite Mike leads the way through our Halloween dream. All the ghosts of the past whisper secrets in the night. Memories of costumes and flickering light. Talk of horror thrills, echoes in the hall. Midnite Mike Sleepover, let's enjoy it all. Let's enjoy it all.
We are back on the Midnite Mike Show Halloween Sleepover. We are going almost to 7.5 hours, and I only had one cramp in my leg in the first hour of this program when Maddie was still on. There's a little bit of pain in my back. I mean, sitting in this chair is pretty intense. I'll tell you that. But it is what it is. Earlier in the show, we did the Halloween franchise ranking. Now, on this channel, I did do a video years ago ranking the Halloween franchise, but it was only Halloween 2018 was out at that point. So I couldn't put Halloween Kills or Halloween Ends in there. And once again, every 5 years or so, it's good to go back and revisit that kind of thing. Because like I've said, the rankings that I give today aren't the rankings necessarily that I would have given 5, 10, 15 years ago. So it does change up a little bit. So now we're going to do the Friday the 13th series. So let me get that up and prepared. And you guys, of course, in the comments section, I will take breaks throughout it. If you want to throw in your thoughts on where I'm ranking things and all of that, I appreciate that. And like I said, keep commenting, hit the like button, subscribe if you are new. Here we go. All right, here is our tier list for the Friday the 13th series. And once again, this is all doing it on the fly. And as you see, you can go to from elite. Then you have the school letter grades, A, B, C, D, and then F, fail. So we have them in order right here. And I'm going to go through the list. Of course, we're going to go by the list through chronological order of release. So the original Friday the 13th came out in 1980. And, I do enjoy this movie a lot. I like the suspense. Movies were a lot slower back in the day. Like you didn't need constant gore and jump scares and things like that to appease, the kids of the late 70s and 80s. Jump scares were always kind of a thing. You're going to get jump scares, but nowadays it's just overdone. The movie has a realistic feel to it. Like it feels like you are at camp with Kevin Bacon, right? And Adrian King, but Kevin Bacon, Kevin Bacon's the star. But regardless, the special effects, that's a Tom Savini movie. Outstanding, especially for the time. It just felt real. It did, like, as opposed to when you get to later Jason movies or any other movies later on, it's like this movie felt like you were actually there. And then the surprise ending, obviously I won't necessarily give it away, but the surprise ending at the end, that's just great stuff. I felt like the acting in it was really good. So this movie I really, really like. And I'm going to put it in the A category. We're going to go ahead and put it right in the A category. It's the original. It started it all. That respect has to go to it. And all of that. Friday the 13th Part 2. This movie, I could say that it seems like the standard agreement between the horror community is that Ginny is one of the best final girls of the entire series. I'm not going to deny that. And I also like the fact that even though Jason wasn't supposed to be a character in this series when they originally made it in that original movie, they took the idea of Jason and it's like, okay, if a kid drowned, 10 years ago or 15 years ago, but didn't and actually got out and somehow lived off the land in the woods and had to build his own shack and all that, I feel like they did it really well. Now, Sackhead Jason, it's not the best. He has overalls and a flannel shirt and a big potato sack over his head. Like, I feel like if the sack was more form-fitting, like in, what was it, The Town That Dreaded Sundown? But I feel like or in the remake, I feel like if the sack was a little bit more form-fitting, it wouldn't have looked as goofy. But it looked pretty goofy. And Jason was like bumbling around. He didn't have the stoic like run or walk that he gets in later sequels. So I don't know. I'm fighting between a B and an A ranking. I'm going to give it an A. I think that it's just as good as the first. It's different. It's a good movie. It could be like, once again, it could go here too. It could go here too for me. But I don't see why I shouldn't put it in an A category. I think that's a really good one. Moving along, you got a Friday the 13th Part 3, and that's in 3D, of course. I own this movie in 3D. It's cool. I like watching it. It's a fun time. But they made the mistake of killing off Crazy Ralph in the second one, and then we're like, well, we need a crazy person to tell people not to. And once again, Crazy Ralph, not crazy. He's exceptionally sane, Ralph. He tells people what's actually going to happen. He warns them fairly, but it just delivers it wrong. So instead of going up to someone and being like, you're all doomed, you're going to die at Camp Blood. Instead of that, just walk up to them and go, hey, seriously, you might want to rethink going to this camp because a lot of shit has gone down and I think it's going to happen again. Like, I'm just giving you fair warning. Like, please don't go to this camp. I'm asking you sanely, please. So in part 3, they realize, oh, well, we got rid of Crazy Ralph. So let's just get another Crazy Ralph in there to lay in the middle of the road like a hobo or bum or home. Well, what did I call it? I forget. Home impaired, household impaired. And the characters aren't as good. They're not as realistic. The opening scene at that store that the guy and then they just show him shitting. And I don't know what that is in these movies. They like to show people shitting and he doesn't wipe his ass, just pulls up his pants. Just a bunch of gross people. And then the whole like grape, I know you can't say it, the essay of the main girl, I forget her name in the movie, where Jason apparently tried to like assault her, in a perverted way. The only reason I go back to this movie is because I have it in 3D. I'm putting it in the C category. One more, and then I'll go see if there's any comments, because I'm actually not looking at the StreamYard comments right now. I'm actually on the big screen for the tier, but I will check to see if you guys agree or disagree. You're more than welcome to put that in the comments section, and if there aren't, I'll just go back to doing it. Friday the 13th, the fourth Friday the 13th, called The Final Chapter. Now, clearly you can see it's not the final chapter with all those other movies that came out chronologically after it. But it at the time they were planning on this being the final one. But it made a buttload of money. It made good money based off of the money that it cost to make the film. And it was the best Jason so far, without a doubt. not only and Tom Savini came back to do the special effects and makeup for this film. And you got Corey Feldman as Tommy Jarvis. It's the first in the Tommy Jarvis trilogy because Tommy Jarvis is in 4, 5, and 6. And I think that the Tommy Jarvis trilogy well outdoes the Thorne trilogy in the Halloween series. People love Tommy Jarvis, which is why in the video game he was the hidden character that you could come back as, and he had to do with, in order to kill Jason, you needed a female and you needed Tommy Jarvis. So it was just cool the way they did that. This movie's Crispin Glover. Crispin Glover playing his wacky self, just being Crispin Glover in the movie. His dance, we all know about the dance. This is one of, if not the best, Friday the 13th, and it is at least tied for the best Jason. The look, the mask, the face when the mask is cut off. This movie is clearly in the elite category. So Friday the 13th Part 4 goes into the elite category. Go over and see what's going on over here. Sackhead rules, you heathen. I know, Maddie. We review. If you want to check out our review of Friday the 13th Part 2, I believe it's on this channel, but if not, it's definitely available at Midnite Mike Studios, which is my other YouTube channel, which I'm just building. I'm just starting. So there's only like 3 things on it right now. There's me talking about the Jason universe, new Jason that looks like a big pile of shit. Did anybody see that Angry Orchards ad that they fronted as a short movie? What was it called? What was that called? I forget. What the fuck was that called? Sweet Revenge, I think it's called. And Jason just looked horrible in it. It looked horrible. He was small. He was kind of lanky, and he had that new shitty mask that looks horrible. But me and Maddie reviewed Friday the 13th and Friday the 13th Part 2 with pictures and all that stuff. So check that out. I believe both are available on this channel. They might be for channel members only, but the second one is definitely available for anyone on the Midnite Mike Studios page. And Maddie, he loves himself some Sackhead Jason. And we got Jay Baca coming in. Featuring Shelly, your favorite. Shelly is so friggin' annoying. It's got a death curse. Yeah, stop acting weird, crazy Ralph. Maybe people will listen to you. Crispin Glover is now flailing. I'm sorry. Crispin Glover is more flailing than dancing. True. Absolutely. So far, I agree with this tier list. Perfect. All right, let's move along. Let's keep going. All right. Next, you got Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning. Once again, this has the distinction of being like the Halloween 3 of the Jason series, because it's not Jason, and he has the blue chevrons on his mask. He has a completely clear. You could kind of tell something is amiss during the movie, and then of course you find out in the end it is not Jason. I won't just sit here and just spoil it. But as the years have gone on, I have actually liked this movie more and more and more, because once you get past this movie, like the first 5 movies have a very like low budget but yet real kind of feel to them. This one, it falls into that category, but also has some unforgettable characters. So you have, I forget who plays Tommy Jarvis in this one, but it's much older. It's not Corey Feldman anymore. Corey Feldman is in it in the opening. So Corey Feldman technically is credited in this movie, but unforgettable characters. First off, we'll start off with Pam and her white shirt that she runs around with no bra in the rain. And it's clearly visible. Like they could have said, oh yeah, we'll go top. I'm not going topless. Well, you essentially did. You left nothing to the imagination. And we thank you for that. We definitely thank you for that. Reggie the Reckless, obviously unforgettable character. What was the name? I don't even remember the name of the next door neighbor lady who is just crazy and curses all the time and threatens to like bomb the halfway house that these kids are staying at. Ethel, I believe her name was Ethel. And then obviously Reggie the Reckless when he goes and visits his brother Demon, who's once again, forget his name, should remember that, but he was also in Return of the Living Dead. And then his little song with his girlfriend while he's taking a shit was like, ooh baby, ooh baby, ooh baby, and that's all it is. Them singing ooh baby back and forth till eventually they get killed. But yeah, this movie oh, and by the way, I had her on the Midnight Jury. I interviewed her, Debbie Voorhees, who played one of the topless women. There are 3 separate topless women in this. The director, something Steinman, what was his name? Was actually a porn director, and they brought him in to direct Friday the 13th Part 8, and you can tell. As a matter of fact, the sex scene between Debbie Voorhees and the guy playing her boyfriend was actually like way longer. It was like 5 minutes. And it's cut down here to like 30, 40 seconds. But it was like 5-10 minutes from what I'm hearing. Like they filmed a lot of sex. And she had big old beautiful cans, and there was 2 other sets of cans in the thing. So, but as the time goes on, I appreciate this movie more and more. So I'm going to go ahead and put it in the B category. That's where I think that would be appropriate. Let's move on. Oh, here we go. By far and away, my favorite, meta before meta was, my favorite Jason movie. Just like the backlash that Halloween 3 got, that when they released Halloween 4, they had to call it The Return of Michael Myers so that audiences knew they weren't going to get snowed again with a Halloween movie that doesn't have Michael Myers, because that's what everyone wanted. This is the same thing. People were pissed off and angry that it wasn't Jason, so they had to bring Jason back and make it perfectly clear. Friday the 13th Part 6, Jason lives. And this movie, just the way it was filmed by Tom McLaughlin, and this is true. You can watch this movie in black and white, and it runs like a Universal monster picture. Like that's how he filmed it on purpose. They made Jason purposely like a Universal monster, like an undead, monster, like a Frankenstein. And then the little comedy that comes off the meta, like talking to they have characters who look at the camera or talk to the audience. Not only that, but Tommy Jarvis, played by Tom Matthews, also from Return of the Living Dead, and he's the best Tommy Jarvis. I mean, Corey Feldman did great for what he did, no doubt. But he was a kid, you want a tough, like Tom Matthews plays Tommy Jarvis, badass. But to be fair, it's been said over and over again that the rest of the Jason movies would not exist if Tommy Jarvis didn't go. Jason was dead in the ground, and he had to go stab him with that metal fence post, and lightning hits. He gets, woken up, gets resurrected, but still. And the way this movie is filmed, it's clearly a better quality and all of that. And I know I'm kind of talking out of both sides of my mouth, because I said, like, I like the low quality, realistic feel of the first couple movies. But this one is like Jason is in Hollywood now. Like, this is Hollywood. And the final thing, the Alice Cooper tie-in, Alice Cooper soundtrack, Teenage Frankenstein. He's back, the man behind the mask. And what was the other one? Hard Rock Summer. So all 3 of those Alice Cooper songs are kick ass, but unfortunately, I think only 2 of them are on the album Constrictor. So I don't know where Hard Rock Summer falls into that. Hard Rock Summer. That's going up in the elite category, right up in the elite category. I'll check, see what's going on over there. But as of right now, we got Part 4 and Part 6 in the elite. We got 1 and 2 at the A range. We've got Part 5 at B tier, and we've got Friday the 13th, Part 3, the 3D, in the C tier. Let's see what we got. Jay Bach is in here. Here we go, Jay. I got you. He says part 5, one of my least favorites, but Deborah Voorhees is a very nice lady. Yes, she is. She also, in the interview I did with her, maybe I'll release that again sometime. But in the interview I did with her, I talked to her about, she worked at one of the old Playboy clubs. Like, Denny, you guys remember that? I know I wasn't old enough to ever go to a Playboy club, but I always look back at it and I'm like, whoa, what a cool like idea. Like it's like, that's just like all the girls dressed in the bunny suits. Hell yeah. And Ooh Baby is tremendous. Ooh Baby. Hey baby. Oh man, my favorite horror movie of all time, Jason Lives. Yeah, well, I don't know if it's my favorite horror movie of all time, but it is right up there. It is right up there. But like, it's not Halloween. It's not like the original 1978 Halloween. Let's be real here. Court is the best. Yes. Court is hilarious in that movie. Megan is my final girl crush always and forever. Yeah, I think the most beautiful final girls in the Jason series are Megan from this one and Trish from part 4. I don't know. Anyone disagree? Like I said, even if you're watching this and you've come to this and we're not live anymore, if you write down in the comment, I will get back to you. So tell me, who do you think was the hottest final girl in the Friday the 13th series? I go Megan and Trish. That's where I would go. But thank you, Jay. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it. All right, let's go back to this tier list. So that's what we have so far. We're up to part 6. Now we're going to part 7, The New Blood. Unfortunately, this one got really messed up with the ratings, with the MPAA, the Motion Picture Association of America. So much of this film was cut. And the sad part is, if they would have just kept it in the back and just kept the film, they would have been able to nowadays, they would have been able to put it all together in like a director's cut, because John Carl Buechler was the director, and he talks about how it got destroyed and they had to just cut so much out, but nobody knows what happened to the rest of that footage. So unfortunately, this movie, like when he slams the girl, when he grabs the girl up in her sleeping bag and slams her against the tree, in the original cut, he hit her against the tree like 3 times or 4 times. You know, now it's one quick hit and she falls to the ground and she's dead, which I guess is impactful because it takes Jason one swing and he just, I guess, breaks her back or her neck and kills her. But it is what it is. It is what it is. This one was also the one with Tina, the telekinetic. Laura Park Lincoln played Tina, and recently, just about a year ago, within the past year, I think, she unfortunately passed away. So, you know, thoughts and everything are with her family, and that sucks to have a someone. And she was young too. I don't think I ever got a cause of death, but I'd say the highlight of this movie is how it's Kane Hodder's first portrayal of Jason, and he looks awesome. Like from the back, you could see his spine and the back of his ribs because he's just deteriorated, because by the end of part 6, he's down underneath the water and he's just deteriorating, and it just looks so awesome. And the way Kane Hodder plays him is terrific. So I'm going to go ahead and put this one. Oh, B or A. I'm going to put it in the B category. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's fair. The next one, this is the last Paramount release, folks. The last Paramount release of a Friday the 13th movie. Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan. This is a fun one. You know, it's fun. But unfortunately, it's not what was advertised. And people have said this to death, but it's the truth. Most of the movie takes place on a boat, not a cruise ship. They try to make it look like a cruise ship, but when you actually look at it, this was a tiny ship. And it looked like a shipping vessel for like barrels of stuff, like barrels of oil, or not even like an oil tanker. Like, I don't know. It did not look like a cruise ship at all. And it was pretty tiny. And so the final there's like one shot that took place in New York City, and it's that Times Square one where Jason kicks over the boombox. Everything else was filmed in what, like Vancouver or some Canadian city where it cost an eighth of what it costs to film in New York City. Originally, this movie was supposed to there were supposed to be scenes in Madison Square Garden, at the Statue of Liberty, on Broadway, all this stuff, all these big ideas, and they couldn't afford that. So it turns out it is what it is. It's a fun, and the opening song, the darkest side of the night burns. I love that. Love that. So there are positives, and it's a fun movie to watch. I'm going to actually be generous on this one. I'm going to put it in the B category. I don't think it's a fun watch. There you go, folks. This is what I got so far. You got 4 and 6 in the elite, 1 and 2 at the A, 5, 7, and 8 in the B, and part 3, 3D in the C. New Line Cinema got a hold of Jason at that point, but they couldn't use the title Friday the 13th. So every following movie instead is Jason something, until the remake, when New Line and Paramount got together, I think, to jointly release this one. So the first New Line release is Jason Goes to Hell, The Final Friday. Once again, The Final Friday? Really? This one's weird. This one is weird. But I don't hate it. But I don't love it. It's I don't want to give too much away, but it is bizarre. Like body swapping, Jason's moving in and out of people's bodies, and if he doesn't move into the bodies quick enough, he starts deteriorating, but he has to get back into the body of a Voorhees, so they're kind of going to the family thing again with that Halloween did, and it's bizarre, but it's a fun ride. That's what I will say. It's bizarre, but it's a fun ride. And so for this one, I'm going to put it in the C category. I don't hate it. Jason X is the next one. And the reason that this one was made, for those of you who don't know, is that at the end of Jason Goes to Hell, his mask is sitting there on the dirt after he was pulled into hell. And Freddy's glove comes up. By the way, that's Kane Hodder's hand. So Kane Hodder technically played Freddy Krueger. Freddy's glove comes up, grabs the mask, brings it down, and then you hear Robert Englund's laugh. So they were planning on doing Freddy versus Jason, but they got so many scripts and none of them were working out. Like none of them were being agreed upon. Everybody had different ideas, all of that stuff. So in the meantime, contractually, they had to release a Jason movie every couple years. So they put out Jason X, which takes place well into the future, like 2040, 2435. I don't know. I don't know what year it took place, but it looks like a shitty CGI sci-fi movie of the week. It is bad. It is bad. And if I had to pick a plus of this movie, it would be the one kill where he freezes the girl's face in the like cryogenic freezing liquid, pulls her out, and then smashes her face on the table, and it just shatters because it's frozen. And then clearly the scene where he's in the chamber where it creates like it's not CGI, but it creates like, I don't know. It creates a world around you. And people are seen playing almost like laser tag in it. But Jason goes in and they trick him to thinking he's at Crystal Lake. And there's just two hot girls, camp counselor girls there, who obviously take their tops off, look amazing. And then it's funny, they like cut to something else and then they cut back and he's just beating the shit out of them and like slamming them into things, but they're not doing anything because they're not real. They're just holograms basically. But now this movie, it's not bad enough for a fail. Like I'll watch it. I'll put it in the D category. They finally got it together in like 2003. They finally got it together. Robert Englund comes in. And now the biggest problem here is that they wanted Ronnie Yu, the director, wanted Jason to be bigger than Kane Hodder is. Like he wanted Jason to be noticeably bigger than Freddy Krueger. So instead of at least just giving Kane Hodder a chance, who should have been playing, because at this point, Kane Hodder has played Jason in 4 movies and people were used to him. They liked Kane Hodder. They liked how he moved. They liked how he did the character. And they wanted to see Kane Hodder versus Robert Englund. I feel like almost as much as they wanted to see Freddy versus Jason. But he wasn't big enough. So his stunt double from part 8, Ken Christinger, something like that, he ends up taking the role as Jason, much bigger. And at this point, they give him a coat. Like he had a shirt on and then a coat. It's a good movie. Look, it's a popcorn movie. And what do you expect from a movie Freddy versus Jason? You know, it's going to be campy. It's going to be a popcorn flick. It's going to be a date night movie. And that's exactly what it was. And the fight at the end was awesome. I enjoyed it. The only thing, and I spoke about this with Maddie about 6 hours ago, but the only thing was that Jason's afraid of water in this movie. That's stupid. I wish someone would have done just the slightest bit of research and realized that Jason is not afraid of water. You could find something else to fuck with him. Like Freddy could have found something else to fuck with him. So I'm going to put this movie in the B category. I think it's good enough to be in the B category. And then finally, I actually rewatched this not too long ago because I felt like I had such a bad taste in my mouth that I did rewatch it. And it's better than I remember. You know, it's good. It kind of encapsulates 1, 2, 3, and 4 kind of into one film. And I do like it. I think it's Derek Mears who plays Jason in this. Awesome. Jason is brutal in this movie. The weird thing though is that it's like you get to know this one group of kids and you think this is the kids that we're going to be dealing with. And you watch their antics for the first 20 to 30 minutes of the film. Jason kills all of them off. And then the Friday the 13th comes in. Like 20, 30 minutes into the movie is when the opening title comes at you. And then you have to get involved in this whole other group. And I think the second group had even more hateable characters than the first group. Like the blonde preppy kid who owns the house, completely unlikable. The stoned Asian dude with the stoned black dude. Neither of them are likable. The one girl's just a super whore. Now, granted, she looks good naked, but just an unlikable character. Very few likable characters in this movie. But it's still a fun watch. It's a fun watch. So I'm going to go ahead. I may regret this later on in life, but I'm going to put it up in the B category. I actually, of all the remakes, this one could be the one that sticks, that pays the most respect to the original story and characters and whatnot, other than Jessica Biel 2003 also, I believe. Oh, no, 2003 was Freddy versus Jason. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I thought that one was, God, I think that's the best remake. I don't like remakes. I hate remakes. I want nothing to do with remakes. But if I had to watch a remake, it would be Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2003. So there you go, folks. I did it. And this is subject to change. It's 7 or 8 hours into this broadcast. I am loopy, but that's where I would put them. Friday the 13th, 4 and 6. The final chapter and Jason Lives are in the elite category. In the A category, 1 and 2. In the B category, and once again, if I could rate the B category, like you see how it's pretty big, I'd probably go Freddy versus Jason. Freddy versus Jason. Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning. Jason Takes Manhattan. New Blood. remake. Off the top of my head, on the spot. C category, Jason Goes to Hell and Friday the 13th Part 3 3D. D category, Jason X. I have no fails, which is more than I can say for the Halloween series. So there you go. There it is. We're going to be getting to our second movie. Buddy. We'll get to your comments first. All right, here we go. Sleeping Bag Kill is an all-timer. Absolutely. And imagine if he would have done it like a couple times and you saw blood like dripping out of the sleeping bag. That would have been awesome. No way any of those people would be friends in part 7. I agree. But they're not. A lot of them are all, remember that original couple that was coming in to Crystal Lake for the surprise party. It was his friends. So it's his friends all coming and waiting for him. He's the glue that holds them all together. So that's kind of like, but they were hateable. A lot of those characters. Remember, he doesn't laugh. He's talking about in part 8 when Jason hooks on to the ship from the water and he grabs on to get on the ship. There's like this sound that goes like da 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 da. And my old co-host Calvin Brody insisted that it was Jason laughing like ha 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 ha. I don't buy it. Filmed on location in Buffalo. What? Friday the 13th Part 8? I don't think so. I think we were in Canada. We were in Vancouver. I actually heard that in order to get that ship into Canada, like they were going to say use a Canadian ship, but then they used the ship to ship potatoes into Canada, like to a market or whatnot, imported goods. And then since it was already in Canada, then they could use the ship because the ship was owned by a friend of the director or someone, and it was going to be a lot cheaper. And that's how they pulled that off. I could be wrong, but I'm almost positive I heard that recently. Considering how it ends, you could say that Manhattan takes Jason. I guess you're right. I don't know if anyone hasn't seen it. I don't want to necessarily give it away, but that one of the worst endings. I almost want to go back to the tier list and drop it now that you reminded me of that. One of the worst endings in a Jason movie ever. Alice Cooper's Man Behind the Mask is fantastic. Dawkins' Dream Warriors was better naturally. I don't know. I'd put them all in the same category. Silver Shamrock Song and Halloween Theme are the greatest. Absolutely. I have a CD that I made years ago, and it's just songs from horror movies. So all of the ones you just mentioned are on there. And then also a Teenage Frankenstein, Hard Rock Summer, obviously all from part 6. Then Tuesday Night from Friday the 13th. I'm sorry, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4, Dream Master. She has that opening song. Running from this nightmare. I'm running. Whatever. And actually, you know how the fan-made movies, they made Dylan's New Nightmare, which they got Miko Hughes is his name. The little boy from Wes Craven's New Nightmare, who was Girls Have a Penis, Boys Have a Vagina from Kindergarten Cop. They got him to come back. And the theme to that is the lyrics from either the Dokken song or the Tuesday Night song and the music from the other. So they took the two songs, put them together, and it's pretty good. I suggest you check it out. So they took like Dawkins' music and her lyrics, or her music and Dawkins' lyrics, and they like put them together to make a new song for the fan film Dylan's New Nightmare. But I have tons of songs. The Lost Boys song, the Cry Little Sisters on there. I don't know. I filled up a whole CD, and now I have a playlist on Amazon Music that has that stuff because I've moved into the 21st century. Yeah, I want to like Jason Goes to Hell, but I just can't. It's fun. Like I said, it's just a fun film. Freeze Face Kill is another all-timer, maybe the greatest. Yeah, that Jason X. That's the biggest highlight from that movie. Freddy versus Jason. Place your bets. It's in all the trailers with Monica Keena saying that, but it's never in the actual movie. Yeah, I don't hate the Friday remake. I like it more each time I see it. That's what I'm ending. I don't think it'll ever get much higher than I ranked it, but I definitely appreciate it a little more now. But the Never Hike Alone movies are great. Those fan films, those are outstanding. That's what I was saying. Buffalo is the capital of Canada. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Guys, thank you very much for being here on Midnight Mike Show's Halloween Sleepover. I only really have one more real thing on the docket, and we're heading up on 8 hours at 4:30 in the morning. I don't know if I'm going to be, the way I'm feeling right now, I don't know if I'm going to be making it to 8:30 in the morning, but I can try to get through another movie, right? We'll see what we do on that one. The next movie that we are going to be doing is The Last Man on Earth, starring Vincent Price. This is a post-apocalyptic movie about a man, there's a plague and whatnot, and he's the only survivor. And the people who died are coming back as almost like zombie vampires. So during the day, he's out trying to kill them while he, the ones he can find. But at night, because they overtake everything, he has to board himself up and keep himself as safe as absolutely possible. So I'd say we get into this. Why not? Let me just prepare. Get up the movie. I think this is a no ads, almost positive. Oh, I keep forgetting I have to share the screen before I make it full screen. All right, folks, here we go. Our second movie of the night, Vincent Price in The Last Man on Earth. Let's have some fun. Here we go.
Another day to live through. Better get started. December 1965. Is that all it has been since I inherited the world? Only 3 years. Seems like 100 million. I own the world. An empty, dead, silent world. More of them for the pit. Every day there are more of them. They live off the weak ones and leave them for the pit. KOKW calling. Come in. KOKW calling. I'm on international frequency. Come in. Can't bear to see their image. It repels them. I need more mirrors. And this garlic's lost its pungency. There was a time when eating was pleasurable. Now it bores me. Just fuel for survival. I'll settle for coffee and orange juice this morning. But first, there's my life consider. I'd better replace that garlic. I'll need more, lots more. Better stop off and get them. I can't afford the luxury of anger. Anger can make me vulnerable. It can destroy my reason, and reason's the only advantage I have over them. I've got to find where they hide during the day. Uncover every one of them. Now, where did I finish off yesterday? Madison Street to 31st Avenue. 11 kills. Over 3 years. And there's more than half the city I haven't searched. Just wide enough to keep the flesh apart so their body seal can't function. And how many more of these will I have to make before they're all destroyed? They want my blood. It's their lives or mine. And I still get squeamish. Wait. That garlic. I'd better put it back where it belongs. I can't live a heartbeat away from hell and forget it. one more stop I'll have to make. I can get rid of them later. Right now, I'm out of gas.
Take our first break real quick. I just want to say, like, the feeling that I'm getting from this, and like I said, I don't think I've seen this since I was much younger, because nothing really about it is ringing a bell. But I will say this, that I think that I think that this reminds me of like a Twilight Zone episode, but extended into a movie. And there's nothing wrong with that. I love the old school Twilight Zone. But like, how many Twilight Zones involve just like one person dealing with something where they're all alone in the world? You know, like how about the one with Burgess Meredith where he drops his glasses, like that one? It's him like thinking to himself. Or there's one where a guy is put on a planet that's just for like he's exiled to that planet for a crime, and he's the only one there, and they come and give him provisions every couple of months. And I feel like it's giving me that kind of feel. And I'm really enjoying it. And but plus, when you have the voiceover and it's Vincent Price, you can't go wrong. That's why Michael Jackson got him for Thriller. Established by many reviewers, including George Romero himself, as a graphic blueprint for Night of the Living Dead, which is an interesting little fact there. And to more, I read this to more accurately show like how hard it was for this character to survive. Whenever you see Vincent Price putting a body into the car, it's an actual real body. Like they wanted to show how hard it was for him to lift it and put it in the car or whatever. The only time it becomes not a human and it becomes a dummy is just when he's dumping it into the pit. Okay. So, and then they usually cut back or, you know, have it so you can't really see, but he used actual real actors to play those dead bodies that he could then lift and just show how hard it is for him, like what he's going through every day in life, which I think is extremely interesting. So, you know, like I said, this movie so far is I'm enjoying it. And clearly so are some of you. And Jay came in and he said, oh, they're going back to some Friday the 13th talk there. But Jay comes in with a super chat. That's $5. Thank you so much, Jay. I really appreciate that. That makes me want to do these more and more. And in return, Let's see here. Can I get to it? Hold on one second. There you go, Jay. Thank you so much. $5 coming in from Jay, also a channel member. And he says, think of this as my admission to the movie. Thank you. I seriously, that really helps out. And like I said, when this movie is over, I'm going to gift 5 gifted channel memberships because earlier in the day, Kim gifted 5. I'm going to match that. But if you guys if we get 5 more gifted channel memberships, I will then match it up to 10. So if you want to, a gifted channel membership costs $5. So do me a favor. And, like I said, Kim gifted 5. It could be 5 separate people. It could be one person gifting 5. But there you go. So if we get to that, I will gift 5 of my own. Jay, thank you so much for the super chat and being a loyal channel member. He says, loving this score so far. Yeah, I love these old school just scores. The last man inner monologue on Earth. Oh, you edit it here. The last inner monologue on Earth. Well, this day took a left turn. How much gas is actually available, though? Like, think about that. Like, eventually you're going to run out of that. So he better have his stuff done before he can't find gas anymore. Yes, absolutely. Twilight Zone-esque. Any second, Rod Sterling will show up smoking a cigarette. The story of a man who spent his last days on Earth. I don't do impressions. I'm not really good at that. But either way, let's get back to the film. Last Man on Earth, Vincent Price. Here we go, folks.
Still fresh. But I'll take only what I need. They've got to last. They can wait, too. I've got my life to worry about. Those mirrors have to be replaced before dark. Square blocks to search. How many of them still exist? How long will I have to keep up this search? haven't much time left. It'll be dark in an hour. And now, 12 long hours before the sun will rise and drive them back to darkness.
Morgan, come out. Come out. Morgan, come out. Come out.
Mom, I can't see! I can't see! Mom!
Another day. Another day to start all over again. hers. God, how I miss you. The sun's already set. They'll be everywhere.
It's Morgan. Get him.
Years.
All right. Let's stop for 1 second and get into this. I will say this, that I am enjoying this a lot. I am enjoying this a lot. The only problem I have is I was not prepared for the zombie vampires to start talking and be like, come outside, we're gonna get you, oh, here he comes. I could have done without that. I think this movie would be 10 times scarier if they didn't have the zombie vampires talking. So that's just my personal opinion. And then there was a weird musical interlude in there at one point where they're attacking, but the music was like quick and upbeat. That was a little weird. But as you can see, Vincent Price's character is starting to go crazy. Like you said, it's been 3 years. He was watching that film, I guess, of his family. I guess that was his wife and his daughter. And the funny thing is, when they first showed the wife with the baby, I went, "Oh, look at that cute little baby." Then I realized that baby is like 70 years old now, which is pretty crazy. But regardless of all of that, I guess the isolation, everything is starting to destroy him. Kyle's back. What's up, man? I good seeing you. He says, I'm liking it. I am too. Like I said, the only problem I have is them talking. That's a little weird. A little weird. Did he just chisel that lady to death? No, he was staking them because they're vampires. They're like vampire zombies. So he was using the wooden stake. That's why he has the garlic. That's why I guess they're afraid of mirrors. I don't really understand that because they shouldn't be able to see themselves anyway. The swing, yeah, okay. The swing music was a choice. That was the part. They haven't done it since. They didn't do it before, and they didn't do it since. But it is what it is. Funny thing about this movie is it is regarded as the most faithful to the novel, which I believe is I Am Legend. But there are differences. Like one of the main differences is that in the book, the vampires are like quick, like they move around quickly and they're, whatever. In this one, they're a lot more slow moving and more like the zombies we saw earlier in Night of the Living Dead. And apparently this movie didn't do well at the box office, but it has gotten like huge cult status following that. So I'm happy to be watching it with you guys. Let me get back to a few more of these comments. Kyle comes in and says, the thing with this type of situation is you would at some point in time start to go insane with absolutely no human or social interaction. And that's what we just saw. That's what we just saw before we took this break. And Jay agrees with you. I love how easily he pushed those zombies down. I think they're zombies. Yeah, they're undead vampires that move like zombies. That's what I'm wondering. Vampires don't have reflections. So he's turning into the Joker. I like that. Hysterical crying followed by laughter followed by crying. Not good. Good movie. Thanks for joining us, Wallace. If you can, hit that thumbs up. Just show your support for the show. I would really appreciate that. But we're getting back to the movie very shortly. One more here. Okay, missed that they were vampires too. You're right. They probably shouldn't even have a reflection. But let's get back into this. Vincent Price, The Last Man on Earth. And if you're interested, the original book, I Am Legend, I believe that, obviously would be available. But it's probably also available on Audible because I don't read. Any book that I want to read, I just get on Audible. That's how I roll. But let's get back to this. Vincent Price, the last man on Earth. And this looks like a flashback scene.
Hey, Verge.
Yes? Oh, no. My makeup. My hair.
Hey, where is everybody? All I can see
Hi,
is...
Ben.
Oh.
I can hear children, but I can't see any children.
Uncle Ben! Uncle Ben! Hey, look at how I'm straight. Ben, Uncle
Kathy.
Ben, Uncle Ben! Where'd you bring me?
Open them and see. Open them and
Oh,
see.
come. Kathy. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna find you.
Take a look at this.
It's highly theoretical, Ben.
Theoretical? Do I have to remind you that theory is the beginning of solution?
Is Europe's disease carried on the wind? Is it, Ben?
Could be.
And if it is,
It isn't, Verge.
is that what you really think, or just what you'd like to think?
I cannot accept half-baked theories that sell newspapers. I'm a scientist, not an alarmist.
You're whistling past the graveyard.
Is that a commentary on my work at the lab?
We both know how hard you've worked.
I'm sorry, Ben. I just can't accept the idea of universal disease.
Uncle Ben, you promised to show us card tricks.
All right, Kathy. Who can resist that face? All right. Card tricks. Card tricks.
Robert, is it possible this germ or virus could be airborne?
Anything is possible, Verge. The best brains in the world have been running through this thing with a fine-tooth comb. The germ is visible under a microscope, but it's not like any bacilli ever known.
In what way?
It can't be destroyed by any process we've been able to uncover.
But with the whole world trying, there must be a solution.
Hey, Mommy, when are you gonna cut the cake?
Right now, our problem is to cut that cake.
Hey, Mommy! Hey, Mommy!
Coming.
The wind wake you up?
It always does.
How do you feel?
I'm all right.
Oh, don't get up, honey.
I'm not sick, Bob. I'll make
You don't
breakfast.
have to.
I'll be all right. Go on and read your paper.
All right. Oh, sweetheart, look, if you don't feel well, please go back to bed.
I'm just a little tired, that's all. I wish somebody would find a vaccine.
It's all we're working on at the lab, Verge. Maybe you better not send her to school today.
All right. You think you should go to work?
I have to.
Oh, Bob. Bob. I'm so frightened.
Everything's gonna be all right, sweetheart.
Well?
The bacilli are multiplying.
That kicks the bone marrow theory in the head.
This specimen shows a higher white count than when I put it on the slide. Those cells are still living, Dr. Mercer, off one another.
There has to be an answer. You heard that all communications are ended outside the continental limits?
Yes, I heard.
That leaves it in our laps. So we keep trying. Where's Cortman?
Well, he should be here by now.
You two stay on this virus theory until I decide it's exhausted.
Right.
Yes, sir?
Morgan will fill you in.
All right, sir. And what did the great man of science have to say today? More of the usual?
Oh, he's trying, Ben, just like the rest of us.
And nothing works. The streets are swarming with truckloads of bodies that they're throwing into that god-awful pit. And the dedicated Dr. Mercer goes on with his plodding, unimaginative approach.
You have a better idea?
Maybe. At least it involves imagination.
Ben, it's as simple as this. An unknown germ is being blown around the world. It's highly contagious and it's reached plague proportions.
And you don't believe some of the dead have come back?
Now, let's get to work.
And why are they burning the bodies? Why don't they bury them?
Because it's the best known way to control the contagion, to keep the germ from spreading.
That's what we've always believed, at any rate.
You'd prefer us to believe in vampires?
If they exist, yes. There are stories being told, Bob.
By people who are out of their minds with fear.
Maybe. But there are too many to be just coincidental. Stories about people who have died and have come back.
They're stories, Ben, stories.
And why are the infected people always so tired in the daytime? Why can't they stand the sunlight? Why are they only seen at night?
Come here. Look.
I know his nose.
Look. Now, is this bacilli or isn't it?
It doesn't alter.
And this bacilli is found in the blood of every infected person, or isn't it?
To show me germs is not to refute these stories, Bob. Point is, if there are vampires, they exist in spite of these germs.
Come on, let's get to work.
And until further notice, this station will continue its around-the-clock coverage of this national disaster. And now, we switch you to the state capitol, where His Excellency, the Governor, is speaking from the Executive Mansion. Further, I have, in conjunction with the federal government, declared this state to be a disaster area. The public health is dependent on bodies of the deceased being burned. You must notify the health department immediately if you have a plague victim in your home. Under no circumstances should you gather publicly. In view of the dire emergency that exists, I intend to...
Anything new?
Huh? No, nothing new. Nothing.
Mommy, where are you?
going to call the doctor.
I said no. Virg, there's nothing they can do.
But we can't just let her lie there.
Well, this way she has a chance. If you call a doctor, he'll report it. Do you want that?
Mommy, help me. Mommy. Mommy, please help me. Mommy, help me.
How can you be so sure she...
Blindness is one of the symptoms. You're not to call a doctor under any circumstances. No one is to come into this house. Now remember that.
Mommy. Mommy. Mommy, where are you?
I've got to pick Ben Cortman up on the way to the lab. No one is to come into this house. Now remember that.
Who's there?
It's me, Ben. We're late. Ben, what's the matter with you?
Nothing, and I'm going to keep it that way.
Ben, look, let's talk about this.
There's nothing to talk about. You think I'm out of my mind. You laughed at me and my theory. You might be one of them.
Ben, look, you're ill. You ought to see a doctor.
No doctors. You take care of your life, I'll take care of mine. Now get away from here. You understand? Get away from here!
If you're looking for anybody but me, forget it.
Are they all gone?
That's right.
Is there any hope from the latest reports?
No, not yet. But believe me, Morgan, we'll find an answer.
When, Doctor? We need it right now. I need it.
You're the only one who wasn't afraid to come here today.
What's going to happen, Dr. Mercer? Is everybody in the world going to die before someone finds the answer?
No, I don't think so. I don't deny there's some strange evolutionary process going on, but mankind won't be destroyed. The fact that you and I are working here today is evidence of that.
All right, let's roll.
When? When?
I called the doctor. I had to.
I told you not to call anyone.
Mom, she was blind. She couldn't see. She kept reaching out her hands, groping for me. And then, all of a sudden, she was gone. And they came in. I tried to stop them. They took her.
I saw a truck out there. Was that it? Was it?
I'm sorry, lady. There's nothing I can do. Let that truck through. Get out of the way. Get back, folks. Nobody's allowed out there. Please, all of you, get behind those lines. Look sharp there. Move. Move along. Make way for that truck. Make way. Hey, you, mister! Come back! Come back!
Did this truck just come in from Market Street? I said, did this truck just come in from Market Street?
Mister, I don't know.
Hey, you don't belong in here. Get out. I said get out.
I want my daughter.
Mister, a lot of daughters are in there, including my own.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We're going to get back to the film momentarily, but I just want to point out that look, this movie is actually pretty gut wrenching because you know, I understand where he's coming from. I have two daughters of my own, and in a situation like this, just like when we watched Night of the Living Dead earlier on in the evening, when you have your something with your kid, it's like there's that fight in your brain on, do I do what is right or do I try to hold on to what I think is still my child, even though it may not be your kid anymore. It may be a zombie. It may be a zombie vampire in this instance. And I'll tell you right now, man, this flashback scene is pretty gut wrenching, and it lets you see where the character is. You know, obviously they're going to flash forward back to the present day. We're currently in a flashback, but we're seeing the start and the middle of this outbreak to where eventually Vincent Price is going to be the last man on earth, you know, title of the film. Regardless, a lot of things, a lot of facts coming in here. The funny thing is if you look at I don't know if you've noticed that the people speaking voices look a little weird. This movie was originally released and distributed through a U.S. and Italian distributors and whatnot, and they had basically equal say in it. Vincent Price is actually the only person in this movie who speaks his own English. Everyone else is overdubbed. I don't know if you noticed it, but I started to notice it, and then I looked it up, and I was like, what's going on here? Well, Vincent Price is the only person actually speaking English. Everyone, like I said, is dubbed over. I don't know if they're dubbed over with the actors trying to speak English, which the English sounds pretty good, so I'm assuming it's actors. But that's pretty interesting. And part of that weird, overlap of distribution between the United States and Italy had to do with a clerical error, which caused the film's copyright to expire once again, just like Night of the Living Dead, which is why this movie is in the public domain, and I can show it here on Midnite Mike Show's Halloween Sleepover. So thank you, clerical error. And it's been released on many. This is just like Night of the Living Dead. You see copies of this from back when it was on VHS, DVD, Blu-ray. You see all these random releases, out there of these films because anyone can release them, which is why we're here tonight. But the original novel by Richard Matheson, the source novel, is still under copyright. But of the three movies that were made, the feature films that were made based on his novel, this one is considered the most accurate to the source material. The other one is The Omega Man, which came out in 1971, and then I Am Legend, which I believe is Will Smith, in 2007. But this one is closest to the book. Like I've been checking it out, and the thing I've noticed the most is the biggest glaring difference is that the vampire, zombie, whatever you call him, are fast in the book, but not in the movie. Let me pop over real quick and just see what we got here. Joe the Jet comes in and says, "Is Justin Fields the future franchise quarterback for the Jets, or we're drafting a new guy next year?" We talked a lot of like Jet stuff in the very opening of this, and that was 9 hours ago. But yeah, no, Justin Fields, he'll be our quarterback next year. We have him under 2 years, under contract for 2 years, but we are going to be drafting a quarterback without a doubt. We're going to be in the top 3. There's like 3 or 4 quarterbacks, all considered like top tier for this draft, and the Jets will be getting a quarterback. No one was supposed to come in the house. Nope. And he told her not to. The wife didn't listen, and look what happened. And now he's watching his daughter's body be thrown into a burn pit. It's ridiculous. I mean, that's got to be that's got to be horrible. Was one of those daughters Annie? Like Annie as in like, it's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us. Or Annie from Halloween. One of them was Annie. That Annie? I don't know. Let me know, Jay. All right, let's get back to the movie, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, we are watching The Last Man on Earth starring Vincent Price. We are still technically in the flashback, but I assume we will be getting back to present day momentarily because his daughter's gone, and I'm assuming his wife goes. Another question I have is, why isn't Vincent Price catching this plague? I guess we'll find out. Here we go.
Verge. Verge. Oh. No. I won't let them put you there, Verge. I promise. I won't let them put you there. Who is it? Who's there?
Morgan! We're going to kill you, Morgan! Morgan! You hear? Morgan! Morgan! Do you hear, Morgan? Morgan! Do you hear, Morgan?
If Cortman thinks he can get to me by destroying my car, his wits are getting dull. This convertible would be nice. Probably handles well. But I can't think of comfort. There was a time when I shopped for a car. Now I'm looking for a hearse. This station wagon will have to do. alive. Wait! Don't run away! Come back here! Don't run away! Come back! Come back here! Wherever he is, I've got to find him. If I have to search every street, every house, every alley, every inch of this town, I've got to find him. Come back! Hey, boy, where are you? Where are you, pal? Come here. They're dead. They've been staked. But these are made of iron. That wood, like mine. Someone else is alive in this world. But where are they? Where are they hiding? How many are there? Where did they come from? Why haven't I seen them? This is Robert Morgan. If somebody can hear me, answer me. For God's sake, answer me. This is KOKW calling. KOKW calling. Answer me. So you finally decided to come back. It's all right, boy. Good boy. Oh, no. Don't worry, boy. You're going to be all right. Yes, you are. There, now we've got you all cleaned up. You're gonna feel better. I'm gonna put you down here now, and you can rest. Got you all cleaned up. There you are. Rest. Oh. You know they're out there, don't you? You poor, driven thing. Everything's gonna be all right. Nobody's gonna hurt you. Everything's gonna be all right. All right. You're going to get better. We're gonna have lots of happy times together. You'll see, everything's gonna be fine. What's the use?
Wait, I'm not gonna hurt you. Can't you understand? Wait!
All right, we're going to give it a quick stop here, take a quick break, only because I was waiting for something like this to happen. The movie, there had to be something to bring his spirits up, because he's been 3 years in isolation all by himself with absolutely no contact with anybody else. I really did think that the dog would work out. I really did. But yeah, I saw a few of you, and I will get to your guys' comments over this last segment, but I had to stop in here because I thought it was really funny that I guess he put the dog. It was like, if you ever see the people who stick kittens in a bag and then throw them in a river, he stuck the dog in the bag before he staked it and then just left the stake sticking out of it. Like that was funny. But I the whole time I was thinking, like, he's gonna end up having to meet someone, like, and I expected a lady, but someone else has to be alive. And the question still remains, if it will be answered, why is he still alive? Why did he never catch this plague? I mean, he was with people, he touched people, he was whatever, who caught this. And now this other lady, why hasn't she caught the plague? Real quick, I'll pop over to some of these comments that we have over here. You answered the question. Which Annie it was. One of them was Annie. Thank you, Jay. Wow, the zombie talk is really silly. I agree. I think that's the worst part of this movie, is the zombies being like, "We're gonna get you, Robert." Like, why just leave that out? Just leave that out. I don't know. Maybe in post-production, I don't know, but they could have just not dubbed it in, because they dubbed in everything except Vincent Price. I am Pickle Rick. Is that a trailer park? What is? I'm lost on that one, Dano. But I did see in there. Thank you very much. I would hate to be stalked by the Dahmer party. Man's best friend. Yeah. Oh man, I got a bad feeling about this dog. Well, at least it didn't bite him or something. He took a big chance bringing that dog in, or like if it was bleeding, getting blood on you. I don't know how this is spread. It's not been perfectly clear. I guess it's just airborne. But for some reason, he can't get it. And apparently this lady can't get it. Mike, you are a legend for this. I wish it was, or I guess it's supposed to be, I wish it wasn't 2:43 a.m. on a work night, because I know you're out there on the West Coast. Good to see you, Dano. Keep grinding. Hit the like, everyone. Yeah, if you're in here and you're checking this out, do me a favor and just hit that like button. We've gotten some super chats tonight. I really do appreciate that. Gifting channel memberships, trying to get to 10. We have 5. If we get to the 10, I'll match that. But right now, after this movie, I will match the 5 that we've gotten so far. But yeah, Dano has it right. It's free to hit that like button, and it's free to subscribe if you are new. So let's do it. Yeah, Jay, he found a lady. So let's get back to the film and see what is going on. See if this works out for him. Hopefully it does.
Wait. I'm not going to hurt you. Wait. I couldn't be out here in the daylight if I was one of them. You know that they can't come out until sundown. Do you want to come with me or do you want to face them?
You feeling better?
Yes,
Would you like a cup of coffee?
thank you. You seem very well organized here.
Yeah.
My name is Ruth Collins. I was married. I lost my husband. You are alone? You were married.
Yes.
Children?
A daughter.
What are you doing? Please stop, please. Stop it, please. You're making me sick.
Why do you turn
Please.
away?
Please.
Why do you turn away? You are infected.
No.
Infected systems are allergic to garlic.
You think I'm one of them?
You will be.
You've made up your mind just because I...
You can't change the facts by talking.
Facts? What facts? That I got sick? I've had a sensitive stomach all my life. I saw my husband killed, torn to pieces right in front of our house. I've been wandering ever since, hiding at night, not eating more than scraps, sick with mourning, sick with fear, unable to sleep. Then you shout at me. You chased me across a field, hit me, dragged me to this house. And to top it all, when I get sick because you shove a piece of reeking garlic in my face, you tell me I'm infected.
Where are you
Let me
going?
go.
You can't go out there. It's almost sunset.
Let me go,
You
I
can't
said.
go out there now. In a few
I don't
minutes, the
care.
streets will be full
Let
up.
me go.
At
I don't
least let me give you a
care.
blood test.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
You must be hungry. I'll fix you some dinner. You know, you should eat.
I can't. You seem used to them.
Oh, as much as anybody could be. I'm not frightened of them anymore, if that's what you mean. Oh, I protect myself against them, but only because there's so many. Individually, they're weak, mentally incompetent, like animals after a long famine. If they weren't, they surely would have found a way of breaking in here a long time ago.
Come out, Morgan.
Hear that? That's Ben Cortman. He was my friend.
Your friend?
He was like a kid brother. If I could find him and destroy him.
But you said he was your friend.
When I find him, I'll drive a stake through him, just like all the others.
But you lived through all this. Do you know why?
Perhaps I was chosen. That's a laugh. Or perhaps it's because a long time ago when I worked in Panama, I was bitten in my sleep by a bat. My theory is that the bat had previously acquired the vampire germ. By the time it entered my blood, it had been strained and weakened by the bat system. As a result, I have immunity. Well, it's only a guess, but it's all I have to go on.
You don't think that I'm immune, do you?
It's a simple matter to find out whether you are or not.
What will you do if I am infected? Cure me? You don't have to answer. I know as well as you do. It's incurable.
There might be a way. If not of killing the germ, at least of containing it, keeping it from spreading. If I had the equipment, the time.
Which you don't.
You are one of them.
I was. And without that injection, I'll be one again.
What do you mean? You found a solution?
That's right. Exactly as you said it could be. I take that for it.
What is it?
Defibrinated blood plus vaccine. The blood feeds the germ. The vaccine keeps it isolated and prevents it from multiplying. We've had it for some time now.
We?
There are quite a number of us.
And I thought you were alone. I was going to cure you. Does that amuse you?
No.
Now, I want the truth. I want all of it. Why are you here?
To find out if you know any more than we do. You know far less. We're alive. Infected, yes, but alive. We're going to reorganize society. Do away with all those wretched creatures who are neither alive nor dead. Start everything all over again.
And you want me to join?
You can't join us. You're a monster to them. Why do you think I ran when I saw you? Even though I was assigned to spy on you. Because I was so terrified of what I'd heard about you. You're a legend in the city. moving by day instead of night, leaving as evidence of your existence bloodless corpses. Many of the people you destroyed were still alive. Many of them were loved ones of the people in my group.
I didn't know.
Is there any way you can get out of here?
What do you mean?
They're coming after you tonight. That's why I was sent here. To prevent you from resisting them. I'm supposed to keep you here. Until they come.
To kill me.
Yes.
Your new society sounds charming.
The beginning of any society is never charming or gentle.
And you pretended to be shocked at my violence. Well, what are you waiting for? Why don't you go on and use it? Get it over with. Use it. Get it over with.
Now you know. What are you going to do? What are you doing?
It's already done.
What?
Look. Look. You see? It worked, Ruth. The antibodies in my blood worked. My blood has saved you, Ruth. Do you know what this means? You and I can save all the others. We won't be alone. We'll never be alone again.
You are sure?
Wait.
All right, let's stop right here for one last interruption before we do the finale of The Last Man on Earth. First and foremost, I think I like that they did give us a reason as to why Vincent Price is not getting infected with this plague. And I don't know how many people travel to Panama, just randomly, but I mean, he is some sort of scientist that we did figure out. So he's bitten by a bat that carried the vampire blood or whatever. And then the fact that he is smart enough to put his blood into her as an antidote. But I mean, this is just an AIDS party waiting to happen. I mean, and can you put your blood into someone else's body that isn't the same blood type? So if like he's AB and she's A or she's O, like, is that going to mess the whole system up? How much is he putting in? I don't know. But I like that, I like that there is some sort of reasonable explanation for the stuff that's going on but it is what it is. All right, let me just check and see what you guys are doing in the chat real quick. Okay, so I love this. The 60s when you could still shake a lady around. Yeah, he's doing a lot of shaking, and they do a lot of this back in the day. Like just like if a man wants to get his point across to a, obviously hysterical woman, you have to shake her into sanity. It's pretty funny. And did women back then go, like you could just talk to me. Kyle comes in and says, damn, she's fine. Yeah, when her hair's not all crazy and whatnot, she's a good looking lady. He keeps shaking her. That's funny. And then she, the gun. I mean, once again, you're gonna have stuff like this in this world. I mean, obviously, she's with a group of people that are, collecting stuff, probably collecting food, protection, all that stuff. I'm sure you find a gun eventually, right? A gun? What the hell? That's funny. All right, well, let's get back to it. We have the final bit of let's see how much is left in this movie. About 10 minutes. About 10 minutes left. So here we are here on the Midnite Mike Show's Halloween Sleepover. Let's watch the finale of The Last Man on Earth, starring Vincent Price. Here we go.
Don't be afraid. Where are you
I've
going?
got to get out of here. Tell them you're not a threat to us.
You can't go out there. You
Save
wouldn't get 10 feet.
When they come here, there won't be time for questions and answers. They'll come to kill. For God's sake, Robert, let me go. Oh, Robert, please.
Ruth, look, tomorrow.
Please. Oh, Robert.
Tomorrow, Ruth. Tomorrow will be all right.
Robert, no. Robert.
Yes, Ruth.
What if this doesn't last?
But it will. I've already checked it under the microscope. Wait, I'll show you. I'll prove it to you. I'll check it again. Ruth, just take a look at this. This'll prove it to you. Ruth, there's no change. I've double-checked.
Robert!
Ruth. Ruth!
Robert!
Ruth, get away from her! Ruth, are you all right? Are you all right?
Run, Robert! Robert, run! Robert, run! They've come to kill you, Robert. Run! Run! Wait! You don't understand! Wait!
Get him! Get him!
Wait!
Surround the block! Move! Move! This way! Hey, over here! This way! Cover outside! Stand back.
There he is, near the church.
Freaks. All of you. All of you freaks. Mutations.
Hold it.
You're freaks. I'm a man. The last man.
Robert.
They were afraid of me. They were afraid of me. They were afraid of me.
I didn't know. Don't cry. There's nothing to cry about. We're all safe now. All safe.
Wow. The crazy parallels between this movie and Night of the Living Dead is incredible. I will be honest with you on that one. I actually did not know that they paralleled each other so much, and it does kind of work that we were able to put both of them on this inaugural Midnight Mike show's Halloween sleepover. I mean, I honestly, the ending, the shock ending where the hero, the person who can, whatever, is killed by a mob, the zombies or ghouls or vampires. I just think that George Romero definitely just improved on it. Like we like me and some of you in the comment section have been saying the whole movie, and Jay, the talking of the zombie vampires was definitely off-putting, especially how it came out, like, Robert, we're going to kill you. It was a little much. But in the end, I thought that it was a pretty good movie. I think Night of the Living Dead was definitely the way to go first. I think that was the better movie. Obviously, the one that most of us are going to, in mind associate. Oh, I know Night of the Living Dead. But hey, look, that was pretty damn good. And another thing I'm going to have to do is talk to Maddie about the book I Am Legend, because he's a huge fan of it, and I wanted to watch this and then maybe see what the differences are. Like I said, in my research, the biggest difference was the fact that in the book they move a lot faster, a lot swifter. The ghouls, the zombie vampires. In this, they're very slow moving, very much like Night of the Living Dead. And I feel like George Romero just saw it and went, no, we're just not going to have them talk. It'd be a lot spookier if they didn't talk. But guys, listen to me. I think we've had a fun night tonight. I said over and over, I'm going to try to do the 12 hours, but I'll be honest, I thought I prepared enough stuff to go the 12 hours, but we're coming up to 10. If I had something else prepared, I could probably go 11 or 12, but I did warn everybody that I don't know if I'll be able to go the 12 hours, but the one thing that I can promise is that this will be the longest stream of the Midnight Mike show, and we went from 8:30 last night to now it is going on 6:30 in the morning. So the sun will be coming up any minute, and then I can get to bed. I could say goodbye to my daughters before they go to school, and that's all I wanted to do this whole time. I just wanted to go do a real overnight stream, see how I handled it. I didn't get wasted or anything. I had a couple beers, 3, 4. And I think the thing that kept me up the most when I was down for the count, when I was starting to get tired, was the sugar from the Fantas that I have, the Michael Myers pineapple Fantas. I think those really helped out, because without some sugar in your system, what are you going to do? And I've gotten to the point in my life where I can't have coffee anymore, really. I can have a cup later in the day, but if I have a coffee in the morning, like, it definitely makes me jittery. And I used to drink coffee all day. I used to love it. I used to drink Red Bulls all the time. Loved Red Bulls, but I can't do that anymore. So I thought, let's just do a Fanta that'll probably have some. I think that's not one of the caffeine-free sodas, is it? I don't see caffeine free anywhere on it. Oh, it is caffeine free. Okay, well maybe like I said, I thought it had some caffeine in it and sugar, but maybe it was just the sugar because that really did help out. Really did help out. I appreciate this, guys. This is something I've wanted to do for a long time, kind of do a horror host kind of thing. I am a huge fan of Joe Bob Briggs, back to the Monster Vision days, into the Last Drive-In. A huge fan of Elvira. I watch Svengoolie on MeTV when I can. I like his work, and now he's starting to bring in people like Svengoolie started bringing in. He brought in like a girl, like sidekicks, like side hosts. Her name is Gwen Gooley. Well, I think that's pretty clever. And then on even YouTube, I don't think he does watch alongs. I think maybe he does watch alongs on his Patreon, but Dr. Wolfula, I love that kind of stuff. And I was able to now kind of do that tonight. We watched Night of the Living Dead. And like I said, you just come in with some breaks, talk for a couple minutes, read the chat, and then go back to the film. And then we did The Last Man on Earth, and that just ended. And I had a great time doing it. Let's see here. Jay, what are you saying here? Oh no, only 10 hours of live stream. I feel ripped off. Yeah, and normally, like I said, normally this is a New York Jets show, but I have such a love for 80s and 90s pop culture and horror, and I just wanted to keep that was what my original podcast of 10 years, that's what it stuck with. And I'd like to bring some of that back into the fold. And little ways I can do that is do a stream like this. Usually our streams are on Monday nights at 9:30. We do an hour and a half. And then Saturday nights at 9 p.m. we do 2 hours. But we usually always end at 11. It just depends on the start time. Mondays is 9:30. Saturdays is 10 o'clock. And then, of course, I have my reaction videos that come out after every Jets game. But if you go through my channel, if you're still around, if you go through my channel, you can see that there's a lot of stuff from before I started covering the Jets, and I am going to try to bring a little bit of that back in. So I have a bunch of top fives. I have my top 5 Misfits albums, my top 5 Kiss albums. I ranked the Halloween franchise. I ranked the Child's Play series, and that Child's Play one was one of my very first. So it's like, I don't even think I had a mic at the time. But it's there. It's there. And then I did a lot of also taste test reactions by myself and with my co-host for my previous podcast, The Midnight Jury with Calvin Brody. So I think I taste tested Dunkaroos when they were first re-released, and they are different from the ones that we had as kids. And I talk about that. I review Moxie soda. I taste test that for the first time, and it's really only available. Moxie is only available in New England. And then there's like a part of Texas, I think we taste test that, and it's a very strange tasting soda. So, maybe check those out. What else did I taste test? New Coke. New Coke was briefly re-released on a limited thing with Stranger Things season 4. And because I used to get a few, cool perks doing the Midnight Jury. And one of them was Stranger Things and Coke sent me this nice box set, which I think you could buy. It, but they sent me, and it had 2 cans of New Coke, freshly made New Coke in it. It had a glass bottle of Coke and a glass bottle of Coke Zero. And I think that might have been it that was in that box. And then another thing me and Cal got to do is before the release of Batman versus Superman, we got to go see it like a week early in the theater. And they sent me a really cool gift box that had like a wallet in it. It had a limited can of Dr. Pepper with special Batman Superman art that was on it, and a few other things. There was a few other things in there, plus obviously the tickets to go see the movie, like a pre-screening of the movie. Let's see here. This was so much fun, my friend. Thank you, Jay, and happy Halloween to you also. Happy Halloween to you also. I hope everybody has a great Halloween. Stay safe. Obviously, if you're trick-or-treating with your kids, that's going to be a blast. If you're going to a party or something, I went to a Halloween party a few days ago, and I had a great time. The food was great. And now, granted, it was we were parents at the party, but we know the family. The family is, the daughter is best friends with my daughter, and just they really did it up. They had the Halloween music going, strobe lights, the decorations galore, good food, all that stuff. So, whatever you're doing to celebrate Halloween, enjoy. I'll tell you right now, I'm going to be going to sleep, and then I'm going to tomorrow, later today when I wake up, more horror movies. And today, like I said earlier, I don't know, it was 9 hours ago, my girls carved their jack-o'-lanterns, and my oldest is now old enough to do it on her own. She sketches it out on a paper, I put it on the pumpkin, I draw it on the pumpkin, and then she goes from there. And that's really cool. My youngest, if it's all straight lines, like if it's all triangles or like the jaggedy mouth, my youngest could do it by herself. But this year she wanted like a not like a smile mouth, but like a mouth open like this with huge vampire fangs, so it was like rounded, and then she wanted heart eyes. So there was no way she was pulling that off. So I did have to help her a little bit with that, but it's only because she chose a hard design. Last year she tried a very simplistic design, and she was able to do it pretty much all by herself. But she insisted, I want heart eyes, I want an open mouth with vampire fangs, and all this stuff. And yeah, it's a blast. Thank you, Kyle. You've been here. This was great. Thank you. This was a fun stream. Hope you do this again sometime. I would love to do it again sometime. Right now, the reason I'm doing this right now, and I'll probably can do it again next year, is because this is just a Midnight Mike thing, I always take off the week of Halloween, like the week before Halloween. This year, I did go back Monday just because I wanted to save a day so I can make my Thanksgiving Thanksgiving when I go to New Jersey, one day longer. But yeah, I always take off, and I was like, you know what, screw it, because once again, my wife is substitute teaching. My girls are both in school, so it's not like anybody's going to be here till 3:30 tomorrow. So why not do something like this? And once again, I wouldn't have just probably done this, but we throughout the 2 years or 2.5 years that I've been covering the New York Jets and doing live broadcasts, I've had a lot of people, because I'm Midnight Mike, and that comes from the Midnight Jury, my original podcast. And me and Adam and Cal used to always record or go live super late at night. Like that was our thing. It was the Midnight Jury. So that's where the name ends up coming from. And when I started doing the New York Jets stuff, people were like, Midnight Mike, like, why you don't even go to midnight? And then I started to have shows that went past midnight on rare occasions. And then I did a pretty long New Year's stream where I think we got almost into Mountain time zone, maybe just Central, and then killed it before Mountain. But yeah, I did that stream, but I had people go like, oh, you should do an all-night stream. And I was just like, I'm not doing that. I'm not going an overnight stream. Like, forget that. But then this year, coming up to this Halloween break, I said, if they're all going to be gone, why not? Why not try it? Why not see if I can do it? Why not see if we can do a super long stream? And I did a lot of research to figure out what public domain movies I could do, so I could do like a Joe Bob Elvira horror host kind of thing. So this is my first time trying it. I did my best. I hope everybody enjoyed it. I tried to come in with some facts and my thoughts on the movie. Once again, and now I doubt anyone now watching on the replay is going to care about this, because they're going to be able to go through and see the timestamps and whatnot. But we did the tier rankings of the Halloween franchise. We did the tier rankings of the Halloween movie franchise. We did 2 movies at the start of the show. For the first, let's say, couple hours, we talked horror and we talked sports, a little bit World Series, a lot about the New York Jets, stuff like that. I had guests, Maddie, my main co-host, the Beavis to my butthead. He was here for the first like hour or so. Sean came in. He had internet problems, but he's part of the Midnight Mike Show family tree. Like I said, you picture an apple tree, and you have all those people, whatever, and it's like me and Maddie, and then I have Tommy, Abe, and Sean, and all 3 of them were able to join me in those first couple hours, and we had a good time talking Jets, talking football. We talked a surprisingly little bit about hockey, which is shocking considering the Devils are doing so good. Now they lost their last game, but it was crazy. They were losing 5-0, and then came back 5-4 And then I think the game ended up 8-5. But other than that, the Devils are 8-2 on the season. And the Avalanche just beat them, but 2 days earlier, a day earlier, we beat the Avalanche. It's just those pesky Carolina Hurricane. They just have the Devils number, and it just bothers the shit out of me. I am done with that. I am done with losing to the Hurricane. I want to get them back. Let's play them. We actually don't play them for a while. We actually do not play them for a while. But either way, folks, we've reached the 10-hour mark, and that's where I'm going to have to officially tap out. But like Jay said, it's like, oh, a 10-hour stream, I got ripped off. I know, I get it. There's plenty of content here. And now I know that if I do this again next Halloween, and like I said, if they become, whatever, maybe I'll do a Christmas one time or something else, maybe a summer one for the start of summer. But now I know I need what I need. You know what I'm saying? I need to have banter, sports talk. I need to have some things that'll take up time, like those tier rankings. And I need to have 2 movies, maybe even 3, or just a few other random things. Oh, and we did the Halloween commercials. That was fun. I completely forgot about that. It was like a 40-minute video of Halloween commercials. And I bust in and talked about it. I read the chat and whatnot, but yeah, some Halloween commercials from the 80s and late 70s, 80s. And that was really fun. That was a good segment. I really enjoyed that. Maybe you didn't. I'm saying it was a good segment. Like, I enjoyed doing it. Like, it was simple and easy. But that's it. This was the Midnite Mike Show's Halloween sleepover. But I'm ready to actually now go to sleep. It's about that time. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, I am Midnite Mike. This was the Midnite Mike Show's Halloween Sleepover 2025, and I can't wait to see you next time. That will be Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, and we'll be back to talking some New York Jets football. It's the bye week, so I guess these shows are going to be a little bit off. Maybe we'll talk some other stuff, but yeah, it is what it is. So it's a Jets channel, but I'm trying to do my best to incorporate, horror and 80s and 90s pop culture. And if I do ever do just extra distinct videos, check out my other channel, Midnite Mike Studios. And please, once the subscribes and people, start kind of glomming on to that, I'm going to start making even more content for that. But this show is streamed via both channels. So it is what it is. Like I said, about a minute ago, I am Midnite Mike, and I can't wait to see you next time.
In the glow of the screen, Midnite Mike takes a seat with a bowl full of snacks. It's a Halloween treat. Night of the living dead, flickering shadows play, while he cheers for the Jets in his spooky way. All the ghosts of the past whisper secrets in the night, memories of costumes in flickering light. Talk of boring thrills, echoes in the hall. Midnite Mike sleepover, let's enjoy it all. Creepy tales from the years when we jumped and in this carnival of fears, we'll laugh and we'll scream. Midnite Mike leads the way through our Halloween dream. All the ghosts of the past whisper secrets in the night, memories of costumes and flickering light. Talk of horror and thrills, echoes in the hall. Midnite Mike Sleepover, let's enjoy it all. Let's enjoy it all.